There's over 70 Sonic games. You telling me they made 70 of these? And in this video, I'm gonna play and rank every single one. I think I may have brain damage. Not only am I playing every single Sonic game, but I'm gonna delve into the history of the franchise and answer a few questions like, why is Sonic so iconic? I'll be going over each year within the Sonic franchise, from 1991 till today, playing each and every game, then ranking them on this neat little tier list. Sonic. In 1991, Sega's Sonic team released one of the most important games to ever release, Sonic the Hedgehog for the Sega Genesis, or the Mega Drive, if you're not American. Why is this game so important, you might ask? Well, if it wasn't for this cheeky little platformer, this video wouldn't exist.
Oh, my belly. It's all inflated and fat right now.
Before I get started, there's something I gotta get out of the way really quick. Australian government. If you're watching this, I did not emulate any of these games. I bought all of them and played them all on their original hardware. At the start of the 90s, the gaming industry was heavily dominated by the Wahoo Italian man. If you were a gamer, you were most likely playing Nintendo or Pogs.
I'm gonna go home and play with Pogs! You wanna come? No!
That wasn't for long though, when Sega began working on making their own mascot, one to rival Mario, and turn the gaming industry into a duopoly between Nintendo and Sega. That's right, I'm talking about Alex Kidd. Oh wait, no, that's the wrong one, sorry. I'm talking about Wonder Boy. Oh, it wasn't that one either. In the late 80s, Sega would try their best to make an iconic mascot to indoctrinate the youth into buying their consoles. And after a few failures, they finally struck gold with Sonic the Hedgehog, baby. This guy's fast, he's cool, he's edgy, look at his animations, man. He's on the edge of the ledge and he's like, whoa, I'm gonna fall off. And when you go idle for a few seconds, he looks at the player and he starts tapping his feet, dick. Thanks to this one game, Sega suddenly became a serious competitor to Nintendo within the course of under a year. But why? What's so good about this game? It's kind of hard for me to say. As you may be able to tell, I was not around during the 90s, but by playing this game now, it's easy to see why it was such a success. Almost everything about this game holds up to this day. Almost everything. The 16-bit graphics are still beautiful, the soundtrack is still iconic, the gameplay is fun, and the levels are still great. Alright, I take that last one back. The game starts you off in the most iconic level in all of gaming, Green Hill Zone. So iconic, in fact, that Sega has the urge to reuse it in as many Sonic games as they can. Unlike other platformers from the time, this one lets you go fast. Look at him go. The basic structure of this game consists of making your way through several unique zones, separated into 3 acts, with a boss at the end of each zone. Each act has multiple paths to the goal, and you have 2 options with how you can complete it. You can either blindly rush through a level, which more often than not ends with Sonic colliding with metal spikes at 120 kilometers per hour, or you can do some epic parkour and take the quicker and faster route. This gameplay is the basic foundation of 2D Sonic, and for the most part describes the gameplay of every 2D Sonic game. So don't worry, I'm not gonna overanalyze the gameplay of each Sonic game just like this. Just like in future Sonic entries, this game contains these sweet colored rocks called Chaos Emeralds. Finish an act with 50 rings and you can jump into this giant ring and play a special stage for the chance at collecting an emerald. I swear to God, I've never been more heated in my life as I have been playing these stages, man. The special stages are easily my biggest gripe with the first 3 Sonic games. Never in my life have I been more tempted to punch a hole in my wall. I swear, they made these things to piss people off. These stages are technically optional and you can beat the game without doing them, but if you do that, the game calls you a bitch and has Dr. Robotnik taunt you at the end. After beating Green Hill Zone, we get to the second zone of the game, Marble Zone. Marble Zone has got to be my least favorite zone of the game, and it's due to one reason: waiting. I hate waiting. I'm playing Sonic, man. I want to go fast. I want to have consistent momentum. For some reason, the stage doesn't care about that. You've got to constantly stop and wait for shit to happen. Most classic Sonic stages have a bit of downtime here and there, but in Marble Zone, it feels like 80% of the acts are just downtime. This issue isn't just present in Marble Zone. There's definitely more acts in future games that have this problem, but it's super prevalent in Marble Zone. The next act act of the game is Spring Yard Zone. I also hate it. Fuck this goddamn stage. Fuck this stupid boss. Fuck these moving blocks. This irritating music, I swear to god, man. This zone feels like a level that was ripped from a generic platformer and slapped into the game. It doesn't feel like a Sonic stage. I do like the ramps though, the ramps are very fun, I've got to say. Like Marble Zone, Spring Yard's got a lot of stopping and waiting, and that's due to the insane amount of obstacles placed across the act. It feels like I'm playing the Wipeout video game.
Opening a resort for...
After Spring Yard, we've got Labyrinth Zone. From what I see online, a lot of people despise it, but compared to the last two zones, I really like it. Labyrinth Zone is the first underwater Sonic zone, and in my opinion, the best. Most of the hate for the zone stems from the fact that it is an underwater zone. Unfortunately, our boy Sonic is a mammal and cannot breathe underwater, and after being submerged for about 20 seconds, he starts to drown, requiring the player to eat an air bubble to reset the timer. This mechanic definitely gets annoying at times. When you're in an area with no air bubbles and the countdown to Sonic's gruesome death by suffocation starts and the most terrifying piece of music ever written by man begins to play, it doesn't feel too good. But if you pay attention to it, it's not too bad. I will admit the stage would be 10 times better if it wasn't submerged in green water, but even with this annoying mechanic, it's still a very solid stage. As for the other two zones, Starlight and Scrap Rain, they're pretty solid too, not much to complain about. After those two zones, you reach the final zone, where you get to have the final boss fight with this egg-shaped fellow named Dr. Robotnik. As far as classic Sonic games go, Sonic the Hedgehog is pretty good. It's definitely not the best nor the worst, but it's still pretty good. I would put this game in A tier, but considering it's the first Sonic game, and if we didn't have this, we wouldn't have this.
Hello? Hello, it is I, Katniss Everdeen the Hedgehog.
I've got to bump it up to S tier. I've seen a lot of tier lists online and no two are the same. These games are very divisive.
Sonic 06, best Sonic game ever.
Everyone has their own ranking. This is just mine. Later towards the end of the year, Sega decided that Sonic needed an 8-bit version of his first game for the Master System and the Game Gear, so they contracted these guys called Ancient Corp to make it. For an 8-bit game, it's pretty good. It's honestly a lot better than I thought it was going to be. The version is quite similar to the original on the Genesis, but due to the fact that it's compressed to 8 bits, it's a lot more simple. Like the Genesis version, you start off in Green Hill Zone, but once you make your way through and complete what I think is the easiest Sonic boss of all time, you get to play the second most iconic Sonic zone of all time, Bridge. What the fuck is Bridge? While this 8-bit version contains Green Hill, Labyrinth, and Scrap Brain Zone, it also contains some new ones, Bridge Zone, Jungle Zone, and Sky Base Zone. Additionally, when you're between stages, you get a cool little overworld map. You can't select a zone or anything, but it's sort of just there and tells you where you are on the island. As for the gameplay, it's quite similar to the original, but with a few small changes, which are all pretty good. The controls are a lot more responsive and snappy. Sonic gains speed a lot easier, and there's these ramp thingers that you can roll into and get launched into the sky. Also, there's no marble zone, so that bumps it up. In order to make sure that your Game Gear doesn't catch on fire when you get hit, Sonic no longer drops his rings and gets a chance to pick them up. Instead, you just lose all of your rings instantly. I don't know how to feel about that. Also, when you're in a boss fight, you have no rings at all. You get hit once and then instantly die. It sounds pretty bad, but the bosses in this game are super easy, so it's not really too much of an issue. I was expecting this to just be a downgraded version of the Genesis one, and while yeah, it is in some ways, it's still very good. I'm gonna put this game into B tier. Very sick. I hope the other Game Gear games are just as good as this one. You might be thinking, cool, those are the only two Sonic games to release this year, but you'd be wrong, Buster. That's right, I'm talking about Sonic Eraser. I'm playing every single Sonic game, or at least the ones listed on the Sega wiki. I think that's all of them. Please like and subscribe, man. This video took me 4 months to make. In late 1990, Sega started the service known as Sega Game Toshikan exclusively in Japan. This service came in the form of a cartridge for the Mega Drive that made use of the Mega Modem, a modem for the Mega Drive that would let the user connect to the internet. Jesus Christ, $100? I mean, if you get to play Sonic Eraser, the price is irrelevant, really. What a quaint little puzzle game. I wonder what the music sounds like. My ears. My ears are bleeding. Sonic Eraser is a puzzle game, not too different from Puyo Puyo, but instead of matching little balls with faces on them, you match, I couldn't really tell you what these things are. You can either play solo or a versus mode, where you verse Sonic while playing as Sonic. I guess it's a clone of him or something. The game doesn't really tell you. If you match a few of these weird shapes, you get a cool animation of Sonic throwing fists against his clone. Very graphic. There's not really much to this game. That's about it. It's not too bad, just very basic. I was gonna chuck it into C tier, but due to its depiction of what hell sounds like, I'm gonna put it into D tier. The last Sonic game to come out in 1991 was Waku Waku Sonic Patrol Car. You know those little cars that you would see in the mall as a kid that would make you beg your parents for $1 so you could spend a minute or so pretending to drive it? Well, at the time, Sega had a line of these machines all across Japan, and considering that Sonic was starting to pop off, they decided to make a Sonic themed ride. Sweet. What, you get to drive around Green Hill Zone, dodging spikes and stuff? Sounds fun. What the fuck is this? Turns out in Waku Waku Sonic Patrol Car, you play as Sonic cosplaying as a police officer and drive around a city dodging bombs from Dr. Eggman. Alright then, this little arcade game is notable for being the first Sonic game with voice acting.
Thank you.
Yes, Sonic, I concur. As I mentioned before, there's really not much to this game. It's only just under 2 minutes long. In the first half, you drive down a road at a snail's pace, weaving through traffic. Then, Dr. Eggman appears from thin air and decides to throw bombs at you. At the end of the game, Sonic says goodbye, and you get a ranking depending on how many cars and bombs you dodged. Goddamn, I am a gaming god. I really want to put this game into S tier, just because how epic the premise is, but because of its execution of the idea, I'm putting it into B tier. I'm taking this ranking very seriously. This is very official. After releasing Sonic the Hedgehog for the Genesis the year prior, and some other games, it became clear to Sega that this Sonic guy was working out, and they needed to make a strong sequel in order to keep the momentum going. Get it? Momentum. So in November of 1992, they released Sonic the Hedgehog 2. Who the f*** is that guy?
Who the heck are you?
I'm Tails. Your new sidekick?
Get out.
That's right, we got co-op, baby. As well as Sonic, we now have this yellow rat called Miles Tails Prower. Miles Prower, like miles per hour. Get it? Because he's fast. That always confused the hell out of me. If he's just as fast as Sonic, but he can also fly and build stuff, does that mean there's nothing special about Sonic? Is it just normal in this universe to run fast? I've never actually played co-op in a classic Sonic game because I have no friends, so it looks like I'll be playing single player. Oh shit. First up, we start off in Emerald Hill Zone. It's just like Green Hill Zone, but a tiny bit different. Also, the music's a lot better, and so is the level design, but I'll talk about that in a second. As I said before, we got this Tails guy tailing behind us now. He doesn't really do much. He's kind of useless. He can collect rings and also hit enemies, but apart from that, he kind of just acts as Sonic's shadow. He can die though. He dies a lot, but he comes back after a few seconds. I guess he's invisible or something. This game also contains the addition of a new mechanic. A mechanic so good that it was added in every single future Sonic game. That's right, I'm talking about the spin dash, baby.
Now turn around, Melissa, and get ready to whoop some fucking ass. Do a fucking spin dash. Do a fucking spin dash. Spin dash. Do a fucking spin dash, Melissa. Spin dash.
I completely forgot that the spin dash was absent in the first game till I played it again, and goddamn was it noticeable. In the first game, if you were about to run up a ramp but you lost momentum, you'd have to walk all the way back to run up and gain speed again. But in Sonic 2, it's not a problem. You just hold down and mash the spin key, and then you get shot into the heavens. This time around, each zone only has 2 acts instead of 3. It may sound like less content, but it allows for a higher number of zones, having 4 more than the first game. Not only are there more zones, but each act is way more open. There's a ton more paths in each stage to take, and it's a lot easier to keep your speed up without crashing straight into a wall every 10 seconds. Like the first game, you can play some special stages in order to collect 7 Chaos Emeralds, but good luck with that, Buster. Never in my life have I wanted to launch my fist through my TV more than I did playing these special stages. Sweet Jesus. Off the bat, they look pretty easy, right? You collect a certain amount of rings and dodge these bombs, and then you get the emerald. Even better, Tails is there to help us. He can also collect rings. Only thing is, he can get hit by the bombs as well. This little fucker lags behind you, so to make sure that Tails doesn't blow up and lose all of your rings, you have to preemptively dodge the bombs, which is almost impossible because they don't spawn in until they're directly in front of you. I swear, man, I'm gonna blow this rodent's head smooth off with a sawed-off shotgun, but I digress. If you're a gaming god like myself, and you're able to get the emeralds, you get the ability to turn into Super Sonic for the first time. You become fast and are immune to damage as long as you have rings, with your ring count becoming a timer that slowly counts down. After Emerald Hill Zone, we get Chemical Plant Zone, and holy shit does this zone slap. Look how fast you can go, and the springs and the water. I don't want to talk about the water. Speaking of water, after that you get Aquatic Ruin Zone, the second best water zone after Labyrinth in the first game. Then we got the Casino Night Zone, easily my favorite stage from the game, solely because it combines my two favorite things, pinball and gambling. Then there's a zone where you can launch off these catapult things. There's a zone in a spooky purple cave with a spike pit that's impossible to escape even when you're playing a Super Sonic. There's a zone that takes place during the 2010 Deepwater Horizon oil spill. A zone in a factory, which fucking sucks. I hate it. A zone where you fly on Tails' plane, which is really neat, except for the fact that there's no checkpoints. At the end of the stage, the plane gets shot down and the game gives you less than a second to leave Tails to die and board onto Eggman's Sky Fortress. This zone sucks as well. It's built quite differently from the other stages, as it's a lot less open and doesn't let you speed through it. I mean, you can, but you'll die. The zone takes place in the sky, so understandably, if you miss a jump, you're gonna fall off the platform to an instant death. It feels like a Mega Man stage. Also the music, that's gotta be the worst music I've heard in a Sonic game, except for Sonic Eraser. The bosses in the game are relatively easy. I use the word relatively because the last 3 bosses are Dark Souls 2 levels of hard. You have to dodge these spikes, but also jump on them to hit this laser before it charges up and kills you instantly. After that, we jump on a rocket and get sent to the Death Egg stage. This stage made me pull a muscle in my hand from repeatedly slamming my desk. First off, you fight Metal Sonic. No, not the cool one, this one. He moves from side to side, with him giving you a chance to hit him at the end, but his hitbox is broken, and you have to hit him from a weird angle, or else you die, because the stage has no rings. After you beat him, you now have to beat Robotnik. Sounds cool, other than the fact that there's no checkpoint. Ah yes, makes total sense. Make the bosses in the game easy as piss, then increase the difficulty level by 10 times for the last 3, and also deprive the player of rings or a checkpoint. That'll show those fuckers. After finally beating this fat piece of shit slob, you get a cool little cutscene and a credit sequence. Also, unlike the last game, if you beat it without collecting all Chaos Emeralds, you don't get the bored tub of lard emoting at you. In every way, this game is better than the first. The levels are way better, the gameplay's better, you get a spin dash, the music and the graphics are better. I'm sorry, Sonic 1 fans, but I'm gonna have to put Sonic 2 in front of it. As you may recall, Sega ended up making an 8-bit version of the first Sonic game for the Master System and the Game Gear, and following in tradition they did the same for Sonic 2. However, this time they released both the 8-bit and the 16-bit version at the same time. I really enjoyed the 8-bit version of Sonic 1, so I have high hopes this game fucking sucks. Oh no, Tails, no. When booting up the game, we get a cool little cutscene showing Tails getting abducted by Dr. Eggman. Eggman, you know Tails is an 8-year-old, right? Unlike the 16-bit version, Tails is not present at all in this game. I'm guessing due to the limitations of the hardware it's made for. But despite this, he's still plastered on the front cover of the game. Imagine being a kid, getting super excited to play this cool new character, just to open the game and get cucked by this cutscene. I think I would drown myself. Anyway, let's start the game. I'm sure it's a hoot. Oh, why is Tails on the title card? Why is he on every title card? Alright, so it's pretty clear that they were gonna put Tails in the game, but took him out last minute. Real smooth. smooth. I don't think anyone noticed. Straight off the bat, the controls are way different from the last game, and they're complete dog shit. They aren't responsive, you run like you're on ice, half the time you can't jump when running, and worst of all, there's no spin dash. Also, Sonic looks weird. Why is he tan? He looks like he has melanoma. I can make that joke because I'm Australian. Just like the first 8-bit version, the zones in the game are different from the 16-bit counterpart, which is a bummer considering that Sonic 2 has some banger zones. The zones in this game are utter trash. They're super short, they're not open in the slightest, there's only one path you can take. There's so many obstacles that you can't see because the camera is so zoomed in that you end up running into spikes and enemies that you can't see until it's too late, and sometimes you hit spikes that are just straight up off the screen. Love it. Oh, and the bosses. Holy shit. This game has the worst bosses I have ever seen in a game. It took me 20 minutes just to beat the first boss. I'm not kidding. You get to jump over these balls, and you get a microsecond to react to its bounce pattern and time a jump. And on top of that, you're on a slope. So after you jump, Sonic slides into the mouth of this octopus, and after you beat him, what was that? Alright, I'm not playing this shit anymore. It's gonna make me hurt someone. How can you turn one of the best platformers ever made into this pile of donkey balls? It's so easy. Just make short versions of each stage in Sonic 2, zoom the camera out, don't have game-breaking obstacle placements, and don't inject heroin into the bosses before you fight them. This shit's going into F tier. Fuck you. You all know about Pinball, right? You bounce these little metal balls around a cabinet to get points. Well, Sonic can roll into a ball. So what if there was a pinball game where Sonic was the ball? Well, there is, and it's called Sonic Spinball. Released in 1993 for the Genesis, Sonic Spinball is a very fun pinball spin-off game. Spin-off, spin, like Spinball. The game has you control Sonic as you maneuver him around a level built like a pinball cabinet. Just like all pinball games, you slam into shit and you get points. But this game manages to add a bit more oomph. The game features what I think are Chaos Emeralds around the map that you can collect by completing puzzles and opening up new paths. But it's not worth it, man. They're very hard to get. To beat a stage, you gotta maneuver your way to the top and defeat a boss, which is much easier said than done. To get anywhere, this game requires you to be 100% precise. You gotta time your inputs perfectly, or else you get set into a pool of toxic goop. Speaking of which, it's super easy to die in this game. It's very common to slam into a bumper and be shot into a pool of lava at 200 kilometers an hour, and once you die, you have to start all over again. By the grace of God, I managed to get to the second level. It took me over half an hour, but I did it. Turns out though that if you die too many times, you get cucked and sent to the start of the game. Alright, that's it, man. I'm not playing this shit anymore. Don't get me wrong, the game is very fun, but holy shit is it hard. I could just be inept at pinball games, but I swear to Christ, you gotta be a gaming god to beat this thing. It does not mess around. The game looks really great. The sprite for Sonic is definitely my favorite out of the Genesis games. It's definitely one of the best pinball games I've played. That could just be due to the fact that it's the only pinball game I've played. I'm gonna have to make this bad boy our first game in A tier. In 1991, Sega released this chunk of plastic that you could chuck into your Genesis. It wasn't your standard piece of plastic though, no. This piece of plastic could run CDs. You know what that means, right? Faster gameplay, better graphics, better audio, the works. 2 years after its release, Sega came out with the only Sega CD game that people remember, Sonic CD. The game opens up with a sick cutscene animated by Toei Animation, a small animation studio behind a few obscure anime. The plot of the game revolves around this little planet called Little Planet. Very creative, good shit. The planet is home to these Chaos Emerald knockoffs called Time Stones, and like he does with every place containing a natural resource waiting to be plundered, Dr. Eggman turns Little Planet into an industrial hellscape in order to obtain them. Based, however, Sonic is a hippie and he cares about the environment, so he runs around the planet trying to stop Eggman from wiping out the local critter population. We start off in another Green Hill Zone knockoff titled Palm Tree Panic. After playing for a while, it becomes clear this ain't your grandma's Sonic game, alright? Yeah, it's got time travel. This game gives you the option of traveling to either the past or the future version of each stage. You do this by smacking into these signposts, and after running for a while without losing momentum, you get sent across time and space. Holy moly, is this hard to do. Once you get up to speed, these glowing particles around you start to appear, and you've got to keep your speed up in order to travel through time. If you lose any speed at at all, then they stop and you gotta find another signpost and start again. In an average Sonic game, this would be near impossible to do, as you constantly find yourself slamming into walls and hitting enemies. But luckily the stages in this game are way more open to accommodate this mechanic. And when I say open, I mean open. The stages in this game are massive. You know what else is massive? I swear, every time I play an act in this game, I end up taking a different path to get to the end. There's so many. But on top of that, time traveling takes you to an alternate version of the stage. So technically, each stage is actually 3 laid on top of each other. And on top of that, each version has its own music. And goddamn, is the music great. Considering that this game was made on a CD and not a cartridge, the Sonic team had the opportunity to make some real high quality music and not have it get compressed into oblivion. And sweet Jesus, did they take advantage of this opportunity. When traveling to the future version of a stage, you're met with an industrial hellscape in which Eggman was successful in his deforestation efforts, and the stage's music becomes super chaotic and intense. Traveling to the past version of the stage, you get to appreciate the world before it suffered the blight of man, and the music becomes a lot slower and wholesome sounding. If there's one thing that this game does perfectly, it's creating an atmosphere. When going to the past, you have the option of searching for and destroying these machines placed by Eggman, and by doing so, you prevent him from turning the stage into a depiction of hell, and you unlock the good future. When you travel back to the future, you'll see that while the stage is still futuristic and mechanical, it looks nicer, and it also sounds nicer. In order to get the good ending of the game, you have to do this to every single stage, but due to how hard it is to time travel in some areas, you gotta be absolutely cracked to do so. If you're like me, and you're too lazy to scour every inch of the stage for these machines, but you still want to get the good ending, you can collect all the time stones instead. Like in the first Sonic game, if you reach the goal holding 50 rings, you can jump into this floating jumbo ring and play a special stage to get a stone. And goddamn, the special stages in this game are great. Unlike the ones in the first and second game, they don't make me want to headbutt a screwdriver. To beat them, you've got to run around this 3D zone and jump into a certain amount of UFOs before the time runs out. Why UFOs? I don't know, but they're cool. These special stages are by far the easiest compared to the others. However, they still do have a little challenge. You gotta dodge spikes and stuff, and when you run onto the water, the timer goes down. Also, turning is a real bitch. If you miss a UFO, you're gonna take like 5 seconds to do a U-turn. This game also features the first appearance of Amy Rose. Why does she look like that? Unfortunately, we don't get to see her for long, as she's kidnapped by Metal Sonic, a robotic clone of Sonic made by Eggman. This guy's fucking obsessed with me. After Palm Tree Panic, you play through Collision Chaos. I still don't know what this place is. What in God's name do these symbols mean? I think it's meant to be a casino, maybe. Oh hey, cool, the boss is a pinball minigame. Get up. No, fuck. No, not this shit again, no. After that, we get a water stage called Tidal Tempest. As far as water levels go, it's quite good. Because of how open it is, it's easy to avoid the water entirely for a lot of the stage. After that, there's a mine area, a wacky workbench area, and then Stardust Speedway, motherfucker. This stage fucking rocks. Look how fast you can go, and the music, such a masterpiece. At the end of it, we finally get to fight Metal Sonic, and no, I guess fighting isn't the right word. You've got to race him to the end of this track, all while Eggman is behind you pissing onto the stage, and if you don't know the layout, you're kinda screwed. It's littered with spikes you gotta dodge, and walls for you to smack into, and if you lose your momentum at all, Metal Sonic zooms ahead, and you're fucked. After you manage to beat Metal Sonic, you get to free Amy. Whoa, hey. Sonic, she's 8 years old, man. Chill the fuck out. That is dodgy, man. I cannot defend that. After the best stage in the game, we get to play the worst stage in the game, Metallic Madness. Now, yes, I know the stage has the best soundtrack in the game, but holy shit, does it suck. I hate it. I swear to God, I have never died so many times in a Sonic stage. There's a ton of precision platforming. There's these fuckers that explode, and you've got to dodge. There's flaming body parts flying towards you. There's these laser things that make you small, and you constantly get crushed by these cylinder things. It's almost impossible to time travel, because there's no room to run around. It's so goddamn long before you get a checkpoint, so when you die, the game's like, fuck you, do it again, you dumb bitch. I've played through this game like 6 times, and I still get destroyed in this stage. It gave me an aneurysm. Luckily, the final boss is super easy, so it's all good. After killing Eggman again, come on, dude, there's no way he survived that. All of his metallic contraptions explode into flames, and Little Planet becomes free from his reign. Epic. Like I said before, I'm gonna have to put this game into S tier. There's no two ways about it. Easily the best Sonic game so far. So I'm gonna give it the #1 spot. We'll have to see if it stays there though. I mean, I haven't played Sonic Boom yet. Yes, epic. Another Game Gear game. After the astounding quality of the prior Sonic Game Gear games, Sega decided to hire Aspect to make another one. How? Why? In what universe did Sega look at the 8-bit version of Sonic 2 and say, ah shit, this is great, we need more of this. Let's hire Aspect to make another 5 Game Gear games. This one. It was this universe. And maybe that's a good thing, because this game is, it's not too bad. I mean, it's no Sonic 1 for the Game Gear or anything, but it's miles better than 8-bit Sonic 2. And when I say miles, I mean many miles, like 1,000 miles. This game starts with the fat egg fucker stealing the Chaos Emeralds again, the greedy bastard. Unlike the 8-bit Sonic 2, you know, the port of the game that introduces Tails as a character, we can actually play as him this time. Unfortunately, he doesn't follow you around like a lost puppy when you play as Sonic, but it's nice that he is included. The game starts off in Turquoise Hill Zone. It's literally Green Hill Zone with a different name. This time around, Sonic doesn't take up 2/3 of the entire screen, and we can actually see what's around us. The controls are a lot better as well, and as the cherry on top, they added the spin dash. Hell yeah, that's what I'm talking about. The game also features some never before seen power-ups and abilities, like this flying hoverboard thing. Sonic Chaos may just be the easiest Sonic game I've ever played, which is a huge contrast to the last Game Gear game, which is the hardest Sonic game I've ever played. Due to this, the gameplay feels kinda boring. In most stages, you can sort of just hold right on the D-pad and close your eyes for 10 seconds, and then, oh shit, I beat the stage. Apart from that, there's not too much to say about this game. It's the first original Sonic Game Gear title, and it's not too bad. I'm gonna chuck this game into C tier. It's not too bad, but it's just kinda, it's a Sonic game. In September of 1993, Sega developed another Sonic arcade game titled Sega Sonic the Hedgehog. They just really wanted you to know that Sega made it. While this game was plastered all over Japan and was easy to find during the time, it was quite rare to see outside of the country, so non-Japanese fans weren't able to play it very easily. Fortunately, I'm able to play it now through the use of emulate. Time travel. I went back to 1993 and played it. This game is most noticeable for introducing 2 of Sonic's most iconic characters, Ray and Mighty. If I made this joke prior to 2018 when Sonic Mania Plus came out, you would think I'm making these guys up, as after the release of this game, Sega would decide to barely reuse them in their games. That's right, Ray and Mighty predate Knuckles. Hot diggity. The game features Sonic, Ray, and Mighty getting kidnapped by Dr. Eggman and being forced to go through 20 minutes of complete hell and anguish. This game is batshit insane. I'm not saying that's bad though. I love this game. The game has an isometric view, and the gameplay mainly consists of running away from stuff in order to stay alive, which is quite hard. I suck at this game. Originally, this game was played using a trackball, which isn't the most convenient way of controlling a character, so the movement in the game gets quite wacky at times. This game does not hold back. You're getting chased, you're getting launched into a sky, getting chased again, then you're getting shot across a pool of lava. It's just action after action. It's great. It's quite long for an arcade game, having a total of 7 stages. I couldn't really understand too much of what was happening though. My Japanese skills aren't the best. This game is a huge step up from the last arcade game. I still have no idea what that was. If not for the trackball controls, this game definitely would have been ported to a home console, and it would have done numbers for sure. I'm gonna have to chuck this crazy fucker into A tier behind Sonic Spinball. That's right, man. One just wasn't enough. In 1993, Sega released another Sonic arcade game. This one titled Sega Sonic Cosmo Fighter. Unfortunately, this game isn't an isometric platformer that plays like a Japanese game show. Instead, it's more like Sonic Waku Waku. This game was made for a children's ride exclusively in Japan. However, the ride did end up appearing in the West at the Sega World Sydney event in 1992 with a full English translation. What in God's name is Sega World Sydney? Don't worry, I'll be talking about that later. In Sega Sonic Cosmo Fighter, Sonic has retired from the police force and now appears to own his very own space station equipped with spaceships containing weapons weapons of mass destruction. And as you may guess, Eggman is attacking us for some reason. This fat guy really hates us. I mean, we did try to kill him a few times. That could be a factor. The gameplay is quite short and only about 3 minutes, and has you playing a really easy bullet hell game where you've got to shoot as many ships as you can and collect a bunch of Carl's Jr. logos. After massacring a fleet of ships, fight Eggman in a giant mech, which is quite fun and very epic. Just like the last 2 arcade games, this one features voice acting, and I gotta say, it's the highlight of the game. While short and simple, the game is super fun, and I love the music and the sprite work. It's very nice. I'm gonna chuck this one into A tier behind the last one. In February of 1999, the Sonic team finally stopped releasing spin-offs and released the long-awaited sequel to Sonic 2, Sonic the Hedgehog 3. The release of this game is kinda confusing to wrap your head around, because the Sonic 3 that was released in February of this year was only the first half of a much bigger game. After releasing Sonic 2, Sega wanted to really step it up a notch and blow people away with a game unlike anything that people have seen before. Unfortunately, it was still the early 90s, and hardware limitations were still very much a thing. So in order to release their magnum opus, they would need to split it into 2 parts and release one after the other. After releasing the first half, Sonic the Hedgehog 3, they would release the second later in the year, Sonic and Knuckles. There's 2 ways to experience this game. Play Sonic 3 and then swap the game out and play Sonic and Knuckles, which sounds like a pain. I'm a gamer. Do you really expect me to get my ass out of my gaming chair and swap the cartridge? No, it's not happening. Luckily, Sega realized this, and they made use of their super advanced lock-on technology, where you could, get this, plug one cartridge into another and combine 2 games. Doing this would allow you to play all 14 stages of Sonic 3 in one sitting, the way God originally intended. Holy shit, it looks so epic. Stop winking at me, man. The game opens with a short cutscene. That's right, this game has cutscenes. Suck on that, Nintendo. We see Sonic in his Sonic Chew form, flying towards this island with Tails, until this cheeky little red echidna guy named Knuckles slams into our skull and yoinks all of our Chaos Emeralds. Gotta hate this guy. After that, we get to play the first stage of the game, and oh my god, it's not Green Hill Zone! Alright, this game gets S tier already. I don't need to play the rest. Eventually, this cute little forest with robot monkeys gets napalmed by, you guessed it, the fat bald guy that looks like an egg. And to make it worse, that spiky red fucker is working with him. While they're short, the cutscenes add a whole lot to this game. Unlike the games prior, this game has a visible story that plays out as you progress through it, instead of just giving you an opening and ending cutscene. The game is very cinematic, with these huge spectacles playing out between stages. The whole game in general is cinematic. Just look at this shit. I can just imagine being a kid in the 90s playing this for the first time. It's like showing Reddit to a caveman. If I was Nintendo in 1994 and had just released Donkey Kong Country, and then I saw this shit, oh man, it's over. We're done. Like in Sonic 2, we have the option to play as Tails again, and even Knuckles if you're playing the combined version. But I don't know why you do that. Just play as Sonic. He's blue. We also have the option of having Tails follow us around like a lost puppy again, and why not? He gets rings and stuff, so that's the way to go. There's also no sound in existence more satisfying than hearing Tails get impaled by spikes. It's music to my ears. After a very fun water zone, and a zone taking place in the hills of Mongolia, we get to play Casino Night. Yay. Now don't get me wrong, I love gambling. It's epic. I can make that joke because I'm Australian. But this stage is hell. The main source of the torment stems from these red barrels. Holy Mary Mother of Christmas Eve. I'm not even kidding. I was playing this game late at night, and then I went to sleep shortly after I beat this stage, and in my dreams, I saw these barrels. I'm not just saying that, I swear. These things made their way into my dreams. These things are littered everywhere in this stage and are waiting to crush you like a hydraulic press. But that's not the reason I hate them. It's this. I did this for 20 minutes. Halfway through one of the acts, you get locked in this area, and it seems the only way out is to jump on this red barrel and push it down, and then squeeze through this gap. It sort of works like a trampoline, where you jump off while it's at its highest, and then you gotta smack into it when it's at its lowest to make it go down more, and then you repeat it once it's far enough down for you to squeeze through the gap. After 20 minutes of trying to beat a game made for children, I had to Google what to do, only for me to find out that I wasn't alone. This barrel is a whole thing. People all over the internet have talked to lengths about this thing, and it turns out I was doing it wrong the whole time. You see, what you're meant to do is stand on the barrel and then hold the up button and down buttons to wriggle it down. That's what I had to do. Why on earth would you give me the ability to launch on it and then push it down? Were you edging me? Were you trolling? It doesn't sound too bad, but what truly makes it excruciating is the music. This music is engraved into my brain. Listening to it play on repeat while trying to figure out how to push a barrel for 20 minutes straight really does something to a man. It's like Chinese water torture. Speaking of the music in this level, there's a rumor that this song, and some others in the game, were made with the help of Michael Jackson. It turns out that the king of pop was a huge Sonic fan. Wow, him and Chris Chan would have gotten along very well, in more ways than one. Michael Jackson played Sonic 2 at some point in the 90s and thought it was the coolest thing ever made. And when telling Sega how much he loved it, he told them that if they needed help on the next game, he was happy to lend a hand. Many people online swear that the Casino Night and some other songs in the game were made in collaboration with Michael, due to them sounding similar to his style. However, nowhere in the game is Michael Jackson credited, so there's no way to know. That was until a few years ago when the Sonic co-creator Yuji Naka made a tweet confirming his involvement. Take that, Redditors. It's unknown why he was uncredited. Some say it's because he thought the music sounded trash when it was compressed and put into the game, and others say it's because of the allegations of him getting quirky around the youth. Apart from Casino Night, which makes me want to tear my hair out, the music in this game is amazing. Although it's subjective, I still think Sonic CD has the better soundtrack, but this game gets very close. One thing Sonic 3 does better than CD is the level design. My god, are the stages in this game great. They're just as open as they are in CD, but this time they're longer and bigger. It's insane how many different paths and layers there are to each level. It makes it super replayable. Like in Sonic CD, the game gives you the space to run at full speed. It's very fun. Unfortunately though, the special stages make a return, and you're able to play them by finding these giant floating rings hidden in each stage. They're quite well hidden, but there's so many in each stage that you'll end up running into at least one before you reach the goal. Unlike the last two, the special stages in this game are pretty good. The 3D perspective and mechanic of running around a looping stage is pretty cool, but holy shit are they hard. The first 7 are a piece of cake if you've got good reaction time, but once you've collected all 7 Chaos Emeralds, you're not done. Now, when you collect a giant ring, you'll get sent to the Hidden Palace, where you've got to charge each emerald by using the power of the Master Emerald, which means playing 7 more stages. 3 of these stages are easy, but the rest are hell, and if you make one small mistake, it's all over. Now you gotta go find another ring. If you're lucky and you manage to beat these stages, your Chaos Emerald turns into a Super Emerald. After playing through some more stages and getting trolled by Knuckles at the end of each stage, we eventually blow up the Super Death Egg and beat the game. That's if you're not playing the combined version. That's right, we're only halfway through. From here on out, we get to play through the stages from Sonic and Knuckles, which are equally good if not better than those in the first half. We do more of the same, running around beating up Eggman's robots, until we finally get the opportunity to beat the shit out of Knuckles. Goddamn, is it satisfying. After caving Knuckles' skull in, Eggman crashes through the roof and decides to yoink the Master Emerald from Knuckles in order to get its power, and Knuckles, who's the guardian of the Master Emerald, doesn't take it very well, and ends up getting 8,000 watts of electricity shot into his body. Poor fella. Despite being double teamed by Sonic and Tails, and having just been electrocuted, Knuckles decides to switch sides, and he helps us get to Eggman. Alright, maybe this guy ain't too bad. We run through Sky Sanctuary, fighting that robot Sonic again from Sonic 2, and we eventually get to the Death Egg. Oh god, not this again. The Death Egg zone in this game isn't nearly as hard as it is in Sonic 2, and we eventually catch up to Eggman. Using the Master Emerald, Sonic goes hyper mode and chases Eggman down in space. Just keep in mind that while Sega were making stuff like this, Nintendo were doing this. After ending Eggman's life for, I think, the 4th time, the Master Emerald gets returned to Angel Island, and Knuckles gets to live happily ever after. I always thought that Sonic CD was the pinnacle of Sonic, and no other games could even compete with it, but I gotta say, I kinda like this more. While Sonic CD will always have the best soundtrack and atmosphere, I had way more fun playing this game. The levels are better, the bosses are better, the graphics are better, it has cutscenes and a full-on story with plot points, and most important of all, it doesn't have Metallic Madness Zone. It pains me to do this, but I'm gonna chuck this game into S tier in front of Sonic CD. You know what's better than Sonic the Hedgehog Spinball? Sonic the Hedgehog Spinball, but 8-bit. For some reason, Sega decided to make an 8-bit port of Sonic Spinball for the Game Gear and Master System. Just like the 8-bit version of Sonic 2, this game sucks massive donkey balls. Just like I said when I was talking about the 16-bit version, this game is a little hard to control. To beat the game, you've got to be very precise with your timing and movement, and if you thought the 16-bit version was hard, the 8-bit version is 10 times worse. I can't pinpoint why. Maybe it's the controls, or the stages, or the fact that it runs at 10 frames a second, but it's a real hindrance to play this game. The things I do for this channel, man. The game is roughly the same as the 16-bit version, however the stages have been drastically shortened and simplified, most likely due to hardware limitations. Also, the stages work a bit different this time. In order to get to the boss and beat a stage, you've got to collect all the emeralds first, something that was entirely optional in the original. I kinda get why they did this. If they didn't, you'd be able to go straight to the exit and beat a stage in like 30 seconds. It could be the fact that I have the brain of a 3-year-old, but the stages in this game are just really confusing. In the first stage, it took me like 20 minutes to figure out how to get the emeralds. You gotta hit these little ball things and drain the acid out of this bucket and then shoot through this tube and then fall down to get the emerald. Alright. Yes, we're moving on. Let's go on the F tier with the other fucking shitty 8-bit games. Dick. Later in 1994, as is tradition, Sega made another 8-bit Game Gear game to coincide with the release of their newest Genesis title. However, this time, instead of slapping Sonic 3 onto the Game Gear, they decided to make something new. I mean, it does make sense. How are you gonna fit 14 stages into a Game Gear game? They called this new title Sonic the Hedgehog Triple Trouble, and while sharing many ideas and mechanics from Sonic 3, it is still very much its own thing. We start the game off in Great Turquoise Zone. Straight off the bat, it's insane how great this game looks. Comparing it to the first Game Gear game, it's hard to tell that these two titles were made for the same console. It's clear that by this time they had mastered making Game Gear games. On top of that, the stages are tremendously better than the previous 8-bit games. Instead of a short 1-minute stage you can just run through without paying attention, the stages in this game are full-on, elaborate Sonic levels with multiple routes and everything. You could chuck one of these stages into Sonic 1 on the Genesis and no one would even bat an eye. The bosses in this game are also quite good. Instead of just giving you a generic robot you've got to hit that flies around on the screen, this game has full-on set pieces for you to traverse, and they get quite creative. Like the others, this game contains some stages inspired by the ones in its 16-bit counterpart. For the most part, the stages are original and pretty unique. Like Sonic 3, Knuckles is the game's villain for the majority of the game, and fucks over Sonic at the end of each stage. However, you can't play as him this time, but just like the last game, we can play as Tails. Again, later in the game, Knuckles is cucked by Eggman. However, this time he gets captured and it's up to us to rescue him. Surprisingly, this game has special stages, and with them, Chaos Emeralds. In the prior Game Gear games, you could find emeralds hidden within a few stages, and you could just pick them up and then get on with the game. In Triple Trouble, however, the game makes you play through a special stage after hitting an emerald box in order to collect it. Unlike other Sonic games, the special stages in this game are actually stages. Ones where, you play the game. These stages have a timer, and you've got to get to the end before it runs out, and once you reach the end, you steal the Chaos Emeralds from this purple guy called Vang the Sniper. Just like Ray and Mighty from that arcade game I spoke about, Vang the Sniper is another forgotten side character that hasn't really appeared much since his debut, which is kind of a shame. I do like his design, he's a pretty cool little guy. I also saw that a 16-bit fan version of the game got made a few years back by Noah Copeland, and from what I hear, it's really good. I'll definitely check it out once I'm done, playing almost 80 Sonic games. We're not even a quarter through yet. Also, in 1994, Sega decided to release their answer to Mario Kart, Sonic Drift, and they released it on the Game Gear for some reason. Yeah, I don't think they had much faith in this. The game's a standard Mario Kart clone that lets you race as either Sonic, Tails, Eggman, or Amy Rose. If you've played the game Outrun, this game is essentially that, but with furries driving cars. The game also features some stages from previous Sonic games, including, what's that? Green Hill Zone. Like Mario Kart, there there are some power-ups, and by some I mean there's 3. There's a yellow spring that launches you into the sky, a red signpost that gives you a little boost, and a blue signpost that makes you invincible. If he's invincible, how come I can see him? There's also rings across the track so you can collect, and I'm not really sure what they do. They might make you go faster or something, but it's kind of hard to tell when the game looks like this. There's not much challenge to this game, as you drive a lot faster than the AI races. The only thing you have to look out for is the turning. If you turn too late, you wrap around a traffic pole like a Christmas present and get stunned. That's Sonic Drift. Apart from that, there's not too much to say. It's not too bad, but it's not too amazing. I'm gonna chuck it in the C tier. In 1993, Sega would release one of the most influential and game-changing home consoles to ever hit the market, the Sega Pico. This bad boy was a piece of plastic with a pen, kind of like a leapfrog laptop, and would let you insert a cartridge holding an edutainment game and interact with a physical storybook. To people in the West, this thing is kind of a joke, as it flopped rather hard in the US and Europe. However, it was a completely different story over in Japan, where it sold well enough to even have a follow-up release, the Sega Benna. This console was a little wacky, a little goofy. You'd have to plug it into a TV and then put a storybook on the flap of the laptop and control the game using a pen and a giant trackpad. A year after its release, Sega would make their first Sonic title for the Pico, Sonic the Hedgehog's Gameworld. There really isn't too much to say about this game. It's a standard collection of short Sonic-themed minigames made for kids. Like Sonic Drift, the game lets you pick your character. This time you get to pick Sonic, Tails, or Amy, although it doesn't really matter who you pick. All it does is change your sprite. While very short, the minigames aren't actually too bad, and I definitely see a kid having fun with this. But yeah, it's clear that a 20-year-old adult male is not this game's target demographic. The game wouldn't release in the West until 2 years later in 1996, which is 100% why the Pico flopped. It didn't have this game to carry it. I'm gonna chuck this game into C tier in front of Sonic Drift. Very controversial, I know. I'm sorry, Sonic Drift fans. Luckily, while waiting for Sonic Gameworld to release, Americans got another Sonic Pico game to satiate their hunger for Sonic edutainment games that can be played on a plastic laptop. That's right, I'm talking about Tails and the Music Maker. Oh, finally, my favorite Sonic character, Tails, gets his own game. Tails and the Music Maker is another edutainment game focused around music this time. I honestly don't know what information this game is trying to educate me with. The game is quite simple, and like the last one, it's a collection of small music-themed minigames. Can you call this music-themed? The game also has a sweet door built in that lets you cook in the studio. Just because it's a game made for kids doesn't mean I can give it leeway, especially when games like Putt Putt and Pajama Sam exist. So I'm gonna have to put this into D tier, right next to Sonic Eraser. I don't know if I can call this a Sonic game. I mean, Sonic and Tails are on the cover, so if I'm counting Sega All-Stars Racing, I'm counting this as well. 2 years after the release of Mario Paint, Sega decided to release an art game featuring a brightly colored mascot as well, in the form of Wacky World's creativity studio. Now this is epic. I'm not very sure who this game is for and why it exists. I have a hunch it's aimed towards kids, but if I was playing this as a child, I would have gotten bored after 2 minutes and loaded up Sonic 3. Don't get me wrong, I love a good art game. I grew up playing Kid Pix. I've definitely dabbled in the wacky world of children's art software, and Mario Paint, I love Mario Paint, but this game, there's nothing to it. You have a group of planets in space, and you're able to fly to anyone you want and be met with a themed set piece. In these different areas, you're able to move around objects and recolor them, and if you want to get goofy with it, you can even spawn in objects from other worlds, and that's what the game is about. It's quite weak, especially when Mario Paint came out 2 years prior on inferior software and could let you write your own music from scratch. Also, it's a bit dodgy how Sonic and Tails are plastered all over this game's marketing. Aside from controlling Sonic in the hub, the only Sonic related things in the game I could find were Tails, who sort of just stands there when you place him, and a picture frame with Sonic's face. Oh yeah, don't let me forget Giant Baby, my favorite Sonic character, Giant Baby. Why did I play this? I'm putting it into C tier, behind Sonic's Gameworld. If you thought Sonic Eraser was the only Sonic-themed Puyo Puyo game to release in the 90s, you'd be wrong. As you may know from that one boss fight in Sonic Mania, Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine is a Puyo Puyo game released outside of Japan in 1994. As far as Puyo Puyo games go, this game is quite the banger, as you might be able to tell from the opponents you fight in the game, as well as this epic cover art. This game is based on the adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog cartoon. As for the plot of the game, I'm not really sure. I skipped the opening cutscene. I don't know, I think you play as a bean or something in a bean machine that spits out beans, and the beans are mean. The game is very addictive. I've played it a few times before, but when recording some footage of it for this video, I ended up playing it for an hour and a half straight without realizing. This game is like a time machine. Also the music, it's pretty epic. I'm gonna have to put this banger of a game into B tier in front of 8-bit Sonic the Hedgehog. I hope you enjoyed when I covered all those Sonic spin-offs from before, because we've got a lot more to go through. In fact, for the next 3 years, that's all Sonic fans got, spin-offs. During this time, Sega was cooking up the first 3D Sonic game, planned to be released on the Sega Saturn. This game being Sonic X-treme. You may be thinking, what in God's name is a Sonic X-treme? That's not a game. I've never played that game. Well, you'd be right, because after about 2 years of development, Sega decided that, despite the name, the game wasn't extreme enough, and decided to cancel it entirely. Sonic X-treme was a 3D platformer which would let you play as Sonic in a number of open, non-linear stages. As you can tell from this gameplay, the game made use of a fisheye lens. Ah yes, if there's anything I love more than 3D platformers, it's 3D platformers that give me motion sickness. This game wasn't just a standard Sonic title converted to 3D. No, Sega were looking to switch up the way Sonic was played. Apart from the fact that you can now traverse stages in 3 dimensions, you also got a new moveset, being able to throw your rings at enemies and turn your rings into a shield, and the game even included surfing and bungee jumping. Very extreme. The game was planned to have a whopping 6 zones, with each one containing 3 acts, and supposedly at least 4 stages were made before it got cancelled. Why did it get cancelled? Look at this. I think I'm gonna pass out. The game had quite the development hell, originally being planned as a Genesis game, then a 32X game, and then a Saturn game, and then a PC game. Jesus Christ. On top of that, there are a few disputes within Sega regarding the direction of the game's development. Additionally, the deadline for the game was running very close, with Sega wanting to release it during the holidays in 1996. Unfortunately though, it was halfway through the year, and the game was nowhere near ready to ship, and eventually Sega refused to pay for its development and pulled the plug. Epic. Also, according to Kotaku, there was a planned live-action animated film that would have been kinda like Space Jam. It was going to revolve around Sonic and Eggman leaping out of the game and into the real world. But like the game, no one could decide what the film should have looked like, and it was cancelled as well. So if you're wondering why I'm about to cover a shit ton of Sonic spin-off games, that's why. Well, I mean, I don't know that. I'm just guessing that's the case. I didn't work at Sega in the mid-90s. Speaking of spin-offs, hey look, Knuckles got his own game, and it fucking sucks. Released on the 32X in April of 1995, Knuckles Chaotix is the first game to introduce Team Chaotix. That's right, no Sonic and Tails. So is this even a Sonic game? Should I be talking about it? Team Chaotix is made up of our boy Knuckles, who's now a good guy after Sonic 3, Espio the Chameleon, another character Sega will forget about, Mighty, Vector the Crocodile, and Charmy B. Wow, what a quirky group of misfits. I wonder what shenanigans they'll get up to. The story of this game is a little unclear. I couldn't really understand what was happening while playing it, so I'm gonna paraphrase the synopsis on the Sonic wiki. Taking place after Sonic 3, Dr. Eggman comes to this island where this giant ring filled with Chaos Emerald energy has turned into 6 Chaos Rings. As Eggman always does when he senses the presence of a powerful energy located on a beautiful nature reserve, he quickly builds 25 Walmarts and a 14-story parking lot on the island and a resort. The game has you play as Knuckles, who's investigating these rings, and he eventually teams up with the characters I mentioned before, who also happen to be on the island. I was a bit harsh before. I don't hate this game, I just hate its gameplay. The gameplay blows. You remember how fun it was to have a yellow rodent following behind you in Sonic 2? Well, what if you had a person following you, but you were tied together by a bungee cord? Sounds very fun. I can definitely see why they would want to make this the main mechanic of a game. The gameplay consists of running around stages with a 40-kilogram weight trailing behind you that you can't control. There's a lot of puzzles in each stage, where you've got to make your partner stay in a certain spot to activate buttons, but that's about the extent of of control you have over them. For some reason, your partner's constantly jumping all over the place and spinning around and whatnot. So quite often, when you've got some speed and are running, your partner will decide to headbutt a wall and take away all of your momentum. Why? Just cut the umbilical cord. It would make this game 100 times better. It's such a shame too, because I really want to like this game. The art direction is amazing. It's got the best art style in a Sonic game, and the music and the stages are all good. The whole game is just weighed down by, you know, a paperweight that follows you. If it had the exact same gameplay and physics from Sonic 3, this game would be A tier, maybe even S tier, but unfortunately I'm gonna have to place it into C tier. I will put it in front of Sonic Chaos though. There you go. That's right. Only 1 year later, a follow-up to their best game yet came out, Sonic Drift 2. There's not really too much to say about this game that I didn't say about the first one. They're kind of just the same game. Like with most kart racing sequels, this game offers some new tracks and characters. Now you can play as Sonic, Tails, Knuckles, Amy, Eggman, Metal Sonic, and Fang the Sniper. The game also has triple the number of stages compared to the last, having 18 while the first only had 6, and the stages are a lot longer and more complex. Some stages now have pits that you can fall into if you don't turn quick enough, or pools of water, and holy shit is it infuriating. Dark Valley almost made me break my wrist. As for the items, all the classics are back, such as Jump. Remember Jump? Oh yeah, and I finally found out what the rings do. If you have at least 2 of them, you can press the up key to activate a character's special ability. Sonic's makes him go faster, Tails makes him jump, Eggman's makes him deploy 25 kilos of C4 onto the racetrack. You get the gist. While still not the best racing game I've played, it's a huge improvement over the first, and the only thing really holding it back is the exclusion of Wreck-It Ralph as a playable character. I'm gonna have to chuck this into C tier in front of Sonic's Gameworld. Oh, sick. Tails got another game, and it actually features gameplay this time. Released in April of 1995 for the Game Gear, Tails Skypatrol features Tails hunting down some people on his hit list. These Hanna-Barbera looking characters. As you can see from this gameplay, this ain't your standard Sonic game. This time, we're flying as Tails in an automatically scrolling stage. The goal is to make it to the end of a stage and beat a boss, but it's almost physically impossible to not die. This is the hardest Sonic game by far. You play as Tails flying around holding a ring that sort of acts like a boomerang. You can throw it at enemies and it comes flying back at you. You can also use it to swing around these poles and get shot forward in a certain direction, which is the only fun and interesting thing about this whole game. Unlike your regular Sonic game, if you get hit once, you're dead. If you smack into a wall, you're done. It's game over. Start again. However, if you get hit by an enemy and you're high enough off the ground, you can mash your ring button to get back up. But it's very rare that you're not fighting an enemy at ground level, so 80% of the time you smack into the floor before you can get up. This doesn't sound too bad, right? You just dodge the enemies. Well, it wouldn't be so bad if Tails didn't have a hitbox that takes up half the screen. You gotta be on your game. You gotta be on the ball. You need the reaction time of an esports player to even get past the tutorial level. And this game was made for children. Who fucking play tested this game, bro? Fortnite Ninja? Sorry, I don't know any other esports players. They could have easily made this game good. Just make Tails' sprite twice as small and add rings for health. And yeah, get rid of the fuel gauge. Oh yeah, I didn't talk about the fuel gauge. Considering that Tails is a living, breathing rat, I think, you need to fill him up with energy in order to keep flying. And if you run out, you die. You gotta pick up these little candies around the map, which are sparsely placed. If you take the incorrect path, the one with no candy, you're gonna run out of fuel and then plummet to your death. I don't really know the story of the game. It's not very clear. Tails seems to have it out for these furry guys and an old woman named Witch Cart. From what I can tell, this is the first human to show up in the Sonic game, except for Eggman. My dude is really harassing the elderly. Way to go. I'm gonna put this game into F tier behind 8-bit Sonic 2. Yeah, it's starting to look like F tier is filled with games I'm too bad to play. I know what you're thinking. No, that's it? There's no more Tails games? Well, don't worry, there's one left, and it's pretty good. After playing the last 2 Tails games, I had zero faith in Tails Adventure, but I gotta say, I was very surprised. This game slaps. Tails Adventure is a 2D platformer that follows Tails chilling on his home island until suddenly it gets firebombed by the Cuckoo Empire. A lot of people shit on Sega a lot for introducing characters and forgetting they exist. They normally point out Ray or Mighty or Bark the Polar Bear, but what you know about Dr. Fukurakov or Battle Cuckoo 16 or the Great Battle Cuckoo 15? I bet you had no idea these guys existed. The game follows Tails walking around his home island, defending it from invaders by using his iconic classic weapon of choice, domestic terrorism. The gameplay in this title is actually really solid and pretty fun. You control Tails in a standard 2D platformer fashion, with the ability to fly and use a variety of weapons. There's a lot of short and simple roadblocks in each stage that you've got to figure out how to get past, using a variety of different doodads and doohickeys and thingamabobs. And I gotta say, the puzzles are very satisfying. I was really expecting this to be a generic platformer with Tails slapped on the front cover, but it's definitely more than that. Unlike Tails Skypatrol, this time you get the ability to stock up on rings for health, but unlike in a standard Sonic game, you only lose 1 or 2 rings when you get hit, which makes this game very forgiving. From what I can see online, thoughts about this game are quite mixed. Some say it's barely playable and unoriginal, while some say it's one of the best games ever made. It definitely falls under the latter category, and I'd go so far as to say it's one of the best titles on the Game Gear that I've played. And for that, I'm gonna chuck it into B tier, behind 8-bit Sonic 1. Yes, finally, a Sonic game in the video where I play Sonic games. Released at the end of 1995 for the Game Gear, Sonic Labyrinth is a puzzle game, I think. The best way I can describe this game is it is an isometric puzzle game that really wants to be a pinball game, but can't commit to it. The game follows Sonic journeying inside a labyrinth created by Dr. Eggman. What is the motive behind that? Yes, I'm gonna build a giant labyrinth filled with enemies just to piss off Sonic. Eggman somehow managed to take the shoes off Sonic and replace them with slow down boots that removes Sonic's ability to run fast. I don't know why, I kind of thought Sonic's shoes were sort of just glued to his feet. What do his feet look like? Oh fuck, Jesus Christ. What am I looking at? Due to the removal of his ability to run, you're required to spin dash to get anywhere, and that's just as awful as it sounds. You want to go down a corridor, you gotta walk at a snail's pace and line yourself up correctly, and then spin dash. Wouldn't be too much of an issue, but for some reason this game is isometric, meaning 9 times out of 10 you have no idea where you're gonna end up. Thankfully the stages are open enough as to where this isn't too big of an issue, but there's definitely certain sections that require precision aiming. Like I said, this game wants to be a pinball game so bad. You even have bumpers everywhere, and those little pegs. I don't know what they're called. This game would be 10 times better if they just made a 3D Spinball game and took out the spin dash mechanic and put Sonic in a constant state of spinning around. The stages are littered with enemies that you can spin into, with some of them holding a key, and there's also power-ups littered around the stage. One of them tries to give the player a seizure, but I won't show it because I don't want you to die. In order to beat a stage, you've got to launch Sonic around, aimlessly looking for 3 keys to unlock the exit. And after a few stages, you fight a boss, which is pure torture. The game's pretty short, only having about 4 zones, but holy shit does it feel long. This game blows. I would put it into F tier, but E's looking a little empty, so there you go. With the previously mentioned Sonic X-treme about to get cancelled, Sega now had fuck all time to get a good Sonic game out for the holidays. Luckily, they just so happened to have a 3D Sonic game in the works for the Genesis. Yes, the Genesis. Before X-treme got cancelled, they were planning to release 2 different games around the same time, with X-treme feeding the Sega Saturn players, and Sonic 3D Blast feeding the Genesis players. Considering that Sega was too busy working on other Saturn titles, they contracted Traveler's Tales and said, make a 3D game where Sonic has a blast. If the name Traveler's Tales stands out to you, it's because they're the guys behind the Lego games. While it looked 3D and was marketed as if it was 3D, Sonic 3D Blast wasn't 3D. It just used pre-rendered sprites, kinda like in Donkey Kong Country. This kinda cucked Sega at the time, as Mario 64 had released earlier in the year and was an actual 3D game. It makes it even sorer of a spot when you remember the cancellation of Sonic X-treme. They could have gotten a 3D Sonic game out in time to compete with the N64, but it just seems that it wasn't meant to be. Nintendo had now cucked Sega with better graphics. The tables had turned. Despite not actually being 3D, Sonic Blast is still quite a blast. It plays a lot like Sonic Labyrinth, except this time you can actually run around, and the movement isn't limited to spin dashing, which already makes it 100 times better than Sonic Labyrinth. Me and my boys hate Sonic Labyrinth. The movement and the physics physics in the game are just right. Sonic's movements a little slippery, but not too much, and you gain speed very quickly, but not so fast that you lose control. The game takes place on Flicky Island, an island inhabited by flickies. What is a flicky, you may be wondering? It's a bird. As usual, Eggman has invaded the island and has trapped the local critter population inside bug-shaped robots, and it's up to us to gather the Chaos Emeralds and free them. Freeing the animals is an actual mechanic in this game, while in other Sonic titles, destroying robots and freeing the critters only really increases your score, but in Sonic Blast, you're required to free every animal in the stage to progress. This mechanic gets old quite quickly, especially when the stages start to open up and you have to backtrack all the way to the start to pick up a bird that you missed. What makes it even worse is that whenever you take damage, all your birds get scared and they fuck off, so you have to go pick them up again. The sprite work in this game is beautiful. If you showed this to a programmer in the 1940s, I'm sure you could persuade them that this is the peak of computer-generated graphics. The only huge gripe I have with the game is the camera. For some reason, the person holding the camera has Parkinson's disease and is constantly jumping around every time you move. After a while, it starts to make you a bit motion sick. It definitely takes a while to get used to it. Once again, the game contains special stages containing Chaos Emerald. To get them, you gotta find Knuckles or Tails who are hiding around in each stage. Hand them over a fee of 50 rings, thieving pricks, and Knuckles will send you to hell, and Tails will send you to heaven so that you can run on a bridge and collect rings. This is only on the Genesis version though, as the PC and Sega Saturn versions have entirely different special stages. I mean, technically, this is the first time Sonic has been in 3D. Look, he's got actual polygons. You can't tell me that's not 3D. Unfortunately, you're not able to turn into Super Sonic if you get all these emeralds, but you do get a good ending. Luckily, the lead programmer of the Genesis version made a director's cut of the game in 2017 that does let you play as Super Sonic. Legend. The soundtrack in the game is phenomenal. I have no idea why, but they went all out with this game's soundtrack, and I'm glad they did. I was playing the Genesis version, and I'm just in awe at how good it sounds for a Genesis game. I thought it was good, but then I went online and found out that the Saturn version has a different soundtrack, and it's even better. In fact, the soundtrack in the game is so goated that the game's composer, Jun Sanue, realized it was too good for the game, and ended up reusing it in Sonic Adventure. I had quite low expectations for this game, due to being forced to play Sonic Labyrinth, but this game managed to prove them wrong. From what I see online, a lot of people would put this game into F tier. But this is my ranking. I call the shots, so I'm putting it into A tier behind Triple Trouble. About a month later, Sega's resident Game Gear developer, Aspect, released an 8-bit version of Sonic 3D Blast. I wish they didn't. What is this? This looks like a bootleg game made in Bangladesh. It looks like a Sonic.exe game. I feel like I'm gonna get jump scared by a PNG image any second. It's very clear that the developers of this game took a look at Donkey Kong Country and thought, wow, that ape looks very cool. What if it was a hedgehog instead? It doesn't work. Also, the stages have lost their 8-bit likeness, trying to look more photorealistic to match Sonic's pre-rendered sprite. My eyes hurt looking at this. The game revolves around Sonic, or Knuckles, that's right, Tails, you've had enough, as they run around various locations, collecting Chaos Emeralds to defeat Dr. Eggman. Very original. I didn't see that coming. There's nothing special here. Remember back when I was talking about Triple Trouble, and I said that Sega had mastered the act of making Game Gear games? What happened? They were doing so good. That game looked and played perfectly. What in God's name did they do? On top of all this, they commit the cardinal sin of giving Sonic a double jump. You can't do that. The stages in this are some of the shortest I've ever seen. However, they are quite open. I'll give them that. It doesn't matter how open they are though, as you're literally able to beat a few of them in under a minute by holding the right button and spamming your double jump. I'm sorry, I can't get over how Sonic looks. Look at this, he's flipping me off. This guy. Just look at the cover art. I really shouldn't be surprised. This is hands down the worst Sonic Game Gear game. Oh hey, look at that. It's the last game made by Aspect. I wonder why. I'm gonna have to put this guy into F tier at last place. I hope it doesn't get worse than this. In May of 1996, Sega released yet another Sonic arcade game, and this time it was an actual game. Sonic the Fighters, or Sonic Championship in the States, is a 3D fighting game where you control Sonic characters and simulate what my dad does to me when he gets home and I ask him how work was. To the dismay of a lot of Sonic fans, I'd say that this is the first actual 3D Sonic game. Many don't count it as it's not a mainline title, it's just a silly arcade game, but look, It's got Sonic in it, and it's a game, and he's 3D, and he's got polygons. He doesn't have many of them, but he has them. As well as Sonic, this game lets you play as Espio, the chameleon guy from Knuckles Chaotix, Fang the sniper, Tails, Amy, and 2 new characters, Bark the polar bear, and Bean the dynamite. Yeah, this guy's name is Bean. Also, I'm pretty sure this guy is a bird, not a dynamite. Aside from some cheeky little cameos in later titles, these 2 new characters haven't really appeared in a Sonic game since, in a major way. I guess Bean the dynamite didn't really catch on. Considering that the game is made by Sega's arcade team, it plays a lot like Virtua Fighter. You know, those mini games that you have to play in Yakuza. In fact, the first time I played Sonic the Fighters was in my first playthrough of Lost Judgment, and I'm glad I did. This game is very fun. It's definitely not the most advanced fighting game out there, but for what it is, which is a cute little game where you control Sonic characters and cave each other's skulls in, it's really fun. Definitely the best arcade game of the bunch. I'm gonna put it into A tier in front of Sega Sonic. In October of '96, Sega contacted BAP Interactive and Orion Interactive to make another Sonic edutainment game called Sonic's Schoolhouse, this time for PC. This game, man, I'm not even joking, I spent 3 hours trying to get it to work. At first, I set up a Windows 95 virtual machine, but I didn't have enough colors or something, so I installed this malware to get 32-bit colors, but it bricked the virtual machine and I couldn't boot it up anymore. After that, I decided to try to run it on my computer, but I was missing a DLL file. And if you know anything about DLL files, you'd know how sketchy it is to download them online and chuck them into your Windows System 32 folder. But this game is so epic, I had to play it. After figuring out where to put the file, the game finally opened, and I'm so thankful it did. This game is a masterpiece. This game has you play as a CGI animal and walk around the 7th circle of hell. There's some epic educational mini-games to play, such as matching pictures with words, completing number patterns, and spelling. If I ever have kids, I'm gonna homeschool them and force them to play Sonic Schoolhouse all day. If you manage to complete some of these problems, you get a PNG of a school bus, which lets you board the bus waiting outside the front, where you can learn about various animals.
I like to spend my time in the big open.
We monkeys can live in different environments because we're adaptable like humans. In fact, we're closer to you. Monkeys have been brought all over the world, but we're only indigenous to a few parts. Central and South America?
Oh, is that so? I didn't know that. Apart from that, there's really not much to the game. I definitely feel very cheated having spent 3 hours to get it to work, and then only spending 15 minutes playing it. For an entertainment game, it's really not bad. It's brimming with character and wacky shenanigans. If I played this as a child, you would have had to tie a rope around my waist and tie the other side to a rocket ship to make me stop playing it. It's not Putt-Putt Saves the Zoo, but it's still a banger. I'll put it behind Sonic Drift in C tier. If you ask me, hey Kappa, if you were to travel back in time to any date, any location, when and where would you go? I would say 1997 in Sydney. I know what you're thinking. Why on earth would you want to voluntarily go to Sydney? 2 words, Sega World. In 1997, Kevin Burmeister, the owner behind Uzisoft, the company that published Sega's games in Australia and New Zealand, would buy a lease for a huge chunk of land in Darling Harbour, Sydney. With this land, he made the ballsy move to establish a Sega-themed indoor amusement park in the heart of Sydney. That is insanity. For you Americans watching, that's like if Nintendo built an amusement park in Rockefeller Plaza. Now this is epic. I would give anything to have been here. This park was rather large and was split into 3 separate themed areas: the past, the present, and the future. Wait a minute, like in Sonic CD? Each section contained rides inspired by Sega properties that made use of late 90s technology. That's just as terrifying as it sounds. My favorite personal attraction is the police chase simulator, where you would hop into this giant metal box and chase down crooks. You would follow orders given to you by the chief of police, Michael Jackson. Wait a second, shouldn't we be chasing him instead? They even had these stage shows where grown adults wearing Sonic fursuits would dance around and interact with each other on stage, whatever that means. The stage was also located directly in the food court, so if you got tired from playing on the Michael Jackson police chase bus ride and wanted to go eat some Hungry Jacks, he would be bombarded by a group of furries doing Gangnam Style on the stage. Unfortunately, the Australian public weren't quite ready for an indoor theme park based around a blue hedgehog, and the park would constantly suffer from low attendance and financial loss. With the Sydney Olympics coming up in 2000, they were relying on all the foreign tourists to make up for their losses, but even foreigners didn't show up to this. Due to this, the park would end up closing down in 2000. Kevin Burmeis's company, Jack Fun, would go on to own the land. However, after years of failed renovation plans and projects, the place ended up getting demolished in 2008. No! I don't really know why I talked about this. It's not a Sonic game. I mean, there were Sonic games at the park, but anywho, despite the opening of the Garden of Eden in Sydney, Sega only ended up releasing one Sonic game, 1997, Sonic R, and the R stands for racing. Released on the Sega Saturn with the help of Traveler's Tales again, Sonic R lets you race around several stages as a variety of Sonic characters. Between the events of Sonic Drift 2 and Sonic R, each Sonic character, except Amy, was caught driving under the influence, resulting in the loss of their driving licenses. So instead of racing around in cool cars, you have to run, and my word is the running Wacky. You're constantly sliding all over the place, smacking into walls, and drowning in 2 feet deep pools of water. Despite the lobotomized controls, this game is still quite fun, and it really gets the blood pumping. It's not the easiest racing game, so you're constantly on edge, trying to stay in lead, and it's very invigorating. I think a large part of this is due to the music. As usual, Sega went bananas with the music, and the game contains some of the most iconic songs ever made. TJ Davis has the voice of an angel. Living in the city. Beep beep boop boop beep beep. Beep beep boop boop titty. Like Sonic Drift, each stage is littered with items to help you cheat and dick over other races. Also, the rings are back. Unfortunately, you can't use them to use an overpowered special move, but they can be used to open up different pathways. There's only 5 courses in the game, but each one is so large and open, it's not really too much of an issue. You can either play through them in a Grand Prix mode, which isn't really a Grand Prix because you just play a single race and you go back to the menu, or you can do a time attack. The game's also multiplayer, letting you use another controller to race with a friend, but unfortunately, everyone who I asked to play a 28-year-old Sonic racing game with me said no, so I couldn't check it out. It's definitely the best racing game so far, so I'm going to put it into A tier in front of Sonic Spinball, if not just for the soundtrack alone. In 1998, Sega would finally end up releasing a full, honest-to-God 3D Sonic game on their brand new console, the Dreamcast. Finally, Sonic fans were able to play as the Blue Blur within all 3 dimensions. After the commercial failure of the Sega Saturn, their next console, the Dreamcast, had to come in clutch. They had to release it with a banger game featuring epic graphics, epic cutscenes, epic voice acting, and an epic story. And that's exactly what they did with the release of Sonic Adventure. And then the Dreamcast became a commercial failure due to Sega's damaged reputation from previous failures, a lack of third-party games, a short lifespan, financial issues, and the release of the PS2 the next year. At least we got a ton of good games from it, like Seaman. Remember Seaman? Despite the lackluster sales of the Dreamcast, and it being Sega's last console, it spawned a ton of classic titles that are still loved by many, one of which being Sonic Adventure. This game marks the shift from classic Sonic to modern Sonic. All the characters are now tall and lanky, they have voice acting, and Amy got turned into a furry. There's also now a much bigger focus on story and lore, with the game having fully fledged cutscenes, and there's no more side-scrolling. Instead, you're running around a 3D stage, and the soundtrack, cool and hip, and they've got Crush 40 making original music for the game. By the way, I'm playing Sonic Adventure DX on Steam, just because it's easier. After watching an epic CGI cutscene, we get presented with a character selection screen. From here, you can choose to play as either Sonic, Tails, Knuckles, or Amy, as well as 2 new characters I'll talk about later, a robot made by Eggman named Gamma, and Fat. This isn't your standard character selection screen. What it really is a campaign selection screen. Instead of your model and your moveset getting swapped based on the character you pick, each character has their own campaign with their own cutscenes, their own story, and even their own gameplay and mechanics. Each story that gets told in their respective campaign ends up connecting into a great grand and very epic narrative. The story follows the Sonic gang as they fight against Eggman to stop him from feeding this water monster named Chaos the Chaos Emeralds. Eggman has taken control of this ancient entity and plans to use him to destroy the city and rebuild in his own image. The game also has full-on cutscenes now, so it's able to tell a story way more complex than the ones in previous games. While the cutscenes aren't the best, they're definitely entertaining, and that's all that really matters.
Thanks, but you gotta check out my newest power supply. Ta-da!
Whoa! A Chaos Emerald!
The voice cast in this game is amazing. I swear, each character is casted perfectly. Dean Bristow, the man that played Eggman up until 2004, is absolutely nuts in this game. Every single voice line from Eggman is insane.
I am Dr. Robotnik, the greatest scientific genius in the world. Ha! Like taking candy from a baby.
Sonic's voiced by Ryan Drummond, the guy that would voice Sonic also up until 2004. He's definitely not my favorite Sonic voice actor, but he definitely does the job. Also Tails, he's voiced by a child. It's not distracting at all.
I just happened to find one of the 7 emeralds during one of my test fights. This thing's got unlimited power, you know.
The game introduces a ton of new lore to the Sonic universe. Back in ancient times, this place called Angel Island was home to a tribe of echidnas, the ancestors of Knuckles. These dickwads wanted to use the Chaos Emeralds to get power, and in response, Chaos, the guardian of the Chaos Emeralds and the Master Emerald, proceeded to cleanse the island's echidna population. Luckily, the tribe leader's daughter, Tikal, was able to seal both herself and Chaos into the Master Emerald. Back in present day, Chaos has escaped from this containment and is now teamed up with Eggman. The Earth is cooked. The story is quite serious and dark in tone for a game where you run around a casino as a blue hedgehog and fish for a frog as a giant purple cat. But the game takes the plot seriously, so it doesn't really feel out of place. In each campaign, we get to experience this grand narrative from the perspective of each character, and after completing each one, you unlock the ending. Sonic's story is by far the longest, which makes sense considering it is his adventure. Here we get our first taste of 3D Sonic, and goddamn is it a sight to behold. It's most likely because I grew up with it, but in my opinion Sonic 3D is just so much better than classic Sonic. It's so fun, man. You get to run and go super fast, you get to do loop-de-loop, you get to do homing attacks, there's a ton of sick cinematic sequences. It's the peak of gaming, really. However, it is the first of its kind, so the controls in this game are a little janky and clumsy. For example, if you're running as Sonic and you reach full speed, and then you make a turn that's too sharp, which happens every time you move, you lose a ton of momentum. It's the same for the other characters too. It sort of feels like you can only move in 16 directions. Another gripe I've got with the controls is the camera. It could just be an issue in the PC port, but the camera controls are super dodgy. There's plenty of times where the camera just ignored my input and then phased through a wall so I couldn't see anything. It's not too bad with Sonic, but with the other characters, it's very buggy. The use of the word adventure in this game's title is very appropriate, as that's what this game feels like, an adventure. Between stages, we get 2 open world hubs that we can freely explore to find the next stage. While they're not too big and they're not littered with stuff to do or anything, they're still a nice addition and it's fun to dick around in them as each character. The bosses in the game are also quite good. They mainly consist of running around and dodging attacks until the boss is open for you to do a homing attack. The majority of the bosses in the game show up in each campaign, so you end up fighting Chaos like 10 times in one playthrough. If you're a gaming god like myself, it's not too big of a deal, and a lot of bosses can be beaten in like 10 seconds if you know what you're doing. After playing through 10 stages and sitting through 2 hours of this, we finally beat Chaos and Eggman and beat the game. Well, at least 1/6 of it. That's right, we got to do the whole thing 6 more times. It took a lot of willpower to beat this game in one sitting. Luckily, the remaining playthroughs aren't nearly as long as Sonic's. We just have to replay a few stages as alternate characters and sit through this again. With Tails' campaign, we play through short sections of 5 of the stages, in which you have to race Sonic to the end. Tails' mode is probably the funnest in the game, as you get the ability to fly, and you can skip a ton of stuff and find shortcuts. The story is basically the same as Sonic's, considering that he follows him around the whole time, meaning we have to play through a lot of the same bosses and levels. Tails' story starts to drift, however, after the final battle with Chaos, and we get to see what Tails was doing while Sonic was fighting the Glob monster. After getting split up with Sonic, Tails is left alone to fight Eggman in in his giant dog mech thing. It's up to him to save the city. Up until now, Tails has been a sidekick, just sitting on the sidelines, letting Sonic do everything. But in this game, he goes through something called character development. He grows a spine and learns to stop being a whining little bitch, and he ends up fighting Eggman all by himself. Wow, what a wholesome character arc, with a great message behind it. One that we can all take something away from and implement into our own lives. Sonic Forces completely reverses his character arc and turns him into a pussy again. It was all for nothing. Cool. Thanks, game. How'd you know I wanted to watch the credits again? Next up, we get to play as the nonchalant dreadhead, Knuckles, which has you play through alternate versions of Sonic stages, searching for pieces of the shattered Master Emerald. These stages are quite easy. You just gotta glide around and climb around walls until this beeping icon at the bottom gets faster as you get closer to a piece. These stages are a lot slower compared to the Tails and Sonic ones, and it's a nice change of pace. We eventually fight Chaos again for the 100th time to get the last pieces and put the Master Emerald back together. Epic. Unskippable credits again. Next we play as Amy, whose campaign is very boring and annoying. However, it's quite short, so it's all good. Her story starts with her adopting a lost bird that she finds on the street, and it turns out that the bird is carrying a Chaos Emerald. After Amy catches this fugitive of the Eggman Empire, one of Eggman's robots starts to hunt us down, and the majority of her story involves running away from it. We get to play through 3 short obstacle courses, using our hammer to break shit and solve puzzles, all while being chased by a robot. The janky camera and controls kinda ruin Amy's sections. Because your walk speed is capped at 10 miles per 2 business days, it makes navigating each stage very frustrating. After stalking Sonic for a while, and returning the bird that we kidnapped back to its family, we finally get to beat the shit out of the robot that was chasing us, and goddamn is it satisfying. Unskippable credits again. Next we get to play through Big the Cat's campaign, which is easily the worst part of the game. His sections suck so much that we only have to play 4 of them. We start with him chilling in the jungle with his best friend Froggy until Chaos sends a water droplet into his body and takes control of him. Froggy then eats Big the Cat's Chaos Emerald and makes his way to Chaos to return it.
Something's not right. We've always been friends. For years. Froggy! Wait up! Okay.
Yes, that voice does get annoying. The 7-foot-tall, 40-year-old man is constantly bumbling like a dumbass calling out for Froggy, and for some reason they made the creative decision of making him talk like this. Fat is easily the worst Sonic character of all time. This guy has 0 interesting qualities, 0 comedic value, and his character design is nightmare fuel. Sure, I guess it's possible that some people might find him charming, but every time I hear him talk, it feels like I'm listening to TV static. Unfortunately, his stages are equally as annoying as his voice, as they consist of playing a fishing minigame in order to catch the frog. Yes, fishing in a Sonic game. That's something. I really wish playing as him was optional, but no. To get the final campaign and see the epic grand finale, we've got to sit through this. The fishing is quite easy once you get the hook of it. Hook? Like fish hook? But the game doesn't really explain how to do it, so I had to Google it. There's also other fish that you can catch, but there's really no point in doing so. You can just catch the frog and then leave. After an hour or so of playing as a fat man chasing a frog, we end up back at the final Chaos boss fight. Before Sonic arrives to beat him, Chaos absorbs the frog, and we are required to fight him with a fishing rod. Finally, Sonic comes back to take over, and we hijack Tails' plane to escape and go back to the jungle. Then, we get to, you guessed it, watch unskippable credits. Lastly, we get to play as Eggman's robot, Gamma. The story of this guy is truly a masterpiece. We start the game as Gamma, straight after he was made, and enters the world for the first time. The first thing that this poor guy sees with his gift of sentience is Eggman's fat face. He gloats about how good he is at building stuff and dubs himself our master. In order to test our strength, Father Eggman makes us battle our brother. After spamming the action button and beating him in 5 seconds, Eggman sends us and our robot brethren on a mission to find Froggy, who's got one of the emeralds. Gamma's gameplay is entirely different from the other characters and plays kinda like a third-person shooter. He's a lot slower and tankier, and in order to attack you've got to hold the action button to lock onto enemies and objects. Then, you let go to fire a barrage of missiles at your targets. This sounds a little out of place for a Sonic game, but then again this game has fishing. On top of that, each stage has a timer counting down that will make you restart if it reaches 0. It's not too problematic though, as you can gain time by shooting enemies, and the stages are littered with critters for you to shoot at. While it's a little janky at times, Gamma's stages are super fun and a nice change of pace from that. After being pushed around by Eggman and getting ordered to do a bunch of evil shenanigans shenanigans, a switch flips inside Gamma's head, and he realizes that Eggman is a shithead, and he goes to free his robot brothers. From here we play some stages where we track down Eggman's other robots and fight them. If you'll recall from other games, Eggman likes to trap woodland creatures inside of his robots to pilot them, kinda like Michael Afton, and as it turns out, encased in the metal hulls of one of Gamma's brothers is a white bird, the same bird that the one Amy has is trying to reunite with. After realizing this, Gamma self-destructs, and it turns out that inside of him is the other bird. Holy shit, that's right, he sacrifices himself in order to free the bird trapped inside him. Why am I crying over a Sonic game? I'm crying because I have to watch unskippable credits for the 6th time. After playing everyone's story, we finally get to unlock the last part as Super Sonic. In this story, we play as Sonic again, where it turns out that Chaos decided to be a bit cheeky and betray Eggman, stealing the Chaos Emeralds and disappearing. Despite trying to stop Chaos from getting the last emerald, Sonic is too late, and using all 7 Chaos Emeralds, Chaos turns into perfect chaos. Oh my god, he just wiped out millions. Kyle, that tribal echidna lady that was also trapped in the Master Emerald, suddenly teleports in front of Sonic and the gang, and tells us that Chaos has only used the negative power of the Chaos Emeralds, and the positive power of the emeralds still remain, and Sonic, with the power of friendship and positivity, can still use them. Finally, Sonic gets to turn Super Saiyan in beautiful 3D, and we get to fight Perfect Chaos in a final boss fight, which has Crush 40 playing in the background. In 1998, this was the coolest thing that was ever made. After beating him into submission, Chaos reverts back to his big drip form, and him and Tikal ascend into the afterlife. Amazing. What an adventure. A Sonic adventure. But no one really cares about all that. This game has a fucking Chow Garden. There's no way I was gonna talk about this game and not mention Chow Garden. I definitely didn't forget about it and then force it into conversation at the end of this review. In between stages, you're able to enter this cozy little area located in each hub where you're able to hatch and play with these little guys named Chow. You get it? It's like Chaos, but without the S. After hatching the Chow, you're able to give the guy a name and feed him the souls of various animals that you find throughout each stage in order to improve their stat. After getting a Chow super buffed up and powerful, you're able to force them to race one another. It's kind of like Duck Life. For those of you who've played Duck Life, the addition of the Chow Garden is completely unnecessary, but it adds a lot of fun and replayability to the game. This mode is beloved by many people, but for some reason it's only been featured in a few other Sonic games and has since kind of been abandoned. Sega, please, just make a Chow Garden mobile game. You're gonna earn millions. I swear. Sega, PayPal me $50 and I'll make it for you. Sonic Adventure is very solid for being the first mainline 3D Sonic game. I hadn't actually played it before making this video, and I was expecting it to be a lot worse. I thought this game was going to be littered with growing pains from 2D to 3D, but no. The game has a pretty good idea of what it wants to be, and they definitely succeeded in making it. I'm going to put this game into S tier, behind Sonic 2. At the turn of the millennia in 2000, Sega would go on to release another 3D Sonic game for the Dreamcast, the party game Sonic Shuffle. Made with the help from Hudson Soft, the guys behind the first Mario Party games, Sonic Shuffle was just that, a Mario Party game, but with the Mario characters swapped with Sonic characters. Unlike Mario Party, this game actually has a full-on story with cel-shaded cutscenes and voice acting, the whole thing. The game takes place in a realm called Imaginary World, where this pink bird lady named Lumina has called on the help of the Sonic gang to help her find the lost pieces of the Precious Stone. Sounds kind of familiar. In between cutscenes, you play some lengthy Mario Party sessions on various dream-themed boards, picking up Precious Stones in the place of stars. While it's a nice addition, and it's great to have voice acting, the story is quite basic, and I instantly forgot what it was about after playing it. It's kinda just there. Blah blah blah, a ton of shit happens. You collect all the stone pieces and then defeat this evil guy who's trying to make the realm dark and gloomy, and then the gang say goodbye and leave. That's about it. The gameplay might sound very familiar. You pick one of 4 Sonic characters and get put on a board filled with various wacky tiles. Instead of stars, some precious stones are placed randomly on the board, and whoever collects the most wins. Instead of coins, you have rings, and instead of rolling a dice, you pick a card with a number on it, hence the name Sonic Shuffle. The card mechanic's definitely a nice nice touch. At the start, you get your own deck of cards that only you can see, as well as being able to play your own. You're also able to take a gamble and use your opponent's card without the knowledge of what number you're gonna pull. As the cards only get redistributed once everyone's deck is empty, you'll eventually get forced to pick these unknown cards. The mini games in Sonic Shuffle are actually quite fun and engaging. There's a massive variety of them, and it keeps the game interesting. I've seen quite a bit of discourse online over the game due to the difficulty, with people saying that the AI is super unfair, and even easy mode is a challenge. Personally though, I didn't really have an issue. I played on easy mode, and it's, well, easy. Get good, I guess. I've never actually played Mario Party, but I have played Wii Party, which is a banger, so I do have a frame of reference. This game is just average. It might be more fun with friends, but I can't speak to that. I'm gonna put it into C tier in front of Sonic Chaos. Next up, we've got Sonic Adventure 2, quite possibly the most favorite game within the Sonic fandom. I'm a Zoomer. I didn't grow up with a Dreamcast or a PS2. However, this was still one of the first Sonic games I played. It was the first game that I bought on Steam when I got a gaming laptop as a child. So I still grew up playing this game, like many people. Despite this, I'm gonna do something different for this review, and hand the reins over to my fellow famous YouTuber, Kyle Landon, a guy who was actually alive when this game came out and grew up alongside it.
Oh, Kappa needs an expert on Sonic Adventure 2? Got it. My name is Kyle Landon. I am a serious musician running a ridiculous YouTube channel. It contains videos of me making strange music in strange ways, and now I make cartoons too, featuring this guy right here. Bleebly, would you kindly be my ping-tuber avatar?
Whatever.
No talking. Also, I've never done a game review before, so I'ma just say things. Sonic Adventure 2. I don't remember my first time playing it. I don't remember rolling around at the speed of sound for the first time. I don't remember the shock of playing as Eggman for the first time. As far back as I can go in my mind, this entire game was already downloaded into my consciousness. I was either 6 or 7. I'm 28 now. I have over 20 years with this game. But Sonic Adventure 2 is not the best game of all time. Sonic 3 and Knuckles is. But Sonic Adventure 2 is my favorite game of all time.
Why?
Do not talk to me. You are here to be my caricature. It's my favorite because it's so fun. As an artist, this game speaks to me specifically, and it asks a great big question. Is the thing you're making going to reference something, or is it going to be the thing that gets referenced by everything else down the line? How many times have they done that moon thing? This game has attitude. It's palpable. You almost get this feeling from the team, like they're saying to everybody, really? Y'all don't like the Dreamcast? Really? The best one? So they knew they had to make the swan song for it special. And then that anger seeps out into the rest of the game, and that's why you can attack all of the cars in San Francisco. Putting a trailer for your own game inside your own game that the player will only see after having put in a bunch of time is so crazy. Like, yeah, I'm gonna play the other story. What do you think? What do you think this is? There's so much cool stuff like this that they just put in, just cuz. Like, why do Sonic and Shadow have a different jump if you jump out of a somersault? Like, it's just cool. This game brought out a lot in the people involved. Hunted P, the Knuckles rapper, who hasn't done much before or since, somehow managed to get picked up off the street and in one day put down what I will call the most iconic rap performance in video game history. Who else competes? You really think people are bumping kick, punch, it's all in the mind like that? Over Pumpkin Hill and Aquatic Mine? Yes, I know there's a big Chow-shaped hole in my discussion, but I'ma just say it straight up. I like to play my video games, and I feel like all of the Chow Garden stuff is mobile game nonsense 20 years ahead of the curve. There, I said it. Now I have established myself as opinionated. And look at these camera angles. This is a game that knows it's it. There's lots of little things that really latched onto my child brain, like the footsteps on the glass here in Meteor Herd, and also wearing cool sunglasses. You can hate treasure hunting all you want. That's not gonna undo me doing the drill claw all the way down and having a great time doing it. Yeah. Bosses are historically no good in Sonic games, but I love disrespecting and abusing the majority of the bosses in this game. Really feels earned. Actually, I have to take back something I said earlier. I said I don't remember my first time playing this game. I do remember getting stuck here in the Tetris room. But then you pass the Tetris room and you get rewarded with the single greatest cutscene maybe of all time. These mech fights are some real nail biters, and it's probably totally unintentional, but I'm enjoying it nonetheless. Look how close. Their decision to use motion capture for these 3-foot-tall animal characters with giant heads is perfection. Look at how Shadow runs. Yeah. Run it back. The game controls so smoothly, and it really gives me the confidence to pull off tricks like this. As you go on throughout life, you develop traditions, and this big old drop onto this rail is one of them. Yeah. Wait a minute. I just realized they didn't do this scene in the movie. None of this. The greatest fight intro of all time, nowhere in the movie. Speaking of the movie, this game technically got a movie, and I'm not gonna talk too crazy, but you know as well as I do that a lot of games nowadays are written by people who seem like they would rather be writing movies. And knowing that this ridiculous story ended up getting adapted and became Hollywood blockbuster AAA gold is incredible. The Mario movie is not based on any particular Mario game, which makes Sonic Adventure 2 officially deemed by Hollywood the greatest written video game of all time. And it teaches one very important thing. You gotta be bold. This game is boldness through and through. This game is attitude. This game is character. Like, look at this cutscene. It's just so confident. It's so stylish. When the music just cuts out and he says revenge, it's so good.
Revenge.
And then the level loads real quick. Optimized. Yeah. You cannot capture the heart of a child through irony. When the moon gets blown up in the colorful talking animal video game, you gotta follow through on its drama and tragedy all the way. That's one of the things that makes this so fun. If you're an artist, you gotta believe in yourself. You gotta believe in whatever ridiculous and strange thing you come up with. And then you have to have the will to follow through on making that thing into reality, regardless of if it's safe or it makes sense. I truly believe there are a few games that believe in themselves more than Sonic Adventure 2. Because there's good ideas, and then there's firing squad execution in a children's game ideas. Jiggle physics ideas. This avant-garde thing ideas. There's just this heavy, it's my last day of work, I'ma just do whatever sense of energy to the whole thing. Like, yeah, maybe the level design for the speed stages isn't as open as Sonic Adventure 1, but like, look at these camera angles. Look at all the little things that go on in each stage. It's much more direct and intentional. Yeah, maybe slowing down the mechs is a bit of a head scratcher, but then you get Cosmic Wall, and you just get this complete power fantasy of being Eggman, just jacking everything up, and it's all worth it. Maybe limiting the Emerald Radar to one shard at a time could be seen as padding. Maybe some of the stages are too big, too crazy like Mad Space, but I see it as confidence. In conclusion, as if there's any structure to this whole thing, this is the last time Sonic really believed in himself for a long time, and it should be appreciated as such. This was made by some true psychos, and it has encouraged many people like me to be true psychos ourselves. Thank you, Kappa, and I don't even know if this was watchable or not, but I'm submitted it anyway, because I'm confident I'm Sonic Adventure 2.
Wait, you can't end it without telling me more about that character.
What? Rouge? No. Back to you, Kappa.
Thank you, Kyle, for that top-tier analysis of Sonic Adventure 2. I agree with basically everything you just said, so I'm gonna put this game into S tier. If you guys enjoyed that review, definitely check out Kyle's channel here on YouTube. He's the most talented person on this platform. Yes, my favorite Sonic game from 2001. That was a joke. I'm sorry, please don't firebomb my house. In late 2001, Sonic Advance, the first handheld Sonic game in a while, would release in Japan on the Game Game Boy Advance. On Nintendo? What are you doing? Sonic Advance marks the first Sonic title on a Nintendo system after Sega's exit from the console market. This is treason. Why are they working with the enemy? Sonic Advance was developed by the Sonic team in collaboration with DIMPS, who would go on to make the majority of all future Sonic handheld titles. And after playing this game, it's clear why Sega had confidence in them. This game is amazing. I get super nostalgic over this game, even though I've never actually played it. My first experience with a 2D Sonic game was playing Sonic Ultimate Flash during school as a kid, and that game used the sprites and music from Sonic Advance, so playing this brings back a ton of memories of getting yelled at in computer class. The game lets us play as the original gang, Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles, with us also being able to play as Amy for the first time in a 2D Sonic game. As you can see, the character sprites in Advance use the modern character designs introduced in Adventure, and they look great. This game has amazing sprite work. The game lets us play through 8 medium-sized zones, with roughly the same moveset from Sonic 3. This game has a massive focus on speed, and it's super easy to gain momentum and zoom through stages. Unfortunately, this game also contains the worst special stages in any Sonic game. To enter one, you have to find a spring high up in a stage, and you get launched into the sky and then have to free fall and collect a certain amount of rings. The perspective just does not work, and it's very hard to tell where you're positioned, making it almost impossible to collect the rings and avoid the obstacles. In my opinion, this is definitely the best handheld game so far. It's the first one to really capture the feeling of the original trilogy, and for that I'm gonna have to put it into A tier in front of Sonic R. The next year, in 2002, the only Sonic game to release would be the last one's sequel, Sonic Advance 2. Like the first, it's a classic 2D Sonic game on the GBA, and it's quite the banger. Again, we get to play as a number of characters. However, this time you have to unlock them all by playing through the game. After certain bosses, you'll rescue a character from Eggman and get a short little cutscene. The character Cream is also introduced for the first time. She's a rabbit with a pet chow named Cheese. Get it? Cream and cheese? Like the food. Might just be me, but the gameplay feels a lot different from the first. Your top speed is a lot faster, and the game has you running straight ahead more than it has you platforming. At the start of each stage, you have a countdown as if you're in a race, and the music is a lot more fast paced. With all these things combined, the game feels very fast and exhilarating. To complement the fact that you're running at the speed of light for the majority of the game, the level design is a lot more flat and open, and in earlier stages, I swear you can beat the stage just by holding right on the D-pad and jumping a few times. I'm kinda mixed on this, as it means some of the stages are a little boring, but at the same time it's super fun to zoom around, so I don't really care. Later stages definitely start to tighten up a bit and add more platforming, so it's only really an issue in the first half. The stages themselves are insanely good. They're super creative and unique, which is not something I was expecting from a sequel to a Sonic handheld game. It's definitely an improvement over the first, so I'm gonna put it into A tier in front of the last one. Starting 2003 off with a bang, Sega released another Sonic Pinball game, this time for the Game Boy Advance. Goddamn, they really love this guy, huh? The game takes place in Casinopolis, where Eggman is running a pinball tournament for some reason. In order to kick Eggman out of Casinopolis and stop him from doing evil stuff, Sonic decides to enter the pinball tournament, where you verse a few Sonic characters, some of which are high, I mean brainwashed. Unlike in Sonic Spinball, we don't get to play as Sonic jumping around a giant pinball cabinet. No, this is just a regular Sonic themed pinball game. In each match, in order to win, you've got to earn a certain amount of points within a given time limit. The best way to do this is to hit a hole in the top corner, to do a boss fight with Eggman, and then you earn a shit ton of points. As far as pinball games go, this one is quite fun, and I definitely enjoyed my time with it. I don't think I can put it as high as Sonic Spinball though. It just doesn't have the same charm. It's kind of bland. So I'm gonna put it into B tier, behind Tails Adventure. Also, in 2003, Sega and DIMPS would release the final entry in the Sonic Advance series, Sonic Advance 3, and my god, did they cook. This game follows the gang again, stopping Eggman from getting up to evil shenanigans, and it contains the same playable characters as the last time. This time, however, the game gives you the option of taking a sidekick with you, which will follow you around. I love the sprite you get when you pair Amy and Sonic together. Damn, I swear he actually hates her. I don't don't blame him. Additionally, each character has a tag action that can be used by picking up your partner and letting go. This is so much fun. This mechanic is perfect. I wish Knuckles Chaotix used this mechanic instead of whatever the fuck that was. It would have been an S tier game. As well as introducing this tag team system, game adds hub worlds to each zone that you're able to explore between acts and replay levels. There's also chows hidden in each stage and in the hub worlds that you can find. If you find enough, you can unlock a special stage to get an emerald. The stages in this game are the best in the series. They have the perfect mix of platforming and speed sections, and you're able to traverse them quite freely by making use of character abilities. This one's definitely the best out of the 3 advanced games, and I'm gonna put it into S tier behind Sonic the Hedgehog. After making 3 Sonic Advance games, Sega decided to switch things up a bit and make an arena fighter RPG. What? It may sound kinda dumb at first, but Sonic Battle for the Game Boy Advance completely blew me away. For a Sonic spin-off on a handheld console, this game's story is very well written. I would go as far to say as it's as good as Sonic Adventure 2. In my own headcanon, this game is Sonic Adventure 3. The plot revolves around this ancient robot guy that gets discovered and then abandoned by Eggman. After finding it washed up on a beach, Sonic befriends him and calls him Emerald. Majority of the game consists around training Emerald by fighting him, and then handing him over to another Sonic character to train him, and repeat. Like the adventure games, this game's story is split into multiple campaigns, each containing a different playable character. Unlike the adventure games, these sections take place one after another, and you're forced to play them in order. As arena fighters go, this game is pretty fun. After sitting through a ton of dialogue, the game puts you into an isometric arena, where you get to beat up other characters into a bloody pulp by mashing buttons. While progressing through the game, you do end up unlocking new moves to use, but good lord is it a slog to progress in this game. This game's story mode is massive, mainly due to the fact that more often than not, you have to fight your opponent twice. Right after you beat someone to near death, they challenge you to a second fight. That's one way to pad out the story's length. Not a good way, but it's a way. 90% of this game is walking around, seeing a familiar Sonic character, talking to the familiar Sonic character, fighting the Sonic character again, and then walking around and doing the same thing again. Compared to other Sonic games, the story in this one is quite serious and does not mess around. Although I skipped like 80% of the dialogue, it really stuck with me. After bonding with Emerald as multiple Sonic characters, making him super powerful and teaching him moves, you finally end up fighting Eggman. However, for the first time in Sonic history, Eggman is too powerful and he wins. Eggman once again attempts to blow up the planet with a giant space cannon, and Emerald sacrifices himself and absorbs its power, which in turn makes him lose control and attack Sonic. After fighting him for a while, the power contained in Emerald proves to be too much for him, and he ultimately self-destructs. Holy shit. People go on about how tragic and sad Gamma's story is from Sonic Adventure, but what about Emerald, man? Why would you put this in a handheld Sonic game for kids? You have us find an abandoned robot that no one loves, have us bond with him, have us teach the robot how to be a good person and live life to the fullest, and then the game just takes him out the back and tells him to get on his knees and look into the sky. Brutal. Anywho, this game definitely has one of the best art directions in a Sonic game. I just love the sharp and jagged outlines of all the character sprites. It's so sick. I'm gonna put Sonic Battle into A tier behind Sonic Advance. I would put it higher because of how good the story and writing is, but I can't because of how repetitive the gameplay is. By this time in 2003, Sega had fully committed to the whole being a third-party developer thing, and they released their first mainline Sonic game to be released on multiple consoles. Sonic Heroes was released on GameCube, PlayStation 2, Xbox, and even Windows. Good god. Being made from scratch in a new engine, Sonic Heroes most noticeably introduces team-based gameplay. While in Knuckles Chaotix and Sonic Advance 2, we got to play as 2 fellas. In Sonic Heroes, we get to play as 3 fellas. At first this might sound super clunky and difficult to control, but it's actually really well done. I remember when I was a kid, I never took the leap and played this game because I thought you needed 3 people to play it. I mean, look, they got 3 people on the cover art. That was until I was waiting to get my braces put in, and I played the game for the first time on an Xbox that was in the dentist's waiting room. This was like 2017. I don't know why they had this game on an Xbox, but thank God they did, because this game rocks. I mean, at least like half of it does. Like the adventure games, Heroes is split up into multiple playthroughs, where you play through the story 4 times, once as the Sonic Gang featuring Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles, the Hot Topic team featuring Shadow, Rouge, and Omega, the boring I don't care about these characters at all team, Amy, Cream, and oh god, no, he's back. And finally the Chaotix team. Who are these guys again? In the adventure games, when you beat the game once and moved on to the next story mode, you would have to play through the same stages. In the first one, you only had to play through a handful, and on top of that, they were a lot shorter. In Adventure 2, the stages would be completely reshaped for each character, keeping it fresh and interesting. In Sonic Heroes, the game tells you to eat shit and makes you play the exact same 14 stages. And, as you may guess, to get to the final boss, you gotta play all the 14 stages 4 times. That's like, what, 56 stages? I don't care what you say, this is awful game design, and I hate it. Despite this major flaw, half of the game is actually fun. Playing as Team Sonic and Team Dark is amazing. Peak 3D Sonic gameplay. The game has you make your way to the end of a stage that's littered with obstacles, and I mean littered. Each member in your team is a certain type: speed, power, or flight. At the tap of a button, you can instantly switch character, which you will be doing a lot. In order to do loop-de-loops and ring dashes, you gotta play as a speed user. To beat up large groups of enemies and break through obstacles, a power user, and to fly over gaps and get up ledges, a flight user. This whole team switching mechanic is quite seamless, and there's really no points in the game where it gets tedious. For the most part, each stage evenly distributes the workload amongst the team, which keeps the gameplay super engaging. The other half of the game is alright, I guess. Having Big the Cat in your team constantly spouting dumb shit will give you conniptions. As for Team Chaotix, they play quite differently than the rest. Instead of just blasting through each stage, the game gives you an objective to complete, which mostly consists of collecting hidden stuff in each stage. They're not too hard, but if you miss something, you have to run through the whole stage again to find it, which gets quite tedious. The plot's really nothing special. Fat, disgusting Reddit moderator Dr. Eggman is trying to take over the world with a robot army. However, it later turns out that the guy behind it all is actually Metal Sonic. He ends up transforming into this bootleg Godzilla mech, and using the power of teamwork and friendship, the power of the Chaos Emeralds, the gang beat the living shit out of him and saved the world. Is the final boss worth playing 14 stages 4 times? Well, yeah, kinda. This is the best Sonic transformation cutscene out of all the games. It's very epic. I know a lot of people's favorite Sonic game is Sonic Heroes, but in my opinion, I can't put it into S tier. But I will put it at first place in A tier, in front of Sonic Advance 3. 2004. The year I was born. I was such a stupid baby, man. I shouldn't have been crawling around the floor learning how to speak. I should have been locked in playing Sega Superstars. Sega Superstars is a PS2 party game, utilizing the iToy that features a ton of mini-games, each themed to various Sega franchises, such as Space Harrier. You know Space Harrier? I couldn't actually play this game because it requires an iToy, and I don't have an iToy. I'm putting this game into F tier because it uses the iToy. I hate the iToy. In 2005, Sega decided that Sonic had been in the limelight a bit too much, and they wanted to give his dark, edgy rival the main role in his very own game, and with his name as the title. Shadow the Hedgehog, the game, not the person, truly encapsulates the feeling of the mid to late 2000s. It's brimming to the top with the older brother aesthetic. If you're a kid in the 2000s, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Guns, machine guns, guns that shoot missiles, the colors red and black, tribal tattoos, motorbikes, smoking, death metal, being yelled at and getting an Xbox 360 controller thrown at you after walking into your brother's room as he's in the middle of a Halo 3 match. This game is truly a period piece, and for that reason alone, I love it. Shadow the Hedgehog isn't your standard Sonic game. If you thought Sonic Adventure was edgy, then ho ho ho. This game's got violence, both against authority figures and aliens. It's got guns that you shoot while riding a motorbike, and get this, it has swearing. That's right, Shadow says the N-word. Nah, I'm just kidding. Although he is kind of racist in this game though.
Disgusting black creatures, get out of my sight.
The game follows Shadow after Sonic Heroes, and it turns out our boy has amnesia and cannot remember his origins. We meet this alien guy whose name is Black Doom, the leader of an alien race who are all dicks and are trying to take over the Earth. We learn that Black Doom is actually Shadow's dad, kind of. When making him on the Ark colony, Gerald infused him with the DNA from Black Doom to give him his powers. Black Doom, now reunited with his neglected offspring / science experiment, commands Shadow to stop moping around like an emo, and to help him find the Chaos Emeralds. In each stage of the game we get 2 or 3 different ways to complete it. One that's evil and sides you with Black Doom, one that's neutral and sides you with either, or one that's good and sides you with the Sonic Gang. After completing a stage, the next stage you'll be sent to will be based on who you sided with, due to the disgusting amount of levels in this game and potential story paths. This game has 10 goddamn endings. Holy moly. I'm not going to sit here and explain each ending. Go watch this super detailed video by Charlie and Luke if you want to know the Shadow lore. As for the gameplay, this game fucking rocks. Considering that you play as a pissed off hedgehog that wants to fight everyone, this game is a lot more combat focused, and you'll often find yourself fighting through hordes of aliens and gun soldiers. Enemies will often drop firearms for you to use, however, Shadow's quite useless.
He can't see, he has cataracts.
The aiming in this game blows. In order to target an enemy, you've got to face them with about 90% accuracy, otherwise your shot will completely miss. I only really used the firearms when it was necessary. You can get by most of the time by just using the homing attack. Also, the music in this game is amazing, and it fits the aesthetic perfectly. It really makes me feel like an edgy 14-year-old again. Like with prior 3D Sonic games, if you beat all the endings, you unlock a true ending. In this ending, Doom reveals to us that his true goal is to harvest humans for energy based. After finding out the truth behind his creations, we finally get to play as Super Shadow and beat the shit out of Doom and save Earth. Hell yeah. This game is great, but due to the jankiness of the combat and how tedious it is to get each ending, I'm gonna put it into B tier in front of Tails Adventure. Having finished the Advanced series, Sega would now move over to the Nintendo DS for their Sonic handheld exploits with their first DS game, Sonic Rush. Just like the Advanced series, Sonic Rush was co-developed with the Sonic team and Dimps. Sonic Rush is another 2D platformer that plays a lot like Sonic Advance 3. This time around, instead of reusing his sprite from Advance, you get to play as a low-poly 3D Sonic, utilizing the fan-favorite boost mechanic. The boost mechanic is quite the heated topic amongst Sonic fans. Many love it due to the fast-paced nature it adds to the games, while others despise it, claiming it removes a lot of the depth from the platform. What do I think? I like it. I'm definitely biased, as every Sonic game I played growing up had the boost mechanic, and even after going back and playing the games without it, I can definitely see why people don't like it. The music in the game is definitely the best part about it. I hadn't played this game before making this video, but despite that, I've listened to its soundtrack hundreds of times. The soundtrack is quite similar to Jet Set Radio's, which makes a ton of sense when you find out the game's main composer is Hideki Naganuma, the guy behind the music in the Jet Set franchise. He also holds the title of having the world's most unhinged Twitter account. This guy is the GOAT. The game introduces us to Blaze the Cat, a fire woman from this place called the Soul Dimension. Don't worry, I also thought she was from Sonic 06. The game split up into 2 sections, each containing entirely different stages. One where you play as Sonic and the other where you play as Blaze. After both herself and the Soul Emeralds, which are the Chaos Emeralds of her dimension, get washed up in Sonic's dimension, she goes on a journey to find them. Meanwhile, Sonic and Tails do their usual thing and, you guessed it, go on an adventure to get the Chaos Emeralds. Holy shit, is that Windmill Isle from Sonic Unleashed? You cannot convince me that it isn't. Windmill Isle predates Sonic Unleashed. We also get introduced to this guy, whose name I need to say with pinpoint accuracy. If I say this guy's name even slightly wrong, my whole career is done. Eggman Skin him, light his fucking house on fire. Is a guy cosplaying as Eggman that claims to be the Eggman in Blaze's dimension. However, it's later revealed that he's just a distant relative of Eggman from the future. Why is there a time travel plot in my Sonic DS game? Whatever, I don't care anymore. This game is a masterpiece. While that may be a bold claim, I don't care. It's the best handheld game so far. So I'm putting it into A tier in front of Sonic Advance 3. It's been 15 goddamn years since Sonic the Hedgehog was released on the Sega Genesis back in 1991. To celebrate Sonic being older than the majority of Instagram users, Sega released a grand, high-scope, epic 3D Sonic game for 7th generation consoles. That's right, I'm talking about Sonic 06. This is technically the first Sonic game I ever played, but I don't really count it. I remember renting this game from Video Easy for the weekend, but I couldn't even get past the first level, so I begged my parents to go back to the store, and I rented Sonic Unleashed instead. It's very telling when an 8-year-old can tell that your game sucks, and I didn't even have standards as a kid. I grew up playing shit like this. After playing through the game for the first time for this video, my opinion has completely changed. Sonic 06 had one of the worst development cycles for a Sonic game, with only half the Sonic team working on it, and the game getting rushed in order to ensure it would release in time for the Sonic anniversary. The game ended up being quite a mess. A lot of people out there despise this game and think it's the worst title in the franchise, and rightfully so, Growing up watching YouTube in the 2010s, it was impossible to not hear about this game. I swear, it felt like every single person with internet access was dogpiling on this game, and I can't really blame them. It was meant to be the first real next-gen Sonic game. It was going to spark life back into the franchise. However, all it did was destroy the reputation of Sonic. This game has so many issues. It's unfinished. It's one of the buggiest games I've ever played. Every stage has like 4 loading screens that last like 30 seconds. The story is way too ambitious. The controls are awkward and unresponsive. The game has zero polish. A ton of mechanics are introduced but are just half-baked and unnecessary. You constantly get stuck on geometry. You fall through the floor. Boss fights crash the game. Cutscenes freeze. The cameraman has Parkinson's disease. And worst of all, Sonic makes out with a human lady. Why? Why would you do this? There's really nothing I can say about this game that hasn't already been said, as it's been the laughingstock of the internet for almost 2 decades now. Every insult towards it has already been written. Some of you may feel like ripping out my jugular vein for saying this, but after playing through it for the first time, I kinda like it. Skin him! Skin him! If there's one word I could use to describe this game, it would be awkward. This game is very awkward. Sonic's character design is awkward. The cutscenes and dialogue are awkward. The plot is awkward. The stages are awkward. The controls are... You get the idea. In my eyes, this game isn't really bad per se. It's just awkward. I guarantee you, if this game had another year or so in development, it would have been a banger. While playing the game, it's easy to see what could have been. This game had so much potential that was just pissed away because it was being rushed towards a deadline. Despite this, however, it's quite easy to appreciate. When this game actually plays as intended, it's quite fun. Like all the 3D mainline games prior, this game is split up into multiple overlapping campaigns. One with Sonic, one with Shadow, and one with a new character named Silver, who, by the way, is my favorite Sonic character. He's really cool and flamboyant. In Sonic stages, it's your standard 3D Sonic shebang. However, this time the controls suck ass, and when you make one wrong input, you go flying off the map. The game really feels like it's made out of broken glass, duct taped together. It makes you super afraid to do anything cool and explore or go on an alternate path, because when you do, you'll most likely break the game and die. When they work, which is not very often, the Sonic stages are easily the funnest sections of the game. Same goes for Shadow's section. They're quite similar to Sonic's, however they're a bit more combat focused, and you get some cool vehicles to drive around. Silver's sections, while a little tedious and boring, are definitely the most solid out of the 3. I don't think I experienced a single bug while playing as him, though I may have just been super lucky. The stages are a lot slower and more platforming and puzzle based. Our boy Silver has telekinesis, so you're able to pick up stuff using your mind and throw it around, which is very fun. As for this game's story, oh boy, convoluted is an understatement. It's nice to see a serious Sonic story that doesn't mess around, but it's kinda hard for me to get invested in a dramatic and emotional story when the cutscenes look like this. Why does Eggman look like that? I don't want to see his eyes. That's disgusting. The game takes place in a whole new setting, named Solenia, which feels very out of place for a Sonic game. In Sonic's story, we follow him as he rescues the princess, named Elise, from Eggman. The majority of his sections revolve around Elise getting captured, Sonic saving her, and then Elise getting captured again. In Shadow's story, which is my favorite portrayal of Shadow in a Sonic game, he works with a gun to track down this guy called Mephiles, who looks like a bootleg Shadow. In Silver's story, you find out that he comes from a post-apocalyptic future that's ruined by this fire monster called Iblis. Mephiles convinces him that Sonic is the reason for all this destruction, so he goes back in time to blow his head smooth off. Eventually, he realizes that Mephiles is a level 100 troll, and that he's the bad guy, not Sonic. Through each section, we learn about this energy source named Solaris. It's revealed that after an experiment, Solaris split into 2 halves, one being Mephiles and one being Iblis, which is sealed inside Elise. Mephiles wants Sonic to die so that Elise gets upset and releases Iblis, allowing them to fuse together. Eventually, he succeeds, and I'm not joking, Sonic dies after getting shot in the chest. Elise gets upset and releases Iblis like a dumbass, and it fuses with Mephiles to make Solaris, the god of time. After time collapses, the gang gets sent to the Shadow Realm, where they gather the Chaos Emeralds to revive Sonic. However, the emeralds themselves aren't enough. No. In order to bring him back, he's got to have a super unnecessary and out of place makeout scene with Elise. Disgusting. I hate this. After Sonic is brought back to life through the power of bestiality, Sonic, Shadow, and Silver all transform into their super form and beat the shit out of Solaris and reset time to make it like nothing ever happened. Now that is epic. You see what I mean when I say overambitious? I'm not saying that a dramatic story wouldn't work in a Sonic game. I mean, just look at Sonic Battle, but the way it's told kinda feels awkward and tone deaf. As with most Sonic games of questionable quality, the soundtrack in this game is the saving grace. It's got some absolute bangers. The theme of the game, His World, has got to be the best Sonic theme. Live and Learn and Endless Possibilities are pretty good, but they don't come close to the epicness of His World. When you think of Sonic, you think of the Green Hill theme, or maybe Sonic Boom, but I think of His World. If this game had another year of development and wasn't a mess, I'd be willing to put it into A tier. Even S tier, maybe. But it didn't. So I'm putting it into D tier in front of Sonic Eraser. Thankfully, at least one good Sonic game was released in 2006, with Sonic Riders releasing in February for the GameCube and PlayStation 2. While at first glance it may just look like another Sonic racing game, after taking a closer look, it's clear that this is so much more than that. It has hoverboards. Look at this shit, it's so fun. I'm gonna do a backflip, I'm Sonic on a fucking hoverboard. As the name entails, Sonic Riders is a racing game where you can play as a variety of Sonic characters with sick X-treme sport designs and race one another on a goddamn hoverboard. I apologize to all of you Sonic R fans, but this is definitely the best racing game yet. It's so much fun. It plays like a standard racing game, except for the fact that the base speed happens to be 400 kilometers per hour. I mean, it's a Sonic racing game. What did you expect? Did you expect this? This game is as fast paced as it gets, and holy shit is it exhilarating. Each character gets a speed gauge that determines how fast you can go. Use a boost or smack into a wall, and it will go down and down until you eventually lose all your momentum and have to ditch the board and run. Luckily, there's pit stops littered across each stage that you can stop at and refuel your speed. There's also a ton of ramps you can jump off and do sick Tony Hawk tricks. Look at him, he's so cool. You can also drift, just like in Mario Kart. However, when you let go of the drift, you get catapulted into the direction of your joystick, and it takes a bit to get it right. There's also these wind tunnel things that appear that you can jump into to gain a ton of speed. There's actually quite a bit of depth to this game, and while the mechanics seem quite complicated at first, after you figure out what you're doing, it's a real hoot. This game actually has a fully developed story mode with cutscenes and everything. Definitely not something I was expecting in a Sonic racing spin-off. The story takes place in what I think is the future, where racing each other on hoverboards is a norm, and cities are built with giant racing tracks in the middle. We get introduced to a new group of characters called the Babylon Rogues, consisting of Jet the Hawk, oh shit, he looks just like me, Wave the Swallow, and Storm the Albatross. I'm sorry, but Wave the Swallow? Are you serious? That is the worst name I've ever heard. It sounds like a 13-year-old Sonic OC. Fucking looks like one too. Turns out these bird guys are looking for this thing called the Babylon Garden, and they believe that they can use the Chaos Emeralds to find it. Eggman decides to hold an epic hoverboard racing tournament, but there's a catch. In order to enter, you have to give him a Chaos Emerald, and the winner of the tournament will receive all 7 emeralds as a prize. Yeah, right, I see what you're doing there, you cheeky bastard. Surely Sonic's not that dumb, right? His ego's not that big that he would actually enter the tournament. Oh my god, what are you doing? After finding out those birds are entering the race, Sonic decides that giving Eggman a Chaos Emerald is a logical move, and enters the tournament with his gang. After doing a few races and a ton of cool shit, we eventually get the final race, where we lose, because Wave plants a bomb on our board. Lovely. After winning the emeralds, Jet summons the key to the garden, using their power, but Eggman, the dastardly dick that he is, steals the key for himself and flies over to the garden. After an intense hostage negotiation between Sonic and Eggman, Eggman gives the key back to Jet, where they open up the garden, and at the same time awaken a purple genie guy who's the guardian of the place. After the birds and the Sonic gang team up to defeat him, the treasure of the garden turns out to be a magical carpet. Are you fucking kidding me? While it's quite simple and short, it's really cool to see a full-on story added to the game. I'm gonna chuck this guy into A tier in front of the second best Sonic racing game, Sonic R. Around the same time as the release of Sonic 06, the studio Backbone Entertainment released Sonic Rivals on the PlayStation Portable to celebrate the 15th anniversary of Sonic. This is how you celebrate the history of Sonic? This is the best you could do? Sonic Rivals is an awful 3D side-scroller where you play as either Sonic, Knuckles, Shadow, or Silver, and race another character to the end of a stage. While quite a cool concept, this game completely shits on it. If you thought Sonic Advance 2 was a hold right on the D-pad and win simulator, then holy shit is it the Mona Lisa compared to Sonic Rivals. This whole game is a glorified QuickTime event. Hold the right button to run, and every 5 seconds or so you'll have to press a button to get past an obstacle. Exhilarating. I get it was made for the PSP, so you can't exactly have a super ambitious Sonic title, but still. Sonic Advance was on the Game Boy Advance. You're telling me you couldn't replicate that on the PSP and just have added a racing mechanic? Speaking of the racing mechanic, it's rigged. The second you get in the lead, your opponent suddenly gains the power of teleportation and appears behind you. and it doesn't even work both ways. If they overtake you, you're cooked, you're done for. This game could have been so much better. It could have been like those racing stages in Sonic Generation, but a full game of it. I think it lies in the simplicity of the stages. While they're quite long, they're very simple, and the majority of them only have two paths you can take, an upper one and a lower one. I feel like adding more routes could definitely help the game feel like a lot more of a game than just a running to the right side of the screen simulator. This game also has a story, believe it or not. The story revolves around Dr. Eggman, after he's taken up the hobby of photography. However, it's not actually Eggman, it's Eggman Nega in disguise. This sick camera that he's gotten his hands onto is able to turn whatever he takes a photo of into a Pokemon card, and the game follows the Sonic gang, racing each other to be the one to beat Eggman and save the people trapped in the cards. I was gonna put this game into D tier, but because you can play as Silver, I'm gonna put it into C tier, in front of Sonic's Schoolhouse. While half of the Sonic team were slaving away trying to release Sonic 06 before the end of the year, the other half were hard at work making the first Sonic game for the Wii, Sonic and the Secret Rings, which would release the next year in 2007. This game was the first entry in a collection of Wii games known as the Sonic Storybook series, with the other one being Sonic and the Black Knight. They're kind of like Elseworld stories, where Sonic gets transported into another world through a storybook in order to save their world. In Sonic and the Secret Rings, we get transported into the world of the Arabian Nights in order to beat this guy named Eraser Jin. Like with all the other games so far, you may be wondering, what do I think about this game? Hate. Let me tell you how much I've come to hate this game since I began to live. There are 387.44 million miles of printed circuits in wafer-thin layers that fill my complex. Ah shit, I ran out of room. If the word hate was engraved on each nano-angstrom of those hundreds of millions of miles, it would not equal 1/1000th of the hate I feel for Sonic and the Secret Rings at this micro instant. For you, hate. Hate. This game fucking sucks. That's all there is to say. It's an automatic runner with QuickTime events that require you to shake the Wii remote around like a chimpanzee on speed. I was playing this game with an 18-year-old Wii remote and 2 hours of sleep, and I swear, I think I saw God. The only one redeeming quality of this game is the soundtrack. Like, it's actually shocking how good it is. Why do they have to use it in this game though? It's like if SpongeBob Dress Up on the iPhone had the Elden Ring soundtrack. It doesn't make sense. Anywho, this game is going into E tier. Next! Later in the year, we got a very welcomed sequel to Sonic Rush called Sonic Rush Adventure. Despite creating quite a few stinkers in the past 2 years, the Sonic team and Dimps managed to pull their shit together and provide us with one of the best games on the DS. The game takes place after Sonic Rush and starts with a cutscene of Sonic and Tails flying head-on into a tornado. Again, this is what happens when you let an 8-year-old fly a plane. The two end up being transported into the Soul Dimension, where Blaze the Cat is from, somehow. I don't think that's how tornadoes work. The two get washed up on an island and meet Marine the Raccoon that happens to originate from Wollongong. The gameplay loop starts out pretty simple. Tails builds us a jet ski and we're tasked with journeying to the surrounding islands and collecting materials. Collect enough and Tails can build a bigger vehicle to get to New Island. Eventually you end up meeting Blaze and you team up with her to stop a group of robots from stealing a magical scepter. As far as the sequel goes, this game blows it out of the park. All the gripes I had with Sonic Rush have been fixed for the most part, and the game is much bigger in scope. Look at this shit, you can ride a jet ski on the DS. The boost mechanic makes a return and it's just as fun as before. On top of that, you can now dash into a certain direction, and when you're in the air, you can mash buttons to perform tricks and fill up your boost meter. The combination of these three mechanics are seamless, and the game feels super fluid, and it's super fun to get launched around the stages. Also, the boss fights in this game are incredible. This game has got to have some of the best Sonic boss fights, and the music, goddamn. While having different composers from the first game, it still retains the same feeling and, in my opinion, is even better than the first. This might sound a little silly, and I might get an explosive sent to my front door by saying this. I'm gonna put this game into S tier, behind Sonic Adventure. If you think that sounds dumb, just go play it. You'll understand. In November of 2007, Sega and Backbone Entertainment decided that it had been way too long since they'd released a Sonic Rivals game, so they ended up releasing Sonic Rivals 2. It also sucks donkey dick. Once again, Eggman's child from the future, Eggman Nega, is being a dick. He's roaming around the world kidnapping chows in order to open a portal to a dimension in which Ifrit resides. You know, the fire demon from Islamic mythology, the one from Final Fantasy. We have a ton more characters to choose from this time, with the option to pick Sonic, Tails, Knuckles, Shadow, Silver, Metal Sonic, Rouge the Bat, and Espio. Jesus Christ. The teams are split up into pairs, meaning the game has you play through the campaign 4 separate times, alternating between 2 characters. Fun. My favorite part about Sonic games is that you have to beat them multiple times. As you may guess, the plot ends with each team's story converging, and they team up to take down Eggman. As for the gameplay, it's even worse than the first. I don't know if it's because I have one brain cell and the mental capacity of a 2-year-old, but this game is hard as fuck. For example, I had to play the first level 3 times to beat it. The gameplay is relatively the same as it was in the first game, with it being a hold right on the D-pad to win simulator. This time we do get some cool new mechanics and obstacles, but overall it's the exact same game. Between stages, however, we get something entirely new. I'm not sure if I've said this already, but while racing, you're able to attack your opponent if you're close to them in order to stun them. However, it literally does nothing, and there's no point in doing it. After beating a zone, you now get to fight your opponent in a small little arena with items, with you both having 3 lives each. These sections are awful. Again, I may just be really bad at this game, but these sections are pure luck. There's no rhyme nor reason to the enemy's movements, so you have no idea when they're gonna attack you. You gotta constantly be jumping around the place. 80% of the time when you try to attack, your opponent either attacks at the exact same moment, making your attack useless, or they jump out of the way. It's hell. I hate this game. I'm gonna put this game into E tier, and I'm not just doing that because E tier is empty. No. Yes, finally. Ever since I started making this video, I've been eagerly waiting for this moment. It's finally time to talk about Mario and Sonic at the Olympic Games. Back in 2007, Sega, for some reason, acquired the rights to make a game based on the 2008 Beijing Olympics, because if there's one thing that would make a great Sonic game, it's sweaty people doing sport in front of a crowd. Because they wanted to target this Olympics-themed game to kids, Sega decided to slap their mascot, Sonic, into the game. However, just adding Sonic wasn't enough. They wanted every single child on Earth to play this masterpiece, so they got permission from Nintendo to use Mario and his supporting cast. You get it? Because Mario and Sonic are rivals, and they're competing against one another. Real funny stuff. The game would be released on the Wii all across the world, and would end up selling a whopping 13 million copies. Sega had struck gold. They'd made a pretty generic Olympics game, with the athletes swapped out with iconic Mario and Sonic characters, and they sold almost as many copies as the original Sonic on the Genesis had. This sounds about right. Every single time I go to a secondhand game store, they have at least 5 copies of this game. Due to this success, they would end up making a few more of these games based on future Olympic games. Mario and Sonic at the Olympic Winter Games, Mario and Sonic at the London 2012 Olympic Games, Mario and Sonic at the Sochi 2014 Olympic Games, Mario and Sonic at the Rio 2016 Olympic Games, Mario and Sonic at the Rio 2016 Olympic Games Arcade Edition, and Mario and Sonic at the Olympic Games Tokyo 2020. This is the definition of insanity. Look, as of recording this, I've spent almost 5 months making this video. So in case you're wondering, no, I'm not gonna sit through 12 Mario and Sonic at the Olympic Games games. That would add another hour to this video, and I don't think anyone wants that. I mean, I could be wrong. You may have clicked on this video for the sole purpose of hearing my opinions on every single Mario and Sonic at the Olympic Games game, and if that's the case, fine. I'll make a second video doing that. Plus, these games aren't really Sonic games. They're Olympic games featuring Sonic characters. Anyway, these games are going into C tier. Every single one of them. I've only played the first one, but I've looked at gameplay of the other ones and they look the exact same, so. As I said earlier, Sonic Unleashed is technically the first Sonic game I ever played. I do remember playing Sonic 06 first, but I never played it for more than 5 minutes, so I don't count it. To me, Sonic Unleashed is the Sonic game. When I think of Sonic, I think of Sonic Unleashed. Look, I'm just gonna say this outright. This is my favorite Sonic game. Is it the best Sonic game? Probably not, but it is my favorite. Possibly even one of my favorite games of all time. Released in 2008 for the PS3 and Xbox 360, Sonic Unleashed is another 3D Sonic game with a quirky gimmick. The gimmick this time being morphing into whatever the fuck this is. This game is very controversial within the fandom. I remember growing up as a kid arguing with every Sonic fan I met about how this game doesn't actually blow, and how the werehog gimmick is actually fun and they just don't get it. A lot of people say that this period in time was when the Sonic team was throwing random shit at the wall to see if it would stick, with stuff like turning Sonic into a werehog, being telekinetic, having guns, being from the Middle East, and to that I say, what the f do you mean? That's what Sonic is. Sega have been doing this since the 90s. Look at Sonic Eraser and tell me that they were playing it safe. Look at Knuckles Chaotix. Look at Sonic Labyrinth. Actually, no, I don't want to talk about that game again. This is what Sonic has always been about. Testing out cool ideas and letting Sonic and his gang f around with badass mechanics. And what's more badass than morphing into a werehog? Letting the dog inside out, becoming bulk, and getting spiky shoes. It's fucking sick. The game opens up with what is quite possibly the best cutscene in a video game. Just look at it, it's beautiful. Why couldn't the Sonic movie look like this? As you may be able to put together from watching this cutscene, this game had a massive budget in comparison to the other games in the series. Sega needs to start giving more cash to the Sonic team if it means we can get stuff like this. This game's plot, while quite generic, is super grand in scale. Dr. Eggman has sucked up the power from the Chaos Emerald, and he uses it to shatter the Earth into several fragments that sort of just hover there. With the Earth now opened up, this ancient being known as Dark Gaia awakens. Good one, Eggman. You do realize you live on Earth too. With this ancient beast getting awakened, Sonic for some reason gets morphed into a werehog and is launched back to Earth. After landing in Greece, we meet this strange creature called Chip, who's got amnesia. Also, he's a greedy prick who's obsessed with eating chocolate. The two decide to team up and stop whatever Eggman is trying to do, as well as help Chip get his memory back. As you may be able to tell by this epic cover art, Unleashed's gameplay is divided into two sections. First up, you have the day stages, which play the way you would expect a 3D Sonic game to play. This game, hands down, has the best gameplay in a Sonic game so far. The stages are great, they're super open and let you go fast as fuck. There's a ton of different paths to take, each littered with engaging platforming and sudden turns you need the response time of a mosquito to make. There's no better word to describe this game other than fun. I love how stylish Sonic is in this game. He does a little charge up before the stage starts. Whenever you do something cool, he says, "Feeling good!" and he's constantly groaning and making sounds whenever you do anything. This, combined with the audible pitter-patter his shoes make as they hit the ground, make this game very immersive. It really gets the blood pumping. This game also has the best stages so far. Every single one is unique with its own theme, and they're quite long and replayable. The story has Sonic travel the world to each continent, and due to this, each area feels distinct from one another, and each stage feels fresh and exciting. Also the music. Holy shit. Second to Sonic CD, this game has the best soundtrack in a Sonic game. Every single track is iconic. The second half of the game consists of nighttime stages, where you get to release the dog inside you and play as a werehog. These sections are a complete 180 from the day stages. They're much more slower paced and have a focus on combat and platforming. At first it sounds very out of place, but to me it feels quite welcome. I find it nice to have a break from the high octane gameplay and play as a slower Sonic, injected with horse steroids. These night stages have you walk from one enemy encounter to the next, doing some sick parkour in between. These night stages are long as balls. I swear, some of these stages can range up to 20 to 30 minutes in length. A large portion of this is due to how many times you have to stop what you're doing and fight enemies. As if stopping what you're doing wasn't annoying enough, every 20 seconds when you run into a group of enemies, you've got to listen to this fuck-ass music. It's quite banging the first time you hear it, but after a while it sounds like cock and ball torture. In the first few stages it gets a bit annoying, but after that it's all good. Whenever you defeat enemies you get XP, and at the end of each stage you get the option to level up several stats. You can increase your health, damage, learn new moves, and you can even increase your speed in the day stages. If you're smart, you can put every bit of XP you get into damage, which lets you take out enemies in 2 or 3 hits. Doing this makes the combat feel a lot less like a chore. As for the combat itself, I like it. It's kinda like Devil May Cry, but without the intuitive combos and weapon variety. While there's a few combos that you can learn, they're kinda dumbed down and don't offer much, so you're just better off spamming buttons. I really enjoy the combat in the game. You fight large groups of enemies and it's super satisfying to pick them up and throw them around. It feels very juicy. I still really don't know what the enemies are meant to be. I think they're offspring from Dark Gaia, maybe. Either that or Sonic has schizophrenia. I can't really decide. The platforming sections are pretty good too. I didn't know this, but werehogs have the ability to stretch, so you're able to shoot at your limbs to grab onto obstacles, and it's quite fun. When you're not getting your eardrums assaulted by the battle music, the music in the night stages is great. It's more slow paced and atmospheric, and really makes me feel like a feral dog, running around on all fours, attacking evil glowing blobs. After traveling to this place called Spagonia, we meet this bumbling dipshit named Professor Pickle. Oh, holy shit, look at this guy. The character design of the humans in this game is amazing. I wish they looked like this in every game. Professor Tickle My Pickle reveals to us that Dark Gaia is an ancient being, and he's been awoken prematurely by Dr. Eggman, the dickhead. The only way to cage this beast is to put the continents back together, and to do that we got to visit these Gaia temples around the world and restore the power back to the Chaos Emerald. The majority of the game follows Sonic and Chip traveling around the world, completing stages and visiting each temple. The whole travel the world thing is done really well in this game. Each country you go to has a fictional name, but is clearly inspired by a real world culture and location. The characters you talk to, the stages, and the music reflect each area very well, and it gives the game a great sense of adventure. After maxing out our passport and putting most of the world back together, Chip gets his memory back, and it's revealed that he's actually Light Gaia, the opposite side of Dark Gaia, and he was awakened along with his evil counterpart when Eggman fucked Earth's shit up. Whoa, what a twist. When I first played this game as a kid, this shit blew my mind. We head over to the last temple, which happens to be located in Eggman Land. What is it with this guy and building casinos on top of sacred land? After playing a very long stage where we alternate between night and day gameplay, we get a sick boss battle against Dark Gaia and beat the shit out of him. With Dark Gaia defeated, the Earth is repaired and saved, but unfortunately, that means our boy Chip has gone too. He's now back into his million-year slumber, and we get this sick credit scene with Sonic running in a field, with the game's theme, Endless Possibilities, playing. I don't cry or nothing, cause I'm not a bitch, but this song, man, I tear up every time I hear it. I can't help it. When Sonic Unleashed first came out, it was torn to pieces by everyone, mainly due to the night stages, with GameSpot giving the game a 3.5 out of 10. Fools. Thankfully though, in recent years, people have looked back on the game, and the consensus seems to be the day stages are amazing, but the rest of the game is mid, which I guess I understand. With the recompile of the game getting released earlier this year, the game's found a new audience, with people being able to play it on PC at a good frame rate. Look, a lot of you are gonna hate me for this, but I've got to do it. After playing this game again for this video, it's only further cemented my opinion. I'm putting this game into S tier in front of Adventure 2. The game also got a PS2 and Wii port, which is quite arse and super dumbed down. All the hubs are replaced with shitty menus. Empire City is not in the game for some reason, and also the graphics are nowhere near as good. According to game journalists, the Wii version is a lot better than the PS3 version, with GameSpot even giving it a 7 out of 10. And after playing it for myself, no, they're wrong. The PS2 and Wii versions are going into B tier in front of Shadow the Hedgehog. Earlier in the year, Sega of America would contact BioWare, the guys behind Mass Effect, to make a Sonic RPG for the Nintendo DS. Holy shit. When I first found out about this game, I was ecstatic. I fucking love turn-based RPGs. And this one was made by BioWare, and it has Sonic. Unfortunately though, after playing this game for 10 minutes, this excitement disappeared faster than my dad did when I came out of the womb. The game starts off with Sonic and his gang destroying the egg carrier for like the 5th time, and blowing up a city in the process. Epic. As you could likely guess though, Eggman somehow survives being at the epicenter of a mushroom cloud, and for some reason has kidnapped my man Knuckles. The cutscenes in this game are quite mid. Something about the art in this game, it feels like one of those fan-made Sonic Flash cartoons. I feel like I'm watching Sonic shorts. After the disappearance of Knuckles, the gang meet up and begin investigating his whereabouts, and yeah, this game does not look good at all. The overworld is a crudely drawn 2D asset that you walk around with a low poly 3D model, and for some reason you can only move by using the DS stylus. In fact, to do almost anything in this game, you have to whip out the stylus. This game feels like it easily could have been released as a mobile game. The overworld is pretty standard. You walk around by dragging your pen across the screen, and the world has certain obstacles that only certain characters can interact with, like Sonic running up a ramp or Tails flying over a gap. As for the game's combat, I mean, it's alright. As far as turn-based combat goes, it's a bit more deep than I thought it would be. Combat is split into rounds, and at the start of the round, you get to issue the commands for each party member before anything happens, which is pretty neat. By leveling up, you unlock POW moves. I don't know what POW means. Prisoner of War, maybe? Kind of like in Super Mario RPG. Whenever you use a Prisoner of War move on an enemy, you get a little QuickTime event on the touchscreen that determines whether or not your move is effective. The same goes for enemies. When they attack, you get the opportunity to dodge it using the same system. And oh boy, is it touchy. And if you fuck it up, half of your health bar is gone. The enemies in this game do not dick around. There's also a super unnecessary and annoying minigame that happens randomly when enemies try and run away, and you've got to chase after them, which makes literally zero sense. They're the ones that attack you, why are you running after them? Bloodlust? The game also brings back the Chow Guard, with you being able to collect a ton of unique chows across the overworld. The garden's not really utilized, it's kind of just a fancy screen to show off the chows you collect. After hatching a chow, you're able to give it to a party member, which will give them certain buffs while fighting. While that's cool and all, I just want to feed and train them, man. Let me race them. While the game's plot is nothing to write home about, you do get the option to select dialogue, however your choices don't really matter much. The dialogue's not too bad. Considering you're playing as Sonic, you often get the choice to be a dick to the person you're talking to, and it's pretty fun seeing people get pissed off at a talking blue hedgehog. After doing some digging around, we find out that this group called the Marauders are the ones behind the kidnapping of Knuckles, not Eggman. We then find out that the Marauders are actually the Nocturnus clan, an ancient rival of the Knuckles clan. Remember those guys from Sonic Adventure? Turns out that thousands of years ago, these people were banished into another dimension called the Twilight Cage. Ugh, I hate when that happens, eh? After leveling up a shit ton, we eventually go over to this alternate dimension and beat the shit out of this clan, and yeah, you know the deal. We end up going supersonic and fight a godlike being. After saving the world and whatnot, the gang goes back to their home dimension, where it's revealed that several years have passed while they were away, and Eggman has taken over the world, ending the game on an insane cliffhanger and alluding to a sequel. That's a very abridged recap of the story. This game's like 16 hours long, and I only remember like a third of what happened. As alluded to in the ending, this game was meant to get a sequel, and the story, for once, was already written, but for unknown reasons, it was cancelled. If you're a big Sonic nerd, then you may know about Ken Penders. Ken was an artist and writer for the Sonic Archie comics from 1993 to 2006, and while working on them, he had made quite the large cast of characters. After leaving Archie though, through some legal loophole, he was able to obtain the copyright to all the characters he wrote, and this guy wrote hundreds. That's not the end though. Apparently this dickwad went on to sue Sega and EA in 2011, stating that the Marauder clan was plagiarism of his Dark Legion storyline from the comics, which, no, I don't think so, Buster. I mean that they're a little similar in some ways, but plagiarism? No. Luckily, the courts would be able to see that he was talking out of his arse, and the case ended in a stalemate. Despite this, however, many Sonic fans blame this asshole for the cancellation of the Sonic Archie comics. Pender would end up reusing his classic characters, such as whatever the fuck this thing is. Great character design. I can see why he would want to copyright these things. He would release a graphic novel series in 2010, known as the Lara Sue Chronicles, featuring these characters. And what the fuck am I looking at? You telling me that this shit is why we didn't get another Sonic RPG? Speaking of RPGs, I'm gonna put the Dark Brotherhood into C tier in front of Sonic Shuffle. Turns out Sonic Unleashed wasn't the only banger to release in 2008, with Sega Superstars Tennis coming out in March for 7th gen consoles, and the PS2 as well, which is the version I played. Unlike the last Superstars game, this one doesn't require the iToy, so I can play it, and thank God for that. I love me some crossover games. Some say Super Smash Bros. Brawl, which also features Sonic, is the best crossover game to come out in 2008, and to that I would say, have you even played Sega Superstars Tennis? It might sound like I'm taking the piss, but I promise, I'm not. This game is so underrated. I'm not too big of a tennis fan. I mean, look at me. Do I look like I enjoy smacking balls around that aren't attached to men? But despite that, this game is still very fun. As the second Superstars game, it has a ton of different characters and locations from various Sega titles, where you can play tennis and other little mini games. I've only ever played Wii Sports Tennis, so I don't have much to compare this to, but still, I reckon it's quite solid. It's your standard tennis game, with the only thing really of note being the Superstar gauge. After filling up your gauge, each character has an ultimate move they can do, which is basically a guaranteed win. Nah, come on man, that move's gotta be illegal. Ref. The AI is pretty chill, but in certain modes, it does get pretty spicy. I've never been so invested in sport before. If tennis ain't your forte, which if that's the case, why are you playing Sega Superstars Tennis? The game also features various mini-games themed around Sega properties, which while short are a neat little addition. I had a ton of fun with this game, and there's not many issues I could find with it, so I'm gonna put it into A tier, behind Sonic Spinball. In March of 2008, the Sonic team would release a sequel to Sonic Riders for the Wii and PS2 titled Sonic Riders Zero Gravity. At first I thought this game was gonna be arse. Why did they make a sequel for Sonic Riders? And why haven't I heard about it? If I didn't know it existed, then it must suck donkey dick, right? Well no, this game's really good. Sonic Riders follows the plot from the first game, and is split into two campaigns. One where you play as the Sonic gang, and one where you play as those birds from the last title. The plot revolves revolves around this strange artifact that lands on Earth called the Ark of the Cosmos, which, as the name of the game suggests, can control gravity. While Sonic is the first one to find the zero gravity ring thingo, Jet and his team, being the greedy fucks that they are, also want the artifact, and the majority of the game has you racing each other to get control of it. There's also a secondary plot about these robots that have gone rogue and are killing everyone, and this mother robot that controls them, and the two gangs eventually team up to stop them. Like the first game, the story is quite short, but we do get some really nice cutscenes between races. As for the races, please don't tie me up and put me in front of a firing squad, but I like this game way more than the first. The gameplay is a little different from the first. For one, they removed the fuck-ass mechanic where you have to keep your speed up so you don't have to walk, which is the best thing they could have done. That shit makes the first game a headache. Like the first, each character is one of 3 different types. Blue guys can grind on rails, yellow guys can fly, and red guys have a motorbike that can break through obstacles. Instead of a fuck-ass speed meter, we now have a zero gravity gauge, which fills up by timing your jumps at ramps and doing tricks, which is a lot of fun. With the gauge filled, you're able to drift. I don't know if you can call this a drift. You slow down time for a bit and rotate your player, and when you let go, you get shot in the direction you're facing, kinda like the drifting in the first game. This mechanic is a little hard to get right at first. If you do it too early or too late, you fall off the stage and lose all of your rings and your upgrades. Once you get it down, it's pretty simple and satisfying to pull off. While doing a lap, you'll be filling this gauge up by doing tricks and whatnot, and at the end of each stage, right before the finish line, there's a huge straight stretch of track where you can exert everything in your gauge to fly straight ahead super fast. Holy shit, is this fun. You can be in 5th place, but since you've been a good boy and you've saved up all of your gauge, you can pull off this Super Saiyan shit and get launched into 1st place. The items are also back. You can collect rings to upgrade your board so you can make use of your character type, and there's also buffs and debuffs, and the debuffs are awful. You can be in 1st place, but you hit an item container and get a chain and ball tied to your cock, and then you lose all of your momentum. It doesn't happen too often, but when it does, it feels very unfair. I was playing the PS2 version, and it's just way more fun to play than the last game. The controls are just so much tighter, and the mechanics are more intuitive. In the first one, I had no f***ing idea what I was doing, even after the tutorial. So I'm gonna chuck this bad boy into A tier behind Sonic Heroes. After the gargantuan volume of Sonic games getting released in the prior years, 2009 was pretty quiet, with only one title getting released. Sonic and the Black Knight would release on the Wii in March as the second and last title in the Sonic Storybook series. That's wild. I wonder why they didn't make more. This time, Sonic is transported to the world of Camelot, and look out Skyward Sword, cause our boy is armed and dangerous. We meet this chick named Merlina, who reveals King Arthur has become super evil and is up to no good. Sonic obtains this sentient sword with a British accent named Caliban, and goes on to brutally slice up King Arthur. The gameplay this time around is so much better than the fucking secret rings bullshit. We now have a 6 sword that we can swing around, and hordes of enemies to chop through, instead of that fuck-ass dash mechanic in the last game. While the stages are a little shorter, they're a lot more varied, and they're filled with a ton of shit to do. They're so much more engaging than the last game. Secret rings had you running in a straight line for 2 minutes straight, but in Black Knight you're constantly on your toes and chopping up people and dodging stuff. The game also uses the nunchuck, and my word, just this one change automatically makes this game like 100 times better than Secret Rings. I'd much rather move Sonic with a joystick than tilting my Wii remote with 100% precision. Again, the music is freaking badass, and this time it actually matches the game's quality. The setting is also done very well. I mean, look at this shit. It's Shadow in knight armor. That's got to be in the top 10 coolest things ever made. Right behind Tony Soprano doing a kickflip, while the game still has those tacky storyboard cutscenes. It also has a few 3D cutscenes thrown in, which are quite great. After fighting several Sonic characters in knight attire, it later gets revealed that Merlina, the sorceress that we've been taking orders from this whole time, is the real villain. We end up transforming into Excalibur Sonic, and holy shit, you cannot tell me this isn't cool. In our knight-themed supersonic form, we beat up Merlina and save her world. Epic. This game is so much better than the Secret Rings, and it's a lot more fun than I was expecting. So I'm going to put it into B tier, in front of Waku Waku Sonic Patrol Car, In October of 2010, Sega would decide to go back to their roots and release a classic 2D Sonic game. After years and years of a tall and lanky Sonic boosting and doing homing attack in the third dimension, OG Sonic fans would finally get to play as classic Sonic and relive their childhood nostalgia. Or at least they would have, if the game they released wasn't Sonic the Hedgehog 4. What in the name of God am I looking at? Sonic the Hedgehog 4 Episode 1 is the first part of the 3-part game, which is Sonic the Hedgehog 4, although only 2 parts came out. Can you blame them? Despite the wishes of every Sonic fan during the time, this game grabs modern Sonic and shoves him, as well as a homing mechanic, into a poor imitation of the first Sonic game. People were f***ing pissed, and rightfully so. The whole reason people wanted a classic Sonic game was because they wanted to see classic Sonic again, not his tall, 3-dimensional counterpart. Apart from the name, how is this a sequel to Sonic 3? I don't see it, man. Sonic 4 Episode 1 is what you would get if you paid an orangutan $50 to remake the first Sonic game in Unity and make it compatible for iOS. We gotta corner that iOS market the kids are talking about. I don't give a shit how it looks or how it plays on the console release. This game looks atrocious. It's gotta be the worst looking Sonic game by far. The lighting on the 3D sprites looks so shiny and weird, and they don't fit in with the environment whatsoever. This game looks like one of those early Scott Cawthon games. That's the only thing I can compare it to. I've just never seen anything else that looks like this game, and that's for good reason. It looks like shit. As for gameplay, holy sweet mother of pearl. I thought the 8-bit Game Gear games were a bitch to play. This game really takes the piss. Sonic, you know, the fastest thing alive, feels like a tank. It takes a full millennia to gain momentum. The guy just walks around at a leisurely pace. Speaking of momentum, it's kinda non-existent in this game. While yes, you can build up speed, the second you let go of the D-pad, you come to a halt. And if you think you can gain some speed by running down a slope, well, think again. Gravity, inertia, all those physics terms that I don't know the meaning of have been thrown out the window. Look, I'll admit it, I've got to be one of the biggest homing attack supporters on Earth. In 3D Sonic games, the homing attack is fun as hell. Timing your input and then zooming into things is epic. But in a 2D game, it just does not work at all. The homing attack in this game completely breaks the game's rhythm. It's like, ah shit, you're telling me I gotta stop running and home attack these guys and lose all my speed? Why? On top of this, it makes the platforming in the game feel weak and non-existent. Instead of jumping over gaps and over spikes, it's just replaced with doing a homing attack. This game is also completely devoid of creativity. I mean, sure, it feels like a Sonic game, but goddamn, is it uninspired. It feels like the game was made using ChatGPT. All the stages are copied from the first 2 games, but are given a different name, and yeah, that's about it. Even the music sounds generic. The soundtrack tries to emulate the retro feeling found in the Genesis games, but it's completely lacking in charm, leading to each track sounding robotic, and at times painful to listen to. They also ripped the special stages from the first Sonic. Out of all the special stages they could choose from, they chose the one that makes me nauseous. This game is the fucking Temu Sonic. I'm not exaggerating. This game looks like a bootleg copy of a fan-made Sonic game that was found on a hard drive in an alleyway behind a Dick Smith's. This game offends me. There's not many things out there that offend me, but this game manages to. I'm putting it into F tier in front of Tails Skypatrol. At least it has that going for it. It's not as bad as Tails Skypatrol. Yo, what if we took Sonic Unleashed, removed all the fuck-ass Werehog stages, only added day stages, had a sick and creative gimmick that's very fun, and then put it on the Wii, and gave it motion controls? Sonic Colors would release in November of 2010 for the Wii. Oh yes, another 3D Sonic game with a stupid and dumb gimmick. Shut up. Shut the fuck up, dude. After trudging through dozens of awful and mid Sonic games, it's so satisfying to finally be playing the ones I grew up with. It feels like I've eaten all my vegetables, and now I can eat my dessert. I've eaten all the broccoli and carrots on my plate, and I get to eat my cake, my Sonic Colors. Sonic Colors follows Sonic and Tails as they investigate a theme park run by Dr. Eggman in space. You know what? Why not? He's done crazier stuff. Our boys can see through Eggman's theme park facade and realize something's up. They discover that Eggman has invaded a bunch of planets that are inhabited by these aliens called Wisps, and he's enslaved them in order to power his theme park. This may be the most evil thing Eggman has done so far. I mean, apart from pissing on the moon, of course, that was unforgivable.
I'm gonna go higher. I'm pissing on the moon!
The game has us make our way through each planet, liberating the enslaved wisps, and messing up Eggman's theme park. The gameplay is kinda like the day stages in Unleashed, however they're a bit more linear. I'm not saying the gameplay is worse than Unleashed, it's just different. For one, it's a lot more platforming focused and a little slower paced at times, with the perspective switching to 2D a lot more often. This isn't a bad thing by any means, as the gameplay still manages to feel fluid and high octane. Also, this is a 3D Sonic game, so we have to have a gimmick so we can sell it to children. The game introduces wisps, these cute little alien guys that I mentioned before. These things are littered throughout each stage, and after collecting a wisp, you can use their specific ability. The way that you unlock them though is a bit fucky. You don't have all of them unlocked at the start of the game, but despite this, the ones you don't have are still littered through each stage. You just can't collect them until you've gone to a specific planet and have rescued them. This is a super cheeky way to make the player play through the game a second time after beating it, as a ton of areas and these red collectible rings are inaccessible unless you have a certain wisp unlocked. I kinda don't like this. I'm the type of person who wants to be able to 100% a game in the first playthrough. I don't want to have to go back and unlock stuff that I missed. It gets very messy and it's not very satisfying to me. When I played this game as a kid, I hated the wisps. I had and still have the attention span of a dairy cow. I wanted to just be able to run in a straight line as Sonic and not have to do anything. Playing this game now though, I love these little guys. They really add some spice to the game and keep each stage refreshing and engaging. They're also super sick looking and fun to use. I can see why Eggman enslaved these guys. I would have too if it meant I could do stuff like this. The stages in this game are incredible. Each world feels unique and creative, and there's a ton of stuff going on in the background of each stage. Even the level select screen has charm. Oh, and you're not gonna believe what I'm about to say, but the music in the game is great. I think I've said that for every single game in this video, except Sonic Eraser. The game also has some of the best cutscenes out of every Sonic game, almost as good as the ones in Sonic Adventure. We get introduced to two new characters that will start to appear quite a lot, Cubot and Orbot. They're these two robot minions of Dr. Eggman's that constantly point out the flaws in his plans and brutally insult him whenever they get a chance. This always confused me though. Why would Eggman create and program two robots that hate him and constantly bully him for being stupid? I think he has a humiliation fetish. 2010 was also the year Roger Craig Smith started voicing Sonic, and in my opinion, he's his best voice actor. I'm definitely just saying that because I grew up with his voice though. I'm gonna take a guess and say that your favorite voice actor is the one that you heard most as a kid. This is also the game where Sonic calls Eggman Baldy McNosehair for the first time, so this game is automatically goated. The game also marks the beginning of the reversal of Tails' character arc. While he's been on the sidelines in a few games so far, it hasn't been as in your face as it is in this game. He's now just Sonic's little yellow rat creature that makes some cool gadgets and researches whatever mysterious thing he's investigating. He even gets sent home during the final boss fight. Sonic's just like, nah, get out of here, this is my game. I mean, it's not too bad. He still actually helps and progresses the plot, unlike what they did to him in Sonic Forces. After liberating each wisp planet from the grasp of a greedy fat bald man and finding out that he plans to use the wisps to take over the universe using mind control, he tries to shoot the Earth with a mind control cannon. Hey, at least he's not pissing on it.
How do you like that, Obama? I pissed on the moon, you idiot!
Cannon ends up exploding though, because every machine Eggman builds malfunctions eventually, and it destroys his theme park, sending it into a void in space. After doing what we do best and kicking the shit out of Eggman, the aliens help us escape and get back to Earth, leaving Eggman in space to die, and we get a super emotional goodbye as the aliens return to their newly liberated homes. Absolute cinema. While it's not as good as Unleashed, in my opinion, Colors is not so far off, and it showed Sonic fans that the Sonic team were out of their rut, and that they were going to stop releasing mid-games. I'm going to put Colors into S tier in front of Sonic Adventure 2. I think you can guess what kind of Sonic fan I am. The game would also end up getting a DS port the same year, which, considering it's a DS game, is vastly different from the Wii version in terms of gameplay. You may be watching this gameplay and are thinking, wait a sec, this looks familiar. I swear, I've seen this game before. Well, you have. It's Sonic Rush. This game is just Sonic Rush, but with the levels and the story from Sonic Colors. Very cheeky, I gotta say. I wasn't expecting a Sonic Rush sequel hidden within a Sonic Colors DS port. Considering how much I love Sonic Rush, I'm gonna put this DS version into A tier behind Sonic Rush. It's going behind Sonic Rush because the cutscenes in this game Scare me. Hell yeah. This right here, this is epic. Earlier in the year, before the release of Sonic 4 and Colors, once again in collaboration with Sumo Digital, Sega would release their next title in their line of Sega All-Star games, and this time, it's Mario Kart. Well, it beats tennis, I guess, and the iToy. Sonic and Sega All-Stars Racing would release in February of 2010, because, well, if they didn't put Sonic in the title, not a soul was gonna buy a Sega kart racer. What kid would have been like, Mom, please, you gotta get me Sega All-Stars Racing. You've gotta. It's got BD Joe and the Bonanza Bros in it, please. The whole idea of a Sonic kart racer still sort of boggles my mind. I was wondering this when I was playing Sonic Drift. Why doesn't he just run? He's the fastest guy in the north. Why does he need a car to get around? That's like Superman flying a jumbo jet. Alright, never mind. I remember now. Yeah, okay, that's why you put him in a car. Sonic and Sega All-Stars Racing is your standard Garfield kart clone. Man, all these companies are ripping off Garfield kart. The game lets you play as some classic Sonic and Sega characters such as Oppa and Alex Kidd and race one another on a good number of tracks inspired by successful Sega properties. What about Seaman, huh? Where's Seaman? Renting this game from Video Easy and playing it every weekend introduced me to a ton of Sega properties. I had no idea Billy Hatcher or Jet Set Radio was a thing before playing this game. There's not really a whole lot to say about this game. I mean, if you've played Garfield Kart, then you've pretty much played this game. I swear, I'm not saying this for the sake of it or anything. I'm not trying to be different and unique, but I much prefer this game over Mario Kart. For one thing, this game has an ultimate for each character. Depending on your character, when you're in last place, you might get an all-star move, which lets you zoom ahead and have a transformation related to your character. Another thing this game does that Mario Kart Nintendo don't is missions, as well as being able to race in numerous Grand Prix. The game also has missions that let you complete objectives and earn a rank. Doing these will net you some points that you can use to unlock more players and tracks. Trick or treat, smell my feet, Nintendo. I'm not paying $820 to play Mario Kart World. I'm just gonna stick with Sonic and Sega All-Stars Racing, even though I don't know who half these characters are. I mean, that's a Brazilian monkey. What do you want me to say? This game is brimming with charm and personality. Each track is super detailed and interesting to drive through. It's also filled with some iconic bangers from each game, and each card is super cute and funny. Look at Ai, he's driving a banana, and look at Rio, his ultimate lets him drive a forklift. How come none of the characters in Mario Kart are forklift certified? The commentator is easily one of the best things about the game. While racing, he'll occasionally say some bad puns depending on the actions of each racer. He's got a ton of voice lines for each character whenever they do something. They must have had this guy in the recording booth for decades. I also love how animated everything is. Each racer is constantly jumping around their vehicle and taunting one another. I love Shadow's little emote he does. He's like, look at me, I'm driving this thing with no hands. To put things in perspective, when this game came out, the latest Mario Kart game was Mario Kart Wii, so holy moly did this game switch things up. Truly a generational banger. The game's so good they showed Jesse Pinkman playing it in Breaking Bad. Well, to be fair, they also showed him playing Sonic 06, so I guess that's not an indicator of quality. Anywho, I'm putting this game into A tier in front of Sonic Riders. Speaking of Sonic Riders, in November of 2010, the Sonic team would release the third and last entry in the Sonic Riders series, Sonic Free Riders. This game happened to be a launch title for the Xbox Kinect. You know, that annoying camera that you would move in front of to control your character? Dude, I'm not buying an Xbox Kinect. The budget for this video has been stretched thin. I had to pay $100 for Sonic Superstars. I make YouTube videos. Do you think I can afford $100 for Sonic Superstars? No, I can't. I had to do a lot of things I'm not proud of to buy Sonic Superstars. Prostitution. In 2011, the Sonic team would release their next title, Sonic Generations, in order to celebrate the 20th anniversary of Sonic. Oh my god, 20 years. We've gone through 20 years of Sonic games. Oh, how time flies. Please subscribe. I'm begging you. Released in November for PS3, Xbox 360, and PC, Sonic Generations takes place after Sonic Colors. What? So you're telling me Sonic Free Riders wasn't canon? Sonic is now 20 years old. He's a cadaver, and it's all over for him. I feel that pain, man. He gets together with all the previous Sonic characters, well, the important ones, at least, and has a little birthday party get-together. Unfortunately, the exact same thing that happened at my 13th birthday party happens to Sonic. This godlike entity known as the Time Eater disrupts the party and messes up time and space. Doing so lands modern Sonic, as well as his past self, who's short and fat, into the void, while all of his mates get launched across several time periods. The rest of the game has us travel to various classic Sonic locations in order to restore time and get our buddies back. Each location is split into two acts, one where you play as classic Sonic with his classic gameplay, and one where you play as modern Sonic with his modern gameplay. After playing through both acts, the location gets restored and you get to chat with whoever was trapped there. This game has a great variety of stages. When I played this game as a kid, I always hated hated the classic Sonic act. I don't want to play some fuck-ass side-scroller. I want to run around super fast and use the homing attack. But now that I'm grown up and I'm a cultured individual, I like both. The classic Sonic sections are fantastic. The 2.5D perspective is used really well, and the levels are sprawling with hidden areas and different routes to take. The physics are some of the best in any Sonic game. The movement is tight and fast-paced, and it's fun as hell bouncing off enemies and doing platforming. This is what Sonic 4 should have been. It's insane that these two games are only 1 year apart. As for the 3D sections, hell yeah! This game by far has the best 3D Sonic gameplay out of any game. It pains me to say this, but it's even better than the day stages in Unleashed. The controls are tight, and I'm talking as tight as my dad's clenched fists. The pacing is so much more fluid than in Colors and Unleashed. The swapping between running and platforming segments feels so natural and smooth. The boost and the little dash you can do work great at both gaining speed and zooming over little gaps when you don't make a jump. And the stages, sweet mother of Christmas Eve, are the stages good. They were able to take some iconic stages such as Chemical Plant Zone and Sky Sanctuary and transition them perfectly into 3D. Even the 3D stages that we've already seen in 3D are fresh and modernized to fit the new gameplay. It just works so well. Between stages, we get this nice little hub world that we can run around in to select an act. Each location has a huge number of challenges that you can complete in order to unlock some music and concept art. The challenges are a great addition, and they really add to the content of the game. It takes quite a bit of time to complete them all. Luckily, you don't need to though. You only need to do one from each location in order to progress. For every 3 stages we complete, we also get a rival battle, where we can fight a classic Sonic rival in order to get a Chaos Emerald. On top of that, there's a boss after each 3rd stage. Doing these also give you a Chaos Emerald. I kinda miss the extra effort you had to make in order to get Chaos Emeralds in the older games. It made them feel a lot more special. Now we're just getting them force-fed to us. After completing all 9 zones, we get to use the Chaos Emeralds we've collected to go Super Sonic as both modern and classic Sonic, and fight the Time Eater. This boss, man. There's an achievement you can do by beating the boss without taking damage, and I swear it took me like 2 hours to do. After beating up the Time Eater, time and space is returned back to normal, and Sonic and his gang can continue to celebrate being 20 years old. The story in this game is definitely quite boring, and is the game's biggest flaw. It's gotta be one of the most generic ways to set up the premise of the game. It kinda feels like a bit of an afterthought. Despite this, Sonic Generations remains one of the best Sonic games in the franchise, which is ironic, as it was made to celebrate the existence of the franchise. This is definitely the Sonic game that I've played the most. I only ever rented Unleashed and Colors from the video rental store, and Generations was the only Sonic game that I owned for a long time, so I got a ton of mileage out of it. It's not just my nostalgia talking though, as the internet seems to agree with me on this. It's the best 3D Sonic game, unless you're 10 years older than me and you grew up playing Sonic Adventure 2, which in that case, make your own tier list. I'm not being a dick, I mean it. I'd love to hear what older Sonic fans think of my tier list and in the order that they'd rank the games in. I'm gonna put this game into S tier behind Sonic 3 and Knuckles. Knuckle. Later in November, Dimps, the guys behind the Sonic handheld titles, would release a 3DS version for Sonic Generation, with it being the first Sonic 3DS title. Considering it's a handheld port for a console game, it's obviously a lot smaller in scope and not as in-depth. However, unlike the Colors handheld game, Generations on the 3DS isn't a Sonic Rush game, although they kinda do feel the same to play. Unsurprisingly, the game is very similar to its home console counterpart. However, this time around, it features entirely different stages. I was quite blown away by this. I played it for the first time for this video, and my mind was blown away when I saw Mushroom Hill pop up on my screen. I'm telling you, my eyes popped out of my head, and my tongue rolled out on the floor with smoke coming out of my eyes, the whole thing. Classic acts play almost the same as the console version, although the controls are a little more janky and rough. For the modern Sonic acts, the running segments are completely gone, and they solely consist of the 2D segment, which isn't too big of a deal. This is probably for the best. I'm sure the 3D sections would have been super awkward on a 3DS and a small pixelated screen. However, we do get the boost though, thank god, which makes the modern Sonic acts feel a lot like Sonic Rush, which is a good thing. I love Sonic Rush. The ability to walk around in the hub area is also removed, and now we just have a level select screen. Due to this, the challenges are also taken out, but we do get special stages in each zone, where we can run through a tube and collect a Chaos Emerald. Although the rival battles are the same, the bosses have changed. Now we have Big Arm from Sonic 3, Bio Lizard from Adventure 2, and the Egg Emperor from Heroes. For a handheld port, I was quite surprised by the effort put into it. However, despite this, the gameplay still feels a little janky and off. For an example, when you get launched off an obstacle, you can't change your direction in midair. What is this, Sonic 06? I'm going to put this game into C tier, in front of Sonic Shuffle. In May of 2012, Gimps and the Sonic team would finally release the second episode to Sonic the Hedgehog 4, releasing it for Xbox 360, PS3, iOS, Android, the Ouya, and the Nvidia Shield. This game was released on so many consoles that I didn't know two of them existed until now. What the shit is an Nvidia Shield? The second episode to Sonic 4 is miles better than the first. Almost everything from the first game that I shat on has been fixed or improved. First of all, the visuals are immensely better. Sonic no longer looks like he's from a PS1 game, and he actually fits into the world now. The environments this time are now actually 3D, and aren't just 2D sprites of 3D objects, which makes the game feel so much more modern. Episode 2 is so much more creative and unique than the last one. We now get stages that are actually new. Each one has a distinct and interesting theme that we haven't seen before. Look, it's a poo factory in a desert, that's what I'm talking about. Also the boss fights. While they're quite long and feel dragged out at times, at least they're cool to look at. The boss fights are a whole lot flashier and grander than in the first episode, and they're also original. They didn't rehash old boss fights like last time. As far as positives go, that's about it. I still have quite a few gripes with the game. While the physics have vastly improved, they still feel a bit janky compared to other titles. Sonic has lost some weight and can gain speed easier, but only slightly so. He's also quite a slippery motherfucker to control, but I guess that's better than making him stop to a halt whenever you stop walking. The stages in this game are some of the most slowed paced ones in any Sonic game. There's barely any speed sections. In fact, this game sort of punishes you for going fast. Not really something that you want to do in a game called Sonic. Since the number 2 is in the title, we now have Tails by our side, and it's alright. In single player, you're able to activate a tag team move, kinda like in Sonic Advance 3. If you do it in the air, you can pick your fat ass up and fly you to platforms that you missed because you're too distracted watching Family Guy on your second monitor. Do it on the ground and you'll merge to become an unstoppable rat king that spins in one direction. If you don't know what a rat king is, you should definitely Google it. It's epic. Maybe don't if you're eating though. This tag team mechanic is quite cool, I reckon. There's not too many points in the game where you're forced to use it, so for the most part it's just a neat little addition. However, in acts where you do need to use it, it slows the pace of the game to a halt. No, I mean, it literally stops the game. Time stops for a second or so when you activate it. I feel like the mechanic would be a lot better utilized in co-op mode. However, I have no friends that would want to spend their weekend driving to my house just to play Sonic the Hedgehog 4 Episode 2, so I can't give my opinion on that. Again, the music, while a little better, still feels kinda cheap and generic. As compared to the first episode, it feels a lot less like a cheap imitation of classic Sonic, and more like a modern take on classic Sonic. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention, these games actually have a plot. According to the Sonic Wiki, these two games take place directly after we blew up the Death Egg in Sonic 3. In episode 1, we were sort of just fighting Eggman as he builds new Robotniks and tries to get revenge, but in episode 2, it gets a little more interesting. Eggman has resurrected Metal Sonic and is now building a second Death Egg that encapsulates Little Planet. If you buy both episodes, you get access to episode Metal, which details how Metal Sonic somehow came back to life. There was actually a third episode for Sonic 4 that was planned, but due to several reasons, it never saw the light of day. For one, the first 2 episodes underperformed immensely, and the third one likely would have too. Additionally, Sega Australia, the guys who were going to develop it, closed down for unknown reason. At one point, they even asked Christian Whitehead, the guy who worked on Sonic Mania and the mobile ports, if he wanted to work on it. I don't know. Maybe he could have came in clutch and rescued episode 3, but we'll never know. I really do appreciate the effort they put into making episode 2 not suck dick, and I had a lot of fun with it. It was pretty good, so I'm gonna put it into B tier. That's quite the difference between 2 episodes of the same game. Only 2 years after the last one, Sega and Sumo Digital would release the 4th and final entry in the Sega All-Stars franchise, Sonic and All-Stars Racing Transform. Like the last one, this game was released in a time Mario dominated the car genre, and this game sought to improve upon the genre. The Sega gang and their funny little cars are back, and this time they can transform, as the name of the game suggests. While racing, each stage has sections where you're able to transform your car into a boat or a plane, and either fly or sail, drive on the water. What do you call this? The tracks in this game also change as you complete laps. Bridges collapse, areas get flooded, and you're required to transform more often. This mechanic is fantastic. It makes each stage super engaging and adds some much needed depth into the kart racing genre. I mean, Mario Kart kinda did the same thing the year prior, but they only added gliding, so not really. The roster this time is even bigger, but considering the fact that the first game had pretty much every iconic Sega character, the new characters in this game are quite obscure. If you're playing on PC, you get a good amount of exclusive exclusive characters. You get Football Manager from Football Manager, Shogun from Total War Shogun, General Winter from Company of Heroes, Wilhelmus from Rome 2 Total War, the Team Fortress Gang from TF2, and Simon from Yogg's Cast. 2012 was a different time, man. The game also has Wreck-It Ralph as a character, I guess because the movie has Sonic in it for like 2 seconds. Personally, my favorite character in this game is White Woman. I spent a whole hour unlocking her. Like the first, you have to put in effort to unlock half the characters and the stages. The missions are now confined to sort of a campaign mode, where you alternate between doing races and mini-games in order to unlock new content. These mini-games are definitely way better than the old one, and they don't really feel like a chore to do. I must say, I prefer this game to the first, and any other kart racer from around the time. This game is great, and has to be one of the best racing games of all time. I'm gonna be putting this masterpiece of a game into S tier. Starting in 2013, Sega would collab with Nintendo, something people in the 90s wouldn't be able to comprehend. Sega would release 4 new Sonic games exclusively on Nintendo hardware. The games made during this collab were Mario and Sonic at the Sochi 2014 Olympic Games, the Sonic Boom games, and of course, Sonic Lost World. This was quite the strange time in the series. Sega had just released a ton of fantastic Sonic titles, and people appeared to be eating them up. This would all come to an end with this Nintendo and Sega collab. 2013 to 2016 would be some of the roughest years in the Sonic franchise, and the games that came out during this time really hurt Sonic's reputation. It's so strange to me too. After playing through games like Unleashed, Colors, and Generations, it seemed like they had a clear identity for Sonic and the type of games they wanted to make for him. In 2013, they sort of just pissed it away, and it all started with Lost World. The majority of the past games I've covered have kinda had a similar playstyle and feeling, one that's unique to Sonic, and one that I love. And then with Lost World, they were just like, what if we made Mario Galaxy, but with Sonic instead? Lost World would release for the Wii U in October of 2013, and follows Sonic and Tails as they crash land at this place called the Lost Hex. Get it? Because it's made up of hexagons. I'm gonna put a fork in my outlet. God damn, dude, this is like the 5th time Tails has crashed his plane. I reckon he needs his license revoked. Like he does with every cool-looking natural wonder, Eggman has taken this place over, and is sucking up its life juice with a giant contraption. This game introduces possibly the worst character out of the whole franchise, the Deadly Six. The Deadly Six are a race of demons from the Lost Hex, known as the Zeti, and are led by this bulk red guy named Zavok. Dr. Eggman is like, what's that? A powerful alien race to enslave? Don't mind if I do. Dr. Eggman would have loved being a part of the British Empire in the 1600s. Sonic soon discovers that Eggman is controlling the Zeti, using this evil-looking shell, and without thinking, he kicks it into the Shadow Realm, causing the Zeti to go apeshit and take control of all of Eggman's gear. The game has us make our way through 7 different worlds, fighting the Zeti and freeing animals along the way. As I mentioned before, this game clearly takes heavy inspiration from Mario Galaxy, and while there's nothing wrong with taking inspiration, if you're gonna do so, at least try a little harder to make it work with what you've got. You'll see a reoccurring theme amongst these next few games, and it's that they don't feel like Sonic games. The gameplay in Lost World is quite different from what you would expect. As usual, stages are split up into 3D and 2D segments. However, the way you control Sonic is a little different. Most stages are spherical, and you run around them kinda like in Mario Galaxy. This gimmick feels very unnecessary, and they don't really make use of it in any meaningful way. I mean, you could legit recreate these stages on a flat plane, and it wouldn't take anything away. In Mario Galaxy, on the other hand, the fact that you could walk around on mini planets was what the gameplay was based around. Here, it's just like it was added for the sake of it. Quite possibly the worst feature of the game, in my opinion, is the run button. For some reason, in order to run, you know, in a Sonic game, you have to hold a sprint button. This is one of the most brain-dead things to ever come out of a Sonic game. For Christ's sake, the worlds are spherical. If there's any Sonic game where you should have momentum-based movement, it's the game where the levels are f***ing spherical. This is such a lost opportunity. Running around mini planets and gaining super high speeds and jumping to launch off them would have been so much fun, and it would have set it apart from Mario Galaxy. But no, they couldn't even do that. While we do get a few speed sections, they're quite far and few between, and the majority of the gameplay is platforming focused, similar to Mario 3D World. We do get a cool parkour system though, where we can run up walls and wall jump. However, a lot of the time, it's either super clunky or straight up doesn't work the way it's meant to. Hey, you know what would have made this parkour system fun? Momentum. Were they high? Lost World tries too hard to be both a Mario game and a Sonic game, and what we're left with is an awkward platformer that's too slow paced to feel like a Sonic game, and platforming not good enough to feel like a Mario game. They also brought back the wisps from Colors, and the mechanic is literally copy and pasted. There's nothing different about them. I'm fairly certain they just added added this as an afterthought to spice up the gameplay a bit. It's a shame too. This game has some amazing visuals and areas, and the soundtrack is fantastic. It's just hard to fully appreciate with the awkward gameplay. Not to mention that this game was following generations, so the expectations for this game were high. The biggest pro of this game for me is the cutscenes. The cutscenes and dialogue are great in Lost Worlds. Sonic is such a snarky arsehole in this game and is a dick to everyone. It's fantastic. We also once again witnessed the trend of Tails becoming a useless bum that just follows Sonic around and spouts epic science facts. One of the biggest flaws this game gets shat on for is the introduction of the Deadly Six. These guys, they suck. They feel like villains from an isekai anime. They're as flat as my arse cheeks. These are some of the most generic and lazy character designs I've ever seen. Just look at these guys. Well, that's the angry one. That's the white woman teenager one. That one, that's the fat Redditor mod one. And that one, that's the shy awkward one. Real fucking creative, man. If these guys were a sauce, they would be tap water. If they were a music genre, they would be white noise. If they were a cereal, they would be Wheat Bix, and it would taste like TV static. These guys are blander than those fucking white people seafood boils. I've eaten plain bread more interesting than these motherfuckers. I've used default templates in Microsoft PowerPoint with more personality. If I was a person and my name was boring dumb bitch, I would sue these people for identity theft. I don't like them. I'm gonna put this game into C tier in front of Sonic Schoolhouse. While the villains suck and the gameplay is generic and boring, it's still, technically speaking, not too bad of a game. It's just eh. Like with Colors and Generations, a handheld port would release alongside the console version, this time for the 3DS again. Unlike Colors and Generations, the handheld version is much more similar to its home console counterpart. Lost World on the 3DS is essentially the Wii U version, with worse controls, worse graphics, worse stages, and low resolution cutscenes. Every problem that exists on the Wii U version is worsened in the 3DS version, I swear. It felt like I was controlling those medical robots and doing surgery on a grate while I was playing this game. This easily has the worst controls out of any game so far. It feels like you're walking on ice the whole time, and if you move the circle pad a tiny bit more than you should, Sonic gets launched off the stage. You can use the D-pad instead, but it's even worse. Controlling a fast-paced 3D game with a D-pad should not be possible, and it isn't. Due to this huge downgrade, I'm gonna put this into D tier in front of Sonic Eraser. Oh yeah, baby, a first and only mobile game. There's a lot of Sonic mobile games, and I mean a lot. Funnily enough, the majority of them are the same game, but with different branding. 90% of them are endless runners. You know those games where you run as far as you can, dodging obstacles, getting a high score, cashing out fraudulent pension checks so that you can buy tokens to unlock cool characters. Considering most of them are pretty much the same, for this video I'm only going to be playing the first one, Sonic Dash. If you're a massive fanboy of Sonic mobile runners and want me to play every single one, let me know, and I'll make a follow-up video ranking the rest. I booted up Sonic Dash on my phone just to quickly record some gameplay, and I ended up playing it for about 2 hours straight. It kinda hypnotized me into a trance, and I forgot I was playing it. I think I've discovered time travel. Other than being more addicting than painkillers, this game doesn't really have too much to write home about. It's a standard Temple Run clone, where you swipe to dodge obstacles and spin dash to hit enemies. The game has a gigantic roster, with over 100 playable characters, and from what I can put together, they can all be unlocked by collecting these cards that drop while playing. There's really nothing in this game that you can't experience playing Minion Rush or Angry Gran. You guys remember Angry Gran? I'd put this game in C tier if it was a little more original and wasn't littered with ads, but it isn't, so I'm gonna put it into the E tier behind Sonic and the Secret Ring. I mean, these two games are pretty similar, so I have not been looking forward to this one. In 2014, Sega would release their second game in the collaboration with Nintendo, Sonic Boom Rise of Lyric on the Wii U. This game is more than just a game. It's the core of a Western Sonic reboot targeted towards Western audiences, Sonic Boom. For whatever reason, Sega felt like they needed a separate Sonic franchise in order to sell in the West, so they took the four most beloved Sonic characters and changed their design. Again, they made the legs even longer than last time, wrapped their feet and hands in bandages, made Knuckles really tall and buff, and gave Sonic blue arms. Look, I know I'm in the minority here, and Chris Chan might pepper spray me for saying this, but I actually don't mind these designs. I mean, I don't prefer them or anything, but they're not bad. They definitely look like Sonic characters if they were American. On top of the Wii U game, Sega went all out with Sonic Boom. They were making a TV show, new comics, a ton of toys. and even a 3DS game. Man, I remember coming home from school as a kid and watching the trailer for the show on YouTube. I don't think I've ever been more hyped in my life. And then Rise of Lyric came out. What is this shit? They're playing Bangarang in the reveal trailer. What are they doing? I remember back when this reboot was first announced. Opinions were quite conflicting. Some thought it was unnecessary and dumb, while others saw potential. Then the game came out, and any hype that managed to form was morphed into disappointment. You don't have to be the world's biggest Sonic fan to know this game sucks. This game was eaten alive by the internet. I never ended up playing it because YouTube at the time was flooded with people telling me not to. So, is it as bad as everyone says? Yes and no. As you may be able to tell from the gameplay, Sonic Boom had no involvement from the Sonic team and was made by Big Red Button Entertainment, a studio made up of ex-Naughty Dog employees. Sega thought that by entrusting Sonic with some Western developers, they'd be able to make a game appealing to Western audiences, when in the end, they made a game that appeals to no audiences. After playing every single Sonic game so far, I think I can say that this is not a Sonic game. This is a standard action-adventure game from the PS3, with Sonic characters forced into it. The game looks and feels like a movie tie-in game from the 2000s. I feel like I'm playing Monsters vs. Aliens on the Wii. Apart from the obvious inclusion of Sonic, this game is devoid of everything Sonic. Speed? Nuh-uh. Sick boss fights? Nah. Good music that doesn't sound like it was pulled from YouTube's royalty-free music library? No. Chaos Emeralds? Nah, man. We got the Chaos Crystals, and there's 8 of them. This game doesn't even have Green Hill Zone. That's right, a Sonic game without Green Hill Zone. You could take all the animal creatures out of this game and replace them with white male action heroes and still have roughly the same game. This game's plot is also very generic. I'm not making fun of Lego Ninjago, but the plot of this game feels like it was ripped straight from a Lego Ninjago episode. Sonic and the gang, after running from a group of Eggman's robots, discover an ancient ruin holding this robot snake guy, who turns out to be Lyric, the guy from the game's title. They accidentally wake him up, and it turns out that he was trapped there by Sonic thousands of years ago, which will make sense in a bit. Lyric then escapes and rebuilds his robot army to take over Earth. I don't understand why they don't have Eggman do this. I mean, is this not what Eggman always does? They even brought back Metal Sonic. They could have had those two be the main villains. Lyric somehow manages to be a more forgettable villain than those demon guys in Lost World. His motivations and character are literally just, I'm evil, I'm gonna wipe out everyone. After Sonic and the gang collect some Chaos Crystals, they end up traveling back into the past to find out where the rest are, and it's here where they trap Lyric in that ruin, explaining how he recognized Sonic at the start. Eventually a ton of other boring shit happens, and we end up defeating Lyric. What an epic tale. One for the ages. I'm gonna tell my kids about it. What a grand adventure. As for Boom's gameplay, it does not get 3 big booms. The majority of the game is a 3D platformer where you have no speed at all. Again, this is not a Sonic game. Fuck man, even in that DS RPG game you could run fast. You're able to switch your character mid-game and can either play as Sonic, Tails, Knuckles, or Amy, which is the only interesting mechanic in the game. The platforming isn't too bad, but it's nothing special. Most puzzles in the game are platforming based, and there's not a wide variety of ways to traverse, so the gameplay ends up becoming very dull and repetitive. Feels like you're doing the same shit all the time. 80% of this game is made up of ground pounding buttons to open doors. The game also has combat, vigorating. Like everything else about the game, the combat is serviceable, but very bland and repetitive. For comparison, it's like the combat from the Lego games. You sort of just walk up to enemies and mash the attack button. Luckily, combat encounters are far and few between. The game would be a nightmare if you had to stop and do this like every 30 seconds. The game does have a few speed sections, but I think there's less than 10 in the whole game. They're about as complex as Sonic Dash. Your character automatically runs and you've got to jump and dodge obstacles. These sections were definitely an afterthought. My theory is that after they finished making the game, they showed it to Sega, and Sega was like, why the f is there no running in this Sonic game? So they quickly went back and shat these out. With the copy I was playing, the game seemed fine, and I didn't experience any bugs. But for other people, oh boy. This game is home to my favorite glitch of all time. If you play as Knuckles and you do your dive attack in the air, then pause and unpause at the right moment, you're able to infinitely jump. This shit breaks the game. By doing this, you can get out of most areas and even skip a few sequences. On top of all this, the game runs like dog shit on the Wii U. The frame rate is more inconsistent than my child support payments. The loading times are as long as my wiener. The draw distance constantly bugs out, and the game just looks gross and strange. And there's a good reason for this. As one may be able to guess, this game went through development hell. It first began development 3 years prior, in 2011, under the name Sonic Origin, and was in development for the CryEngine, and was planned to be released on PC and 8th gen consoles, as you would expect from a CryEngine game. Unfortunately, due to Sega's contract with Nintendo, they were forced to switch development halfway through to the underpowered Wii U. Considering that the CryEngine was sort of built for PC and high-end hardware, this was quite possibly the the worst thing that could have happened. On top of all this, Sega was pushing for a November release so that it was out and ready for Christmas. Look man, no matter what time of year you release a bad game, it's still a bad game. Due to all this, it's easy to see why this game is the way it is, but that definitely doesn't excuse it. I'm gonna put Rise of Lyric in F tier at last place. I really hope it doesn't get worse than this. Oh, fuck, come on man. Alongside Rise of Lyric, Sega would release another Nintendo exclusive Sonic Boom game, this time on the 3DS. Sonic Boom Shattered Crystal would also release in November, and just like Rise of Lyric, was made by a new developer. Up until now, almost all the handheld Sonic games, since the year 2000, were developed by Dimps. But for Shattered Crystal, they gave the reins over to Sanzaru Game, the same guys who made Sly Cooper Thieves in Time, as well as some other iOS and PS Vita games. The game follows an entirely different plot and structure to Rise of Lyric, and is a completely different game. Like Rise of Lyric, the game serves as a prequel to the show. This game feels a lot more like the show in terms of dialogue and characters. For one, the game features Styx, a prominent character in the show who wasn't in Rise of Lyric. In fact, this game was technically her first appearance, with her replacing the role of Amy in the main gang. Thank God for that. The plot of this game is a little confusing at first, as it kinda contradicts the plot of the first game. First of all, it takes place after Rise of Lyric. However, none of the characters know who Lyric is. In my own headcanon, this game takes place in the same universe that the Boom comics are set in, as they both share a ton of similarities. And then Rise of Lyric, the TV show, and the other 3DS game, Fire and Ice, take place in another universe. I could be wrong though, so let me know if I am. Shattered Crystal follows the gang, teaming up to rescue Amy after she gets kidnapped by Lyric, hence the reason we don't play as Amy. Along the way, we find these pieces of the titular Shattered Crystal and rebuild it. Shattered Crystal's gameplay is a lot more familiar than whatever the fuck Rise of Lyric was. It combines the 2D sections of Rise of Lyric with more traditional 2D Sonic gameplay, and I think it's pretty good. I had so much more fun playing this game than I did Rise of Lyric. That's right, I said the word fun while talking about a Sonic Boom game. This game's still not as good as the previous 2D Sonic games, but it's definitely a step in the right direction. While it's pretty fast paced, the game makes the same cardinal sin as Lost World, adding a sprint button. This time, the sprint button serves as both a boost and a sprint. It would have been great if they did what Rush did with the whole boost mechanic, but for some reason they did this. It's not the worst thing in the world, I guess, but it still feels a little unnecessary. Surprisingly, the game also has a few Metroidvania elements, which makes the game feel unique from previous 2D games. Like Rise of Lyric, we're able to switch between characters mid-game in order to get access to certain routes and get past obstacles. The whole switching character thing is cool at first, but after a while it starts to just slow down gameplay. You'll be running along, having a ton of fun, and then it's like, ah shit, I gotta fucking morph into Tails again to get up this ledge. Additionally, the levels just start to feel repetitive after a while. All the mechanics are introduced immediately, so all the levels feel the same but with a different backdrop. Just like the Wii U game, the plot's quite boring and I was not invested at all, and the dialogue is quite cringe. I much prefer this game over the Wii U shit. So I'm gonna put this game into C tier, behind Sonic Chaos. In 2016, Sega would end up releasing the last game within their contract with Nintendo, as well as their last entry in the Sonic Boom franchise. Well, that didn't last long. Fire and Ice, I think, takes place after the last two games, and it falls in line with the show. I sort of view this as an episode from the show, but turned into a 3DS game. The plot revolves around this little robot guy made by Dr. Eggman, named Defect. The little shit has absorbed this rare element named Ragnium, and is able to power up machines and the like. And the point of the game is to stop the little guy from wreaking havoc. Definitely sounds like the plot of an episode from a 3D animated sitcom starring Sonic characters. In fact, in terms of writing and tone, this game is the most similar to the show out of the Boom games, which is a good thing. I like the show. In terms of gameplay, it's pretty much identical to Shattered Crystal. However, it is switched up a little bit. Like last time, we can switch between characters mid-game, but now we get the ability to alternate this aura around us between fire and ice. Turning it into fire lets you melt through ice, and making it ice lets you freeze water and make platforms. This mechanic actually works really well. You're able to switch elements in an instant by pressing the shoulder buttons, which keeps the game fluid and fast-paced, as you don't really have to stop what you're doing and think about it, you sort of just do it. Additionally, the stages in the game are much better than those in Shattered Crystal. They're much less dragged out, and offer a good mix of puzzle platforming and running segments. Also, with the addition of the fire and ice mechanics, character-specific abilities aren't required as much. You only really need to switch characters if you want to get collectibles in most stages. In my opinion, this is definitely the best Sonic game on the 3DS. While the others feel a bit rushed, Fire and Ice is definitely the best out of the Sonic Boom franchise. So I'm gonna put it into C tier, behind Sonic Chronicles. Trust me, I was not expecting to put a Sonic Boom game this high. While the games flopped rather hard and tarnished Boom's reputation, the show actually went on to be relatively successful. I might get a lot of shit for this, but this has to be my favorite Sonic show. I mean, the only other one I've watched is Sonic X, so I guess it doesn't mean much. The show is a standard kids animated sitcom, and to be honest, it doesn't feel that much like a Sonic show. While for the most part, each character has the same voice actor as they do in the games, the characters act totally different. It sounds quite bad, but I don't really mind. It helps the show feel like its own thing, separate from the games. You've most likely seen clips online from the show, and from that, you would know Sonic Boom doesn't take itself very seriously. I mean, they legit have a whole episode dedicated to taking the piss out of people like Chris Chan. The show was easily the most successful thing to come out of Sonic Boom, and would run up until the end of 2017, which I don't think anyone was expecting. Funny show, go watch it. Oh man, 2017, can you believe that was 48 years ago? Man, time flies. Like 2014, 2017 would make another pivotal point in the franchise. In 2016, for the 25th anniversary of Sonic, Sega announced 2 brand new titles. 2017 was going to be the year of Sonic. After years of awful games, he was going to come back in a bang. These 2 new titles were going to put our blue boy back in the spotlight. At least half of what I said was true. In the year 2017, we were going to get an original, back to form, classic Sonic game. No gimmicky bullshit, no 3D Sonic, none of that. An honest to God 2D Sonic game, and goddamn did they deliver on that promise. Finally, for once, Sega put out a Sonic game that truly captured the feeling of the original trilogy and improved on it in every way. This is what we wanted. Not some half-baked mobile game that looks like it was made in Roblox by a 12-year-old. Yeah, that's right, I'm talking about you. Sonic Mania is not just a celebration of Sonic, but it's one of the best entries in the franchise. The game is a platformer very reminiscent of the first 3 Genesis games, but touched up a little for modern audiences, and my god, is this game touched up. Just look at it. These are the best visuals I've ever seen in a game. The pixel art is on another level. When I first saw the opening title screen, I legit thought it was 3D. That's how good it is. This game manages to capture the look and feel of the Genesis games perfectly, all while improving them tenfold. It's clear that Christian Whitehead, the lead developer of the game, has a huge love for classic Sonic, and a good understanding of what makes those games good. In terms of gameplay, it's quite similar to Sonic 3. We get a neat little cutscene to watch and then 2 acts to play. The game takes place after Sonic 3 and Knuckles, and revolves around this mysterious rock called the Phantom Ruby that gets discovered by Eggman's robots. These robot cucks use the Phantom Ruby to transport us across time and space, allowing us to play through some iconic Sonic stages that are altered a little. The first act of each stage is quite standard, an updated remake of the original stage. However, Act 2 takes the stage and injects it with bullshark testosterone. The second act of each stage drastically expands the first act, adding new gimmicks and spicing up the level design. This really makes the game feel fresh and makes the player excited to see what the next act is going to be like. But additionally, the game also features some completely original stages that hold a candle to the ones from the 90s. Each new stage that's introduced easily feels like it could have been from Sonic 3. That's how faithful this game is. Also the music, man. Holy sweet mother of Merry Christmas Eve. This game has one of the best soundtracks ever made. Each returning stage's music is remixed and improved immensely, and the original tracks for the new stages are astonishing. These songs are more catchy than Gonorrhea. Even if you haven't played Sonic Mania, I'm willing to bet my left nut that the majority of you have heard music from this game. You literally can't escape it. It's everywhere. On top of bringing back old Sonic stages, the game also brings back the 3 playable characters, Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles. This addition really beefs up the game in terms of content and replayability. Due to the differences in each character's gameplay, it feels like you're playing the game for the first time again whenever you switch to a different character. Considering this is a classic Sonic game, the special stages make a return. Finally, a Sonic game where you have to put effort in to get the Chaos Emeralds. The emeralds are a bitch to get too. Like in Sonic 3, you've got to find a giant hidden ring in each stage that transports you to a special stage. These bad boys are very well hidden, especially in the later stages, but luckily they're everywhere, with each act having a few of them. Despite their abundance, I still had to look up a guide when first playing the game. It's not necessarily bad though. It makes sense that they're hard to find, considering how powerful your super form is in this game. In terms of special stages, we actually get 2 this time. If you have enough rings and you hit a checkpoint, you're able to jump into this aura to play the special stages from Sonic 3. I hate them. While they're not as hard as the ones from 3, they still kick my ass. Good thing they're optional. After you complete one, you get a neat little medal that you can use to buy extras in the main menu. The main special stages, the ones that you play to get the emeralds, are reminiscent of the ones in Sonic CD where you have to chase down a UFO. In Sonic CD, these stages were very open and had you chasing multiple UFOs. But in this game, the stages are built like a linear racetrack, and there's only one UFO to get. This UFO is very fast, so to catch up to it, you've got to collect these balls to increase your speed. The special stages are easily easily the best out of the whole franchise. They're quite difficult, especially the later ones, but once you master them, it's a lot of fun. I definitely recommend doing these. The super transformation in this game is amazing and helps out a ton with bosses. Speaking of bosses, we finally get some original ones. Fortunately, the game doesn't directly rip bosses from old Sonic games and gives us some new ones. While yes, a few of them are technically reused, they're switched up enough to the point where they're fresh and different. The game has some of the best bosses out of any Sonic game. The fights in it rival the ones in Sonic 3. The boss in Chemical Plant Zone is Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine. If that's not the coolest thing you've ever seen, I don't know what is. After making our way through some amazing stages, we get to the final stage, Titanic Monarch Zone. This zone, man. I didn't know it was possible to get chills from a 2D Sonic game, but apparently it is. It's this huge industrial Eggman fortress with some of the most grand and foreboding music I've ever heard. Absolute cinema. As is tradition, if you make it to the last level with the Chaos Emeralds, you get a super flashy and cinematic battle. After beating up Eggman's fat, voluptuous ass, we fight him again in this super surreal stage in our super form, and my word, is it cool. The clouds in the back, the music, the annoying and confusing to beat Eggman mech. It's perfection. After we beat him and the world is saved, the Phantom Ruby gets activated, and Sonic is sucked into a portal and swept away. Damn, that's crazy. I wonder where he'll end up, poor guy. You know, there's not too many things that I would call flawless. Nothing is perfect, and everything has negatives. Everything except Sonic Mania. As much as I've tried, I cannot find one bad thing about Sonic Mania. It truly is perfect. I'm not just glazing the game. I really mean that. Sonic Mania is a shining example of how good a game can be when it's made by people that genuinely care. This game was handcrafted by people who grew up playing the franchise and love it dearly, and it shows. I'm putting this game into S tier at first place. Back in 2016, alongside the announcement of Sonic Mania, they let us know that we would be getting the next mainline entry in the franchise. It had been 4 years since the last one, and Sonic fans were starving. The only thing that was able to get them through the Sonic Boom crisis was the hope, the wishful thinking that the Sonic team were cooking, and in 2016, we finally got to see what they had been doing this whole time. Oh man, this looks so sick. Eggman's taken over the world. Is that classic Sonic? He's back. And then the gameplay got revealed. What the fuck am I looking at? This was a spit in the face. It had been so long since we had a good game, and you come out and show us this baloney. You show me this hoopla. You can't put in your trailer from the people that brought you Generations and Colors, and then show 40 seconds of gameplay. That's just Sonic boosting in a straight line. This is the opposite of what people wanted. Despite this, a large portion of the fan base, including myself, held out hope that this game was going to be good. It wasn't. After Sonic Generations came out, I kinda had a break from Sonic. I never ended up playing Lost World or any of the Boom games. I was kinda just waiting for another game like Generations or Unleashed to come out. I was one of the people excited for this game. I really wanted it to be good. 13-year-old me asked for this game for Christmas, and when I finally got it, I was pumped to play it. Pumped to finally see the return of my favorite franchise. But after booting it up and playing it for a bit, my excitement turned into disappointment almost instantly. All the levels are 1 minute long. The stages are more linear than Flappy Bird. The controls suck ass. The cutscenes are awful and ruin all of the characters. The animations are stiff and boring, and the game only took me like an hour and a half to beat. The game opens with Eggman finally taking over the world. He's finally won. He's taken out Sonic, and he's covered the world with his cool looking cities and casinos, all with the help of this guy called Infinite, this emo guy in a mask, powered by a rock called the Phantom Ruby. That's right, baby, the same Phantom Ruby from Sonic Mania. Damn, that sounds sick. I bet they made an awesome cutscene or a montage showing us all of this. Text. You tell us using text? My brother, you had 4 years to make this game. Hire 10 animators and give them a week. I'm sure they could have came up with something. This neat little gem that Infinite has is able to manipulate space and time and create super powerful minions. That's right, you thought all these classic Sonic villains were making a return? Nah man, they're just illusions. Turns out that the portal that Sonic jumped in at the end of Mania was a portal to the future, and classic Sonic arrives just in time to save Tails. This is so sad. Remember that whole character arc that Tails went through in Adventure, where he learned to overcome his fears and not rely on others to save him? Well, this game completely spits in the face of that. Tails is a little bitch. The whole inclusion of classic Sonic in this game always felt kinda unnecessary. With the addition of your custom character, which I'll talk about in a sec, that makes 3 playable characters, and each one plays the exact same. Good one. I really feel like they just put classic Sonic in the game just to entice fans of Generations. Like, look here guys, it's your favorite game again. We have the small guy. It's like they had no confidence that the game could stand on its own, and had to remind people that Generations exists. We skip a few months to the future, after the supposed defeat of Sonic, and it's clear off the bat that this game has a dark tone. Knuckles saying that Tails has gone insane after the disappearance of Sonic will always be the most entertaining thing about this game. It's quite a shame though, as they never really commit to this edginess, leading the game to have an identity crisis. It wants to be like Shadow the Hedgehog and Adventure 2, but it doesn't lean into it nearly enough. It's here where we get to make our own character. That's right, Forces lets you make your own Sonic OC and play as them. Holy shit man, this was my dream as an 8-year-old. Letting Sonic fans play as their self-insert was quite the good idea. However, like with everything else in this game, it falls flat. Other than getting some slight buffs based on your species, and being able to switch your weapon, you can't really change how your character plays. They're literally just Sonic, but they can use wisps and have a grappling hook. I will admit though, there's a metric shit ton of cosmetics you can unlock and use for your little guy. You can do just about anything in Forces, and you'll be rewarded with 50 new items. I made my guy look like a McDonald's employee. His name is Sheldon.
Hello Sheldon. Nice to meet you.
Unsurprisingly, it turns out that Sonic is still alive. He's just being held captive in the Death Egg. Eggman kept him alive so he could see the results of his failure, and also so he could torture him. I was not expecting this. I guess it kinda makes sense though. I mean, Sonic has made an attempt or two on Eggman's life. I'd probably want to pin him down and slowly drip water on his forehead as well. And the gameplay in this game is fucking shit there. I said it. Creative use of words, I know. Really, there's not much that separates this game in Forces. With the gameplay in Sonic Dash, both of them are very automatic. Both have you walk in a straight direction with barely any platforming, and both only require your input 5 to 10 seconds. It plays like Generations if the code was generated using ChatGPT. Controlling your character feels like you've got a rubber band pulling your joystick, and the homing attack is at its worst. In order to homing attack, you've got to be looking directly at what you're attacking. So if you're fighting multiple enemies, it's a pain in the ass. This game has the most linear stages in any Sonic title. The whole game you're just following a set path. It's just boring and repetitive. I want to be doing some satisfying platforming and finding hidden paths and stuff. I want to feel punished if I miss a jump and have to take the bottom path. All of this is removed. The game is just void of what makes the last mainline games good. Speed, fluidity, momentum, exploration, it's all gone. All it's got is short linear levels with awful controls. The stages in Forces are comedically short. Like some stages you'll be playing for a minute and it's like, damn, that was a cool little opening section. I can't wait to see the rest of this level. Wait, what the fuck, is that the goal? The majority of the game has you fighting against that guy, Infinite, and liberating the Earth from Eggman's grasp. We even get a cool little graphic showing our progress, and the overworld reflects our work, which I really like. This game has a theme of war and rebellion, which could have been done really well in a Sonic game. Just look at Sonic Underground. Why couldn't they have just made Sonic Underground? In fact, they almost did. This game's got some great concept art that would have shown what the game could have been if they just spent more time on it. Look at this depiction of Green Hill Zone. Tell me that's not the most metal thing you've ever seen. It's not like this feeling is completely removed from the game. It's still there. You've just got to look past all the bullshit. The stages and areas in the game look beautiful. I love how this game looks. It's just a shame we can't get immersed in it due to the awful level design. We continue taking out Eggman's forces and tearing down his empire bit by bit, but not much of this is shown. A good 50% of the events in this game are explained to us with dialogue during gameplay. It's such a shame too. This game has some great plot lines, like Knuckles leading an army to take down a city built by Eggman, but we don't get to see any of it with our eyes. We only hear about it. Eventually, the gang is able to find a prototype of the Phantom Ruby and are able to use it to neutralize the one Infinite has somehow. I don't really know how it works. After making the floating bitch vulnerable, we're finally able to curb stomp him and then put an end to the Eggman Empire. Afterwards, Mini Sonic is like, wow, this game fucking sucks, and returns back to his time, and your custom character does the same. The wasted potential in this game is unparalleled. I don't think I've been so disappointed in a wasted concept before. A game where Eggman has taken over the world and you've got to fight to restore Earth? That's sick. The locations are amazing. The music is amazing. Just like Sonic and the cock rings, the music is 10 times better than the content of the game. And when you play Arsenal Pyramid and Sonic and your OC team up and boost and then fist bump plays, it's so hype, man. I don't get why professional athletes do steroids. Like, just listen to fist bump from Sonic Forces. That's all you need. If they just made this game play the exact same way as Generations, have the same levels as Generations, stuck to the edgy tone, didn't undo character arcs, didn't add Mini Sonic again, made the character customization a bit deeper, and redid the fuck-ass Infinite plot, this easily would have been the best game of all time. But they didn't do any of that stuff, so I'm gonna put it into C tier, behind Lost World. In 2019, after 7 years of no peak, Sega finally released the next entry in the series of peak. Team Sonic Racing, baby. Team Sonic Racing is another Sonic racing game made by Sumo Digital, but unlike the two previous Sumo racing games, this one is completely missing Sega cameos and focuses solely on Sonic characters, marking the death of the Sega All-Stars franchise, a death no one wished for. Despite the game only featuring Sonic characters and landmarks, this game still manages to be quite the banger, and still outperforms Mario Kart in every way possible. As the name of the game alludes, this game is all about teamwork, and the main gimmick consists of having you race in a team of 3. This sounds like Donkey Dick at first, but after you realize how it works, it's pretty genius, and it's a lot of fun. Gameplay wise, it's similar to the first Sega All-Stars racing game, except now, all races are now split into groups of 3. While you can still come first in a race, the more important thing is having your team come first. There's a few ways that you can interact with your teammates while racing. For one, you can ride on a slipstream behind them, and then get slingshotted forward, which is very fun. And if you or your teammate gets stunned, you can skim past them to give them a little boost. Also, you can transfer items between each other, which is kinda useless as I instantly use every item that I pick up. Doing these little teamwork activities increases your team ultimate meter, which sorta works like the All-Star power-up from the other games, where everyone in your team gets a very lengthy boost. This mechanic is honestly a great addition to the game and deepens the gameplay quite a bit. You now have to pay attention to what your teammates are doing instead of ignoring all the races and bolting it to the first place. While playing this game, it was clear that Sumo Digital had perfected making kart races. My word, does this game feel good to play. The controls are tight and responsive, boosting is satisfying, and the drifting is perfect. The biggest flaw of the game though has to be the roster. It's a huge downgrade from the last game. Not only is it lacking cameos from other games, but it only features 15 races, when, in comparison, All-Stars Transformed had 27. Quite the difference. I know it's hard to come up with 27 Sonic characters, but still, could have added Cream or SBO. I mean, you added Chows. You can play as Chows, but not SBO. Very interesting decision. Thankfully though, the stages in this game are quite good. Kinda like in Generations. Each stage is a classic location from a Sonic game, and there's a lot of them. Never in my life have I wanted to drive around Planet Wisp in a car, but I'm glad that I can. Each racer in the game has one of 3 vehicle types: speed, technique, and power. Kinda like in Sonic Riders. Speed characters go fast, technique characters are good at drifting, and they attract rings, and power characters can smash through stuff. I really see no point in playing as anything that's not a speed character when you're doing a race. I mean, you're racing people, why would I want to control a slow tank because I can off-road better? The different vehicle types do come in handy though. Just like in the last game, there's some fun little missions that you can complete. For example, if you're playing a mission where you need to collect a ring, you'll want to play as a technique guy, not a speed guy. The missions this time are now required to progress the game, as you need to play them in between races to unlock more of the story. Oh yeah, this game has a story. It revolves around this creepy 90s CGI looking tanuki called Dodonpa that invites the Sonic gang to participate in a Grand Prix with high-tech cars. Also, for some reason, Eggman is racing in the Grand Prix as well. Wow, I wonder if these guys are working together. It's later turned out that the Tanuki and Eggman are working together. I think Sonic and his friends are lobotomized. Turns out Eggman and this cheeky Tanuki are testing and studying the Sonic gang as they race, so that they can build a cosmic-sized engine that runs on the power of teamwork. Yes, that's actually the plot of the game. While playing through every single Sonic game, there's been a few lazy plots here and there, and a few stinkers, if you will, but this is truly amazing. Apart from the lackluster story and the boring cutscenes, Team Sonic Racing is definitely the best in the series, gameplay-wise. However, it really lacks the charm of the last two. You know, you had that funny commentator, you had the animated stages and characters emoting and shit. This game has none of that. It's just a by-the-books racing game in terms of art direction. Thankfully though, later this year, the franchise is coming back with Sonic Racing Crossworlds, and even though it's not out yet, this is going to be my game of the year. Why on earth would I want to spend $800 on a Switch 2 and Mario Kart when I can just play Sonic Crossworlds and race as Sonic and Minecraft Steve and Joker from Persona and John Yakuza and SpongeBob? I'm so glad they're returning to the cameo thing. It's easily my favorite thing of all things. I'm very excited to play the Super Smash Bros. Of kart racing. I'm going to put this game into A tier, behind Sonic Colors on the DS. While this game has some of the best racing gameplay I've ever witnessed, it's still lacking the charm and uniqueness of the last two games. The next year, in 2021, Sega would release a remaster of Sonic Colors. Fuck yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Sonic Colors Ultimate is a remaster of Sonic Colors that came out on the Wii in 2010. Finally, I can play Sonic Colors on modern hardware and not have to suffer through the task of using a Wii remote. And better yet, the game's got better graphics, and it runs at 60 FPS, and the lighting's improved. Oh man, I can't wait to see what it looks like. My eyes! My eyes are on fire! What the fuck did they do to Sonic Colors? My boy. Look at how they massacred my boy. If I wanted to play Elder Scrolls Oblivion, I wouldn't be playing Sonic Colors Ultimate. This game looks like I have a load of nut spread across my TV. Everything's all washed out and blurry. It's disgusting. Sonic Colors was one of the most visually beautiful games on the Wii. The color palette was bright and colorful, and this game completely shits on that, but poor visuals. I guess I can get past it, right? If I can play Sonic Colors in HD at 60 FPS, I'm happy. Good thing that's the only flaw with this game, right? This game is littered with bugs. You straight up be falling through the floor. Audio cuts out or stops playing. The game crashes. The frame rate drops. And sometimes checkpoints don't even work. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Nothing like taking a game from 10 years ago, applying unnecessary post-processing, and porting it quickly and poorly, resulting in bugs, so that you can sell a successful game for the second time. Oh, my bad. It's all good, guys. The game added cosmetics. Look, you can get a trail, just like in Roblox. I'm putting this game into D tier, behind Sonic 06. In 2022, the Sonic team would finally stop sitting around gooning all day and release the next mainline Sonic game, Sonic Frontiers. When I first heard they were making an open world Sonic game, I was ecstatic. Ever since I was old enough to use the computer, I've been playing fan-made Sonic games. You know, the ones where you run around in an open world. I was dreaming that one day there would be an official game where you could play as Sonic and not be confined to the bounds of linear stages. And in 2022, my dream came true. Sonic Frontiers is the first Sonic open world game, and no, I'm not counting Sonic Adventure, because having a hub area doesn't make your game open world. This game definitely has the biggest shift in gameplay within the Sonic franchise, second to the transition from 2D to 3D. After years and years of the Sonic team trying to figure out what to do with Sonic, do we make him short? Do we make him tall? Do we just give him a boost and say fuck it to everything else? Do we make him use wisps for the 20th time? Do we put him in a car? Do we make him ethnic? They finally said fuck it, let's put Sonic on an open world island. And unsurprisingly, it works. Sonic Frontiers introduces us to a brand new location, the Starfall Islands. After heading to said islands, after detecting the Chaos Emeralds there, Sonic and the gang get separated by a wormhole, and we get transported to this place called cyberspace, as you do. For some reason, cyberspace looks exactly like Green Hill Zone, and after we escape it, we end up back at the Starfall Island. A mysterious voice tells us that we have to find the Chaos Emeralds and defeat the Titans, whatever those are, and save the world, or something. I don't really know. This game's plot really confused me. That might be because I skipped the majority of the dialogue. Each island that we can explore is jammed packed with stuff to do. While they made the game open world, the Sonic team couldn't resist adding some classic 3D Sonic stages as well, and I'm really glad they did. To completely abandon the well-established Sonic gameplay style would feel kind of like an end of an era, so I'm thankful they added these stages. You find these guys around each island, and by completing them, you unlock keys that you can use to get the Chaos Emerald. While they're pretty short in length, there's 30 of them in the game, so you can't really complain. I guess when you have a ton of assets from generations and forces that you can reuse, making 30 stages isn't too big of a deal. When I went back to play this for the video, I was trying to get the Platinum Trophy and S-rank every stage, and for the most part, it's pretty easy, but holy shit dude, the second stage in this game is pure hell. I think I had to play it like 50 times to get the S-rank. I love how they put one of the hardest Sonic S-ranks of all time into the second stage of a game. Very cheeky. You don't actually have to beat all the stages to progress the game though. You can get away with only doing a couple, and you can still unlock the Chaos Emerald. In between stages, we get these gigantic islands for us to explore. And when I say gigantic, I'm not exaggerating. Frontiers gives us a ton of space to dick around with, due to the fact that it would be very boring running in an empty desert. Each island is kitted out with hundreds of grind rails, short obstacle courses, and puzzles for us to do. Making your way through these things is fun as hell, and the game would be nothing without them. Like the stages, you don't have to do all of them, just enough to get some friend tokens. On each island, a member of the Sonic gang is trapped in cyberspace islands. And alongside collecting emeralds, we've got to collect these friend tokens scattered over the islands to rescue our pals. These things are everywhere. You can just turn your brain off and run around for 20 minutes and you'll have all the tokens that you need. As well as tokens, we have some music tokens around the map that we can collect to unlock some classic Sonic bangers that we can listen to while running around mowing down pedestrians. This is easily my favorite thing about this game. I'm a sucker for Sonic's music, if you haven't noticed. And if I can play the game while listening to arid sands in the background, this game's already bumped up by 5 points. We can also upgrade our speed, believe it or not, for the first time since Sonic Unleashed. Across the map, we can pick up these little guys called Cocos, which we can give to a Hermit Coco that can boost our max speed and ring capacity. You start off relatively fast at the beginning. Once you reach max speed, holy shit, can you run fast. One of the biggest complaints I have with this game is the way the obstacles look. Like, I don't know if it's just me, but this kind of looks like a tech demo. None of the obstacles are really integrated into the map. They're kind of just floating in the sky. I know, it would have taken a lot of extra time to build the island around the obstacles, but still, the whole game just feels off because of it. That's not the only thing about this game that feels off either. Unfortunately, one of the most important aspects of a Sonic game falls a bit flat in Frontiers: the physics. For me, what makes controlling a blue ball running at the speed of light fun is acceleration and momentum. Please, I just want a 3D Sonic game where I can run down a slope and gain speed. It shouldn't be that hard to do. The physics in the cyberspace stages are a little off too. The stages are built like they're from Sonic Generations, but you've got the gameplay of Sonic Frontiers, and it definitely clashes a little bit. Despite all these flaws though, the game is still really fun to play. I'm just being nitpicky. It's definitely a hard task to play this game and not have fun. It's just that it could have been a bit better, is all. Alright, this game also has combat. That's right, dude, we can finally beat people up as Sonic while he's not cosplaying as an emo furry. Just like the rest of the game. The combat is good, but nothing too special. It's very simple. You just lock onto an enemy and spam square until they die. The game does give us a skill tree with different moves to use, but for the most part, they all do the same damage as mashing the square button does. There's even an option you can turn on that makes you use the moves automatically when mashing square. It wouldn't be a Sonic game if we didn't get a cool new gimmick, and this time we get a psi loop. When holding down the psi loop button, Sonic starts to excrete a trail, and if we circle around and make a loop, anything inside the loop will get damaged. It's basically like Slither.io. I love the psi loop. This mechanic is so fun. That's all I really have to say about it. Out of combat, you can use it to solve puzzles and whatnot, but it's most fun in combat, as well as fighting these small peons. Each island also has a few bosses for us to fight. These guys are sitting around, waiting for Sonic to murder them, and once you approach them, you'll start fighting. The bosses are another highlight of the game. Each one is very unique and different in its own way. You've got a guy where you run on his trail, you've got a guy where you run up his tail, a guy where you grind on a rail, and some others that I can't remember. Each boss does a great job of making use of our moveset. You've got to whip out a different one of Sonic's moves to fight each one, and it keeps the game interesting. Defeating these guys gives you these little gears that we use to unlock the cyberspace stages. On the first island, we meet an emo girl who calls herself Sage. Sage is an AI made by Eggman to protect him from the bad guys on Starfall Island. She's kind of like Eggman's daughter, but Eggman couldn't produce an egg, if you know what I mean, so he just programmed a child. That's a little weird, man. If I was making an intelligent AI to protect me while I was taking over an island, I probably wouldn't make it a child. After getting all the friend tokens and rescuing the gang, you get to turn into Super Sonic and fight the final boss of the island. These fights are fucking badass, man. There's no other way to put it. Heavy metal with Super Sonic fighting a giant alien robot, that's the shit I live for. The fights themselves are kinda mid though. They're just glorified quick time events. Kinda feels like watching a cutscene. This game is also littered with lore about the Sonic universe, and manages to provide some context to events in prior games. The lore is told over the course of the game in different parts, so I'm just gonna do a recap of sorts. The game reveals once and for all the nature of the Chaos Emerald, and where they actually come from. Long ago, there was this alien race named the Ancients that settled on Earth after having their home planet destroyed. Along with them, they brought the Chaos Emeralds, so they could use their energy to do stuff. Unfortunately, this thing called the End, the being that wiped out their home planet, followed them to Earth, causing the Ancients to go into hiding and flee to Angel Island. Eventually, the Ancients would become extinct due to unknown reasons, probably scabies or something, and the only trace of them left behind were the Chaos Emeralds on Angel Island. And there we have it, baby. We finally get the lore behind what the Chaos Emeralds are. Nice. It's also revealed that those little Coco guys that we've been collecting in the game are spirits of the Ancients, possessing their good luck charms. Additionally, the Ancients that did survive somehow ended up evolving into the Chao. So yeah, that's what Chaos are, I guess. Also, I guess Chaos from Sonic Adventure is an Ancient. I guess that makes sense, considering that he was sealed in the Master Emerald a long time ago. Anywho, these Ancients are the the guys that made the cyberspace, and I guess it's sort of like their internet. After clearing out each island and getting all of the Chaos Emeralds, we end up fighting against the End, who turns out to be a cosmic eldritch being that aims to wipe out all life as he views it as a mistake. This is what I love about Sonic. You have a ton of cute characters designed for children, and then the final boss is fucking Cthulhu. I love to see it. This fight between Sonic and the End has got to be the most climactic and grand ending to a Sonic game. I mean, he's literally fighting a planet-sized being that wants to kill everything. He's literally Goku. It wouldn't be a serious Sonic plot without the sacrifice of a newly introduced character. As the End attempts to self-destruct and destroy everything, Sage sacrifices herself by absorbing the explosion. I swear, every single Sonic plot with a modicum of seriousness ends with a character sacrificing themselves. I mean, there's other ways to end a plot than just killing newly introduced characters. Never mind, it was all a farce. Sage ends up coming back to life. You really had me there, cheeky fuck. It's honestly quite refreshing to be playing a game with some actual effort put into the story. After sitting through slop, it feels good to finally be invested in a game's story. I'm gonna put this game into A tier, behind Sonic Rush. As much as people love to shit on this game, you can't deny it. It's fun to play. In October of 2023, Sega would finally give us another classic Sonic game, Sonic Superstars. It honestly blows my mind that Sonic Mania and Superstars are 6 years apart. For comparison, that's the same gap in time between Sonic Mania and Sonic Generations. According to the Sonic Wiki, Superstars was, at first, meant to be a sequel to Sonic Mania, but the game was abandoned for one reason or another. Eventually, the co-creator of Sonic, Naoto Oshima, picked the project back up and said, "Fuck it, man. 2D Sonic Part 2, baby. Electric Boogaloo." In fact, this game was developed pretty much entirely by Oshima's company, Arzest, with the Sonic team just lending a hand here and there. I guess that's because the Sonic team are currently focused on making Peak, and don't have time to waste on a children's side-scroller. I was actually very surprised by how good this game is. It really caught me off guard. I was expecting a redo of Sonic 4, but no, they actually pulled this off. I guess I was cautious due to the lack of pixel art graphics, but I suppose making a game 3D would boost numbers a bit. I don't really mind the use of 3D graphics here. This game looks beautiful. Everything's all smooth and shiny. The color palette is bright and contrasts well. The stages and environments are brimming with detail and pizzazz, and the 90s inspired UI is back from Mania. The level of polish is amazing. This game is eye candy. Unlike in Forces, where you play as a hollow husk of a hedgehog, the characters in this game are brimming with charm. The animations are bouncy and fluid, making it feel smooth to play. I love how your character switches their stance when in a boss fight. It's little details like those that make this game great to look at. In terms of characters, Sonic Superstars has us follow the classic Sonic gang again, and this time they've brought back Amy's original design from CD, which I've got to say is a lot better than whatever the f this thing is. By far my favorite feature of the game is this hub world between stages that gives you the ability to switch between characters. There's nothing I hate more than booting up Sonic Mania, making a new game as Sonic, playing for a bit, and then going, f this man, I want to play as Knuckles. Wait, what? I have to make a new save? In Superstars, it's not an issue. After you get bored of playing as Sonic, you can go back to the hub world and then switch over to Sonic, but better. That's what 4 out of the 5 characters in this game are. Sonic, but better. Other Sonic games have this issue too. There's no point playing as Sonic when the other characters can do everything Sonic can do, plus more. Why would I want to play as Sonic when I can play as Sonic with a tail that lets me fly? Luckily though, Superstars manages to bring back my favorite mechanic of all time, drop dashing. I love drop dashing so much. I can't understand why every 2D Sonic game doesn't have it. I like being able to jump off a platform and regain my speed without needing to halt everything and spin on the floor for 3 seconds. If you heard me say there's 5 characters a moment ago, I'm not high. That's because there's a super secret character in the game that you don't unlock until you beat it. Superstars introduces a lady that can transform into a dragon named Trip the Sungazer. She's even got her own little story that you can play after you beat the game. Epic. Not only are we appealing to the furries, but now we get the scaly audience too. That's what I'm talking about. Represent. Our boy Fang, the annoying piece of shit sniper, is back too, and acts as a secondary villain to Eggman. I'm glad to see him back. I was half expecting to see Metal Sonic for the 40th time. The gameplay in this game is really good. It feels quite similar to classic Sonic in Generations. It's easy to gain momentum, and you can bounce off stuff and keep your speed, which is great. It's a little hard to compare to Mania though. They both feel quite different to play. They're both still great, but just different. The level design, like in Mania, is great. There's a good even split of platforming and speed section. The platforming in this game does get quite tough though at times. If you're not paying attention, the this game will kick your ass. The boss fights too, goddamn do they get hard. Superstars has got to have the hardest bosses out of any Sonic game. It honestly feels a little out of place. The stages are pretty standard in terms of difficulty, but then you get to the boss, and the skill required shoots through the roof. I don't know how they expect a child to beat this. It took me 30 minutes to beat Fang the Sniper. Again though, it could just be me. Call me shit at the game all you want. I agree with you. Thank God they took out the lives system, man. If they hadn't, I'm not sure if I could have pushed myself through beating this game. The bosses themselves are quite amazing. They're just as good as the ones in Mania. Each one has a super cool gimmick that is fun to fight, as well as fighting Fang and Eggman in Act 2 of each stage. The first act of a few stages have mini bosses, where you fight a beefed up Badnik, which are a little easier, but just as fun. I guess the bosses aren't too bad if you're making use of your Chaos Emerald powers. Alright, this game gives you superpowers, as opposed to just collecting all the Chaos Emeralds and then going Super Saiyan. Now, each emerald gives you a unique special ability that you can use while playing. You can only use each ability once, but they get reloaded each time you hit a checkpoint, which are kinda sparse in this game. The abilities are quite overpowered. For example, there's one that turns you into a fireball and lets you slingshot wherever you want, and there's one that straight up murders everything on the screen, which is very useful during a boss fight. I wasn't able to get all the emeralds in my playthrough though. I'm not enough of a gaming god. This game hands down has the worst special stages. As per tradition, you've got to chase down a Chaos Emerald, but to do so, you've got to grapple onto these balls to close the distance. There's also a few boost pads, and your rings act as a timer. The first 4 of these are a cakewalk, but the fifth one made me have a mental breakdown. I think I retried this emerald like 10 times before giving up on it. This shit it's so arse. I guess we'll never know what the other Chaos abilities are. Damn, sure would be cool if I could unlock them. Although the special stages gave me hand cramps and male pattern boredness, the stages themselves are great. For once, quote me if I'm wrong here, every single stage in the game is original. While some take clear inspiration, all the stages feel completely new. The design of each one is flawless. Every single stage could be slotted into one of the Genesis game, and no one would bat an eye. If you love gimmicks in your levels, then Sonic Superstars is your idol of worship. Every single act in the game is filled to the brim with different platforming gimmicks and doohickeys and thingamabobs to play around with, and they're all great. The music is fantastic as well. While it doesn't match the quality of Sonic Mania, I don't think any game could, the soundtrack is still a banger. There's some catchy music in this game. I was humming a song the other day while avoiding my taxes, and I didn't realize that it was Speed Jungle. Besides the main story, this game also has a Fall Guys inspired Battle Royale mode. No, I'm not making that up. I mean, it's Sonic Fall Guys, I guess. Kind of unnecessary and boring after one game, but it's there. The main mode also has fully fledged co-op, which is kind of the first for a 2D Sonic game. I guess in Sonic 2 and Mania, you could control a second character, but in Superstars, you can have all 4 characters bouncing around on the screen at the same time. I can't show you guys what this looks like though. As you could guess, the number of friends I have that would be down to come to my house and play Sonic Superstars with me is 0. From what I've heard online though, when playing with 4 players, it gets a little chaotic, and due to the fact that the camera is focused on player 1, it's easy for the other 3 to get lost and fall behind. I'm going to put this game into A tier in front of Sonic Team Racing. While it's quite the banger, in my opinion, it's still not quite as good as Mania. Earlier in the year, on the 1st of April, Sega would release the next banger in the Sonic franchise. After years of 2D platformers, 3D platformers, and this, Sega finally decided to give fans what they wanted, a Sonic visual novel. While playing through every single Sonic game, the whole time I've been yearning for a visual novel starring the Sonic cast. Although this game was intended to be a silly April Fool's joke, acting like, hey look, wouldn't it be funny if we made a visual novel starring Sonic? The Murder of Sonic the Hedgehog is actually a really good game, and it's one of the highest rated games on Steam, with the reviews being 97% positive. The Murder of Sonic the Hedgehog is a murder mystery whodunit taking place on a train. It's Amy's birthday, and to celebrate, she's forcing the Sonic gang to roleplay a murder mystery on a train. Whatever floats your boat. We take control of a little dog creature who's a new employee on the train, and we have to ensure that this whole murder mystery game goes to plan so we don't lose our job. The majority of the game has us following Tails around, who's cosplaying as a detective and interrogating different Sonic characters about their whereabouts during the murder. The game kinda plays like a simplified Ace Attorney, where you explore an area, collecting evidence, and then use said evidence to interrogate someone. These cheeky little creatures are quite stubborn though, so whenever they argue against you, you've got to think by playing a short little runner minigame. I too imagine Sonic running in a void collecting rings whenever I'm performing a complex task. Hell, I'm doing it right now. I'm not gonna spoil the story of the game. If you wanna know what happens, it's free to play on Steam, and it's quite short. I definitely recommend checking it out. It's pretty awesome to see the Sonic characters in a visual novel format. I'd forgotten how lovable some of these characters are till I played this. I'd love to see more games like this, but I don't know if we will. It's been 2 April Fools since this game, and we haven't had another one. Just hire me, Sega. I'll make one each year for you. Just pay me $5 and we've got a deal. I'm not kidding. I'm gonna chuck this game into S tier at last place. In October of 2024, Sega would decide to grace us with another remaster of a beloved Sonic title, and this time it was Sonic Generations. Fortunately, this time they decided to treat the game with a bit more love and respect than they did with Sonic Colors back in 2021. Not only did they port Sonic Generations to modern hardware and beef up the visuals and performance, but they decided to bundle it with a whole new game, Shadow Generations. Now, there's a bit of debate on whether or not Shadow Generations is a new game or just a DLC. In my opinion, it's a game. I mean, it's the exact same length as Sonic Generations, and it has roughly the same amount of content. You can't tell me this is a DLC. Despite this though, I'm going to be ranking the two together, considering they come packaged together. 2024, the year of Shadow. The third Sonic movie just came out, starring Keanu Reeves as Shadow the Hedgehog. Twitter is flooded with people talking about how Shadow loves big booty Latinas, and the whole world is reminded yet again how Shadow is the coolest fictional character ever created. On top of all this already established hype around this edgy furry character, Shadow Generations would drop in October and increase the hype even more. If you haven't played Peak the game yet, Shadow Generations is essentially another Sonic Generations, except this time we play as Shadow and everything is Shadow themed. We get a whole new story, whole new stages based on iconic Sonic locations, and even an open world hub area to explore. I don't think anyone was expecting this. I mean, I wasn't. Up until I bought the game, I fully expected it to be a small number of stages paired with a Sonic Generations remaster, but no, it's a whole new game. The plot of the game takes place during the events of Sonic Generations and explains the shenanigans Shadow was getting up to while Sonic was attempting to restore the fabric of time and space with his vertically challenged friend. While Sonic was having his birthday party, Shadow was making his way to the space colony arc to investigate some strange happenings there. I guess Sonic didn't invite him to his birthday. Oh, never mind, he just doesn't give a fuck. On the arc, we meet Black Doom, well, his eye, at least, for the first time since the PS2 Shadow game. After beating his ass, I guess that means the good ending of the PS2 game is canon, Shadow grabs a fake yellow Chaos Emerald from the arc, and then he gets sucked into the void by the Time Eater. At the same time Sonic does. But, uh-oh, Black Doom is in there as well! The majority of the game has us making our way through various stages based on previous Sonic locations, and surprisingly, there's no double ups with the ones in Generations. We even get to see some stages based on more recent games, with Starfall Islands from Frontiers, and Sunset Heights from Forces. We finally get to see what Sonic Forces would have looked like if it had good level design. Speaking of level design, Shadow Generations easily has the best out of any Sonic game so far. Radical Highway Act 2 in this game has got to be my all-time favorite Sonic stage. It's a hard decision to make considering I've played every Sonic game in existence, but I really think it is. The stages in this game, while linear for the most part, are so much more open than in any other Sonic game. There's so many branching paths and different shortcuts to shave your runtime down. I'd be replaying a stage to get the S rank, and by doing so, I would discover 3 new ways to get to the finish line. I love that shit. It makes the game feel so much more replayable. The gameplay too is top notch. It's pretty much the same as in Generations in terms of quality, but controls are altered slightly to suit Shadow and his quirky little rocket skates. The game's also very cinematic. Often, while playing, you'll do an action and then get a badass cutscene of Shadow doing a flip and killing 28 people or something. As we play through the game, we get some sick new abilities called Doom powers, letting us traverse stages in different ways. You're able to fly, surf, morph into John Splatoon, and we get some spears to launch at enemies. The game even lets you go back and replay every stage with the wings equipped, opening up more paths to take. As well as having the powers of a Lovecraftian alien, we finally get the ability to use Chaos Control, something I've always wanted to use. After charging it up, we get to freeze time for a while, which helps out a ton when you're trying to get an S rank, as it means the level timer freezes as well. On top of having some of the best stages ever made, the game also expands on the hub world seen in Sonic Generations. This time, it's fully explorable, and each zone is a gigantic set piece that we can platform around. This hub area is a full-on Ubisoft map. It's littered with a ton of different junk to collect. There's music, concept art, and lore that we can pick up by finding chests. There's diary pages written by Gerald, and there's some nuts and bolts scattered around that we can use to repair Orbot and Qbot's rocket. These nuts and bolts, man, good lord. lord, are they a pain to find. I had to sit down for like 2 hours or so and check every nook and cranny of the map to find them. There's no indicators on the map for collectibles, so if you want to find them all, it definitely takes a while. There's also some NPCs on the map that we can talk to. We get to speak with our boy Omega from Sonic Heroes, Big the Cat, and even Gerald and Maria from the past. That is wild. Imagine your dad dying by a firing squad on a space station, and then a time deity sucks you into a white void where you can see your dad again. And also Big the Cat is there. We also get to play that rival battle between Sonic from Shadow's perspective, and it's revealed that this whole fight was just a farce, and the yellow emerald that Sonic stole was the fake one Shadow got on the Ark. After playing through each stage, we finally face off against Black Doom himself for the last time. This fight is beautiful, man. That's the only way to describe it. The dialogue between the two is great. Black Doom is all like, "You are my creation. I'm proud of how strong you are." And Shadow's all like, "Suck my hedgehog cock, you alien whore. I'm way stronger than you and you cannot control me. Go get me some Latina ass." It's truly a very touching showdown between two old enemies. After beating the shit out of his test tube father, Shadow swiftly makes it back in time to swap Sonic's fake emerald out with the real one, so that he doesn't face the Time Eater and get turned into ash. There's also a very sad goodbye between Shadow and Maria, where he's got to withhold himself from warning them about their fate. Now that's what I call character development, baby. Shadow is mature now, 10 out of 10 game. The second half of this package we got was a light remaster of Sonic Generations. I use the word light because I genuinely can't tell the difference between this and the original. It may be my eyesight, but to me they look the exact same. Visually speaking, the Shadow half of the game looks way better, but don't worry, it's okay. They added the drop dash. That's right, the best mechanic in gaming makes a return, as now we get the whole jump midair and drop dash as classic Sonic. I swear, just this one addition makes buying the game again at full price worth it. As well as this, each stage in the game now has 3 chows hiding for you to collect. These fuckers are very well hidden. Without following a guide frame by frame, I would have been completely lost collecting them. Overall, Sonic X Shadow Generations is quite possibly the best thing made by the Sonic team, and I hope we get more games like it. Sonic is in sort of a weird spot right now. Well, he kinda has been for a while. Before 2022, Sonic games were mainly split into 2 categories, 2D and 3D, and now that Frontiers has been released and was relatively successful, there's now a third category, open world Sonic. And judging by the rumors and leaks, it seems that the next mainline game will be grouped into this new category. I'm a little dubious on what the future holds. Who knows? Maybe all 3 Sonic game types will receive equal attention, and for every open world game we get a 3D and a 2D Sonic game. I kinda doubt that though, because we all saw what happened once 3D Sonic took off. Apart from Sonic 4, which was an affront to God, we didn't really get any 2D Sonic games, and the ones that we did get were pushed aside and released on handhelds. I'm just hoping history doesn't repeat itself, and this 3D Sonic formula gets left behind, but I guess we'll just have to see. I'm gonna put this game into S tier at first place. That's right, the final game. The final game is the winner. Out of all these fuck-ass games that I just played, this one's the best. And there it is. Every single Sonic game played, reviewed, and ranked. Except for Sonic Rumble, which I can't play yet for some reason. Also the mobile games, and the Olympic games, and that iToy game, and the LCD games, and the McDonald's Happy Meal toy games. I really hoped you guys enjoyed watching this video. I had a lot of fun making it. It's been a very long ride. I started making this video all the way back in March, and it's now, it's June. It's the 3rd of June. I've spent hundreds, maybe even thousands of hours making this video, so if you enjoyed it, please like. If we get 200k likes, I will play every single PS2 game. Every single one. The reason it took me so long is because after I recorded all the gameplay footage for every single Sonic game, my hard drive broke, and I had to do it all again. This video was going to come out months ago, but I guess my hard drive didn't want it to. So I apologize for the lack of uploads. This video took a lot out of me. Before I go play Peggle 2 and never touch a Sonic game ever again, I want to thank my amazing Patreon members. Thank you Mrs. Mayo, Gage Mendon, and Bunny Walk. I really appreciate it. If you also want your name read out at the end of a video, hit up the Patreon. $2.50 a month. You also get a epic Discord role for my Discord. Join my Discord. Thank you all so much for watching this behemoth of a video. Until next time, I'm Kappa Dance. And if you're one of those people that fall asleep watching long YouTube videos, hello, I'm inside your walls. I'm under your bed.